sorry if I was taking a bit to get started. So I literally just finished looking up this case. Welcome to everybody that's here. Let me go ahead and pause that. Anyways, so I created a playlist for this case, and we're going to be talking about Jennifer Sybert, and her real name is Kimberly Kessler. She also has 18 plus aliases, and the victim in this case is Joleen Cummings. So I went ahead and created a playlist regarding the situation, and I realized that there was a lot of notes that I took, and I wanted to have them readily available, but my notes kind of take up my screen here, and I didn't know where I was going to read them off of. So literally while the Starting Soon song was playing, I decided to print them out, just in case that turns out to be easier to look at. I don't see how. I had no idea it was so much. It's 1, 2, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's like 8 pages here. There's just all the crazy stuff that's been happening with this case. How is everybody doing? I know we're starting kind of early, so either good night to the night owls or good morning to the early birds. Hi, all Natty. Good morning. Good morning to you, ma'am. It's really good to see you. So I'm not sure if this case has been, you know, been talked about. I went to Instagram and I posted a post about it, and I also checked the hashtags, and I think something like 8 posts have been uploaded to Instagram about it, so I'm assuming, going by that not a lot of people have heard of this case. Good morning, Paranormal Will. How you doing? Is that your channel? I'm pretty sure I know who I'm talking to right now. Let me go ahead and bring up YouTube so I can search for you and subscribe. I hope I find you. I can't seem to find you right away. If you want to send me a link to Instagram, to my true crime page, yes, okay, I would really appreciate that. Have you gone live? I hope I haven't missed a live stream. Let me go ahead and switch the screen that I'm going to be sharing. So we're looking at this now. I hit the share audio, so you should be able to hear what we're about to watch. Okay. Remember, everybody, to please hit the like on this live stream. And if you're not subscribed, please remember to hit the all notification bell. Alright, so this case happened in 2018, and the reason that I picked it is because whenever an update would come to me, usually it would just pop up on my newsfeed, or perhaps on my recommendations on YouTube or Instagram. This woman was behaving very erratically in jail. I had no idea what her crime was at the time. I just, would see the updates, and I noticed that she was just behaving very oddly, but we'll get into that a little bit later. So once I did decide to take on this case and kind of do a deep dive of it, I was realizing just how crazy this case really was. This woman had a lot of aliases. She has her own crazy backstory. Unfortunately, with a lot of these cases, not a lot of information is given on the victim's perspective of things. I want to say that usually comes out after, like, court has happened, there's been a verdict, sentencing if applicable, and then usually the family and friends and stuff come out and they'll start talking a little bit more about the victim. And at this time we have not reached that point yet, so there really wasn't a lot of information to find about the victim, whose name is Joleen Cummings. I want to say Her mother was interviewed a few times, and I think a couple of friends. I'm not too sure if that'll be in the playlist. I had collected 135 clips to start with, just by adding everything that I could find that had to do with their names, and then I went through them and, you know, picked out the ones that had information that had already been covered before. And then, well, the notes that I took as well, just in case anybody has any questions, because it gets a little confusing, especially with the aliases that she uses and stuff like that. And I'll tell you now, though, she didn't have like a different personality for each alias. From what I saw about the people that were talking about her, what she was like at work and in beauty school. By the way, I don't know if I mentioned this, but they were both hairdressers or hair stylists, and they worked at a salon together, and they had an issue. They weren't friends or anything, they were pretty much just co-workers. But again, I don't want to give away too much, so it sounds like everybody that wanted to say hi said hi. So I wanted to also point out the coincidence that Kimberly Kessler, who is the suspect in this case, shares the same name as Randy Orton's wife. That was something that I found during my research, so I just want to make sure everybody knows that we're not talking about that Kimberly Kessler. Okay, so this first clip that we're going to watch is going to be from May 22nd of 2018, and Jolene Cummings went missing on, well, the last time she was seen alive was Sunday, May 13th, 2018, and that was a Mother's Day. And on Monday, which is May 14th, she was reported missing by her mother. So that stuff has already happened up until this point, but this is the first news clip that I could find relating to the story. So let's go ahead and watch it. This is called Missing Mom Likely Not Alive, and this is courtesy of News4Jax. So just give me a moment. I'm getting back to the rhythm of things. I know that I took a really long break there. I do apologize for that as well. I'm trying to be better at that, but sometimes stuff happens, and prioritization and adulting and whatnot, things take precedence and whatever. So I do apologize. I need to get back into the swing of things. I probably won't do an open panel today because we have a lot to cover and I am limited on time. But maybe in the near future we'll have an open panel, and maybe I'll have a playlist ready of stuff like for us to look at. You know, there's other things we could do. But yeah, alright, so let's go ahead and get started with this first clip.
News4Jax starts right now with a breaking news alert.
We continue to follow breaking developments in the search for a Nassau County mother of 3. Her family making an emotional plea as the sheriff breaks the terrible news that Joleen Cummings is likely not alive.
I beg you as a mother to please keep coming forward with any information that you have, no matter how small.
This woman, a co-worker of Cummings at the Tangle Salon in Yulee, is now a suspect in her disappearance. Jennifer Sybert has been arrested.
The sheriff says she is the last person to have seen Joleen Cummings.
The 34-year-old hairstylist was reported missing by her ex-husband on Mother's Day when she didn't meet him to pick up the couple's 3 children. News4Jax reporter Corley Peel is outside the Journey Church in Yulee, where a vigil for Cummings will begin in an hour. We begin with News4Jax reporter Elizabeth Campbell with an update on the investigation. Elizabeth.
The sheriff says that this woman is familiar with this area of Yulee. I'm talking about Sybert, as well as Fernandina Beach, and she very well likely could have driven on this road behind me, State Road 200, around the time Jolene went missing. She also could have gotten on I-95 right here. The sheriff says she was arrested at a rest area off the same Interstate 95, about 40 miles south of here in St. Johns County, another area the sheriff says she's familiar with, along with Bartram Park. She goes by Jennifer Sybert, but her legal name is Kimberly Kessler. She also had a fake social security number and passport, and now she's a suspect in the disappearance of 34-year-old Joleen Cummings. Here's a timeline of events in the days before and after Jolene's disappearance. Saturday, May 12th, the last time Jolene was seen after working at Tangles. Sybert also worked that day. Sunday, May 13th, Jolene didn't pick up her 3 children on Mother's Day and her 34th birthday. On this same day, investigators say Sybert parked and left Jolene's SUV near the Yulee Home Depot parking lot. Monday, May 14th, Jolene's mother reported her missing. Tuesday, May 15th, Jolene's SUV was found near the Yulee Home Depot, which led investigators to surveillance video. And Wednesday, May 16th, police found Sybert in her black Kia Soul in between 2 semis at an I-95 rest area in St. Johns County. They say it appeared she had been living in her car at various locations. Alive or not, Sheriff Leeper talked about the continued search for Jolene.
We will continue to search for Jolene, but she could be anywhere. We have searched for her utilizing all of our resources, including canines, horses, and boats. We are asking if anyone has seen or had any contact with Kessler, who is also known as Jennifer Sybert, or her vehicle, or has any information that would help us in our investigation, to please contact the NCSO at 904-548-4005 or contact First Coast Crime Stoppers at 1-866-845-TIPS or 8477.
Leeper confirms this missing persons report from Butler, Pennsylvania in 2004 is Jennifer Sybert, who again has the legal name of Kimberly Kessler. He says she had only been a co-worker of Jolene's for about a month. Sybert currently is in jail here in Nassau County on $500,000 bond. She faces a charge of grand theft auto for stealing Jolene Cummings' SUV. Reporting live from Nassau County, Elizabeth Campbell, Channel 4, the local station.
Elizabeth, tell our viewers what you've learned about some unrelated federal charges that this woman faces.
Yes, she also faces a federal charge from the FBI of owning a counterfeit passport. She also had a fake social security number, and the address that she gave Tangle Salon for where she lived was a bogus address, according to the sheriff's office. The sheriff also said today that more charges are forthcoming.
So earlier they said that it looked like she had been living from her vehicle. And now they just mentioned that she had given a fake address to her job, which is the hair salon where she knew the victim, Jolene Cummings. I'm wondering if she ever had a place to live, or if even while she was working, she was living out of her vehicle. Because you'll see that the victim was onto something of a secret, that at this time her name is Jennifer Sybert. I don't even think that they have figured out yet just how deep this whole thing goes with her fake IDs and the fake passport and stuff like that. It turns into a little bit more than that. So let's go ahead and take a look at the next clip. This is called Strange. Coworkers, instructors describe suspect of Jolene Cummings' case, and this was posted May 23rd, 2018. And this is going to be the coworkers, I think from, I want to say, because there was 2 sets of people that were interviewed for this, and it was the coworkers from the salon where they both worked at, and then it was also coworkers from beauty school that described her behavior. So I'm not too sure which one this is, but that's what we're going to be looking at right now. And this is courtesy of First Coast News. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Told her to do something that she did not want to do. You were on her bad side. So she basically would make it her mission to show you.
Tonight, we're learning all new details on the woman living a double life, now facing suspicion and the disappearance of a Nassau County mother who you see right there, who is believed to be dead.
Now, in the week and a half since Jolene Cummings vanished, deputies still have not found her, but they have found her car. They found the woman seen driving it And I found out that that woman, Kim Kessler, is not who she seems to be.
First Coast News reporter Nick Perot has more tonight, live from Nassau County. Nick.
Anthony, Heather, good evening. Yes, Kimberly Kessler, using the name Jennifer Sybert, qualified for her hair certification to cut hair in 2014, and I spoke with fellow co-workers and instructors that say they only can describe her behavior.
Okay, so this is from where she was going to beauty school. So this is going to be an opinion from her former co-workers, instructors, everybody, of what her demeanor was like while on the job.
Behavior when they were strange.
That's not me. That's making the volume go in and out. That's the video. I apologize for that.
Before making her way here to Tangle's hair salon, Kimberly Kessler, going by the alias Jennifer Sybert, trained at a Jacksonville hair academy.
She basically carried the notebook everywhere with her, and she would be writing down, like, word for word what was being said. Nothing that was for studious purposes. It was basically to have, like, documentation.
Her then instructor told me over the phone about his interaction with Kessler.
She was reserved, kept to herself, did not associate much with anybody.
Didn't associate or want to take part in learning any hairstyle techniques or experiment like most at beauty school.
She wouldn't let anyone touch her hair. When I told her that she needed to learn certain things, she told me that she was only there, even though it was a cosmetology school, that she was only there to learn how to barber.
Then there's what the instructor calls...
So all she wanted was access to the men or anybody who would want a barber style haircut, like a boy haircut. So that's interesting to know that she, in fact, later on in the case, we'll also find out other run-ins that she had with people, and they were mostly women. I have to say, she did have an issue with women in general, but we'll get to that when we get to it. I just wanted to point that out, that in beauty school, she was supposed to be learning how to cut hair, and then plus how to do short haircuts, very short haircuts, like for men. And she was not interested in learning how to cut hair, like long hair, at all. And then she has issues with women. So I'm in my mind, I'm kind of connecting the two things together as far as like how she carries herself with people. You know what I mean? Let's keep watching.
Odd behavior.
She went inside the actual lower cabinet and closed herself in, and when people asked her, like, what are you doing, she said she wanted to see if she would be able to fit in there.
Constantly writing.
Okay, so he just said that there was an incident where Kimberly Kessler, aka Jennifer Sybert, plus 18 other aliases that we'll look at later, actually opened up a cabinet there at the salon or the beauty school that they're at, and she placed herself in there, and she said because she wanted to see if she could fit. Now at this time I'm kind of guessing that she's kind of dropping clues everywhere she goes as far as like having all these different identities, and I'm thinking that maybe when she did that, she's like, oh, because she started telling people that she was hiding from an ex-boyfriend or an ex-husband like that, somebody that was stalking her, was going to try to hurt her. So she was probably, I'm just speculating, I wasn't there, but probably trying to groom her coworkers and the people around her into getting used to her having to like hide from this person that's trying to hurt her, when in reality she had a bunch of aliases because she had issues with the law. But again, we'll get to that when we get to it. Just wanted to say that.
In a notebook, keeping her head down, and even hiding in cabinets, though, is not the strangest or oddest memory.
I remember one girl said that she asked if she could keep...
Oh yeah, this was disgusting. Okay, so the text says, they're talking about Kimberly. It says, she once asked if she could peel the skin from my sunburn and keep it. Okay, that's fucking weird. Who does that? You're gonna go to the hair salon to get your hair cut, and the lady there is like, oh, you're all burnt from the beach or whatever. Is it okay if I could peel some of this and like hang on to it? Fuck that. In fact, now that I think about it, maybe she was trying to collect DNA evidence for a future crime. She's just like, yeah, I'm weird. I'm just gonna take some of your DNA sample. Let me just take that from you. You don't need it. Save it, commit her crime, and then leave all these little sunburn pieces to try to make it look like it was somebody else. What do y'all think? I'm thinking at this point she's already like knowing that she's gonna probably take a life, or shit's gonna get crazy with all these aliases that she has. The heat's gonna get too much, and she's gonna have to do some crazy shit to get out of whatever situation she's in. But that is really weird to be asking somebody for their sunburned skin. That's way out there and creepy.
Some of her sunburned skin that was peeling off.
Things got so bad, her instructor stopped working with her, and says curious coworkers even tried to look up her background back in 2014, but couldn't find much online then either.
It was always this...
See, even her coworkers back then were suspecting that she wasn't who she was saying she was. Because who acts that crazy and is just completely comfortable representing themselves that way? But somebody that probably has all these different aliases and IDs for each one and fake government records for each one, that's crazy. I don't know about you all, but I thought that was crazy. Anyways, let's keep watching.
Interesting thing where we didn't really know much about her, and she was always kept to herself, and her mission was to get through school.
In Nassau County, Nick Perot, First Coast News, on your side.
That doesn't surprise me, that she used to keep to herself and she just wanted to get school over with. Yeah, she liked to move around quite a bit with all of her identities with her. Alright, so let's go ahead and take a look at the next clip. This is going to be more interviews with the co-workers, so they're going to have their opinion. These are going to be different co-workers. These are going to be the workers from Tangles, which was the last place that she worked where she knew the victim, Joleen Cummings. So this next clip is called Suspect Showed Strange Behavior. And this was posted May 23rd, 2018, and is courtesy of News4Jax.
Live from the local station, News4Jax starts now.
I'm not scared of many people, but she was definitely just so, you know.
He said, I'm not that scared of people, but she was controlling. Is that what he said? Hold on, let's hear that again. That music was pretty wild. It's really loud. They really need to chill with that news music. Alright. Hold on.
I'm not scared of many people, but she was definitely just so, you know, angry and explosive, just with the slightest things.
Speaking out about the only suspect who may know where a missing Nassau County mother may be. Co-workers describing the strange and disturbing behaviors of Jennifer Sybert. Sybert is the last person to have seen 34-year-old Joleen Cummings alive.
11 days.
So here they're still calling her Jennifer Sybert. I don't know if, I can't recall if they had already found out that her real name was Kimberly Kessler. I think they did mention that she had some fake documentation. So, or, you know, maybe they got their wires crossed and they don't have that information yet, but I just find it interesting at this point that they're still calling her Jennifer Sybert, because her real name is Kimberly Kessler. At some point, we're going to just be calling her Kimberly Kessler once they start making it official that that is her actual name. But for now, she's still Jennifer Sybert, according to this.
After she disappeared, investigators say evidence leads them to believe that she's dead. But they're not giving up hope on bringing her home. Cummings and Sybert were working together at Tangles Hair Salon in Yulee the day she was last seen. The owner of the salon has released a statement tonight saying the world is full of evil, but many of us never expected to hit so close as this has. We have and will continue to pray for her family and for closure for them.
Sybert, whose real name is Kimberly Kessler, has lived a double life for years using a fake address.
Okay, so it's official. She's now Kimberly Kessler. Hey, Preach, how's it going? All right, let's continue watching.
Address, passport, and social security number, according to police. Kessler was actually reported missing in Pennsylvania back in 2004, never to be found. News for
Okay, so we're watching a case from 2018, and they just said that in 2004, Kimberly Kessler had been reported missing. So this adds more to the story as to why she had all these different aliases. They were looking for her, but as a missing person.
Jax reporter Corley Peel is live outside the Tangles Hair Salon with alarming recollections from former co-workers who say Sybert always seemed to be on the edge, like she was hiding something, Corley?
Tarek, they all seem to say the same thing about Jennifer Sybert. They say that she had a short temper and that she had very unusual behavior. You can see that loved ones have left a memorial here for Joleen Cummings. They're wondering what happened between the two inside the salon. As this client gets her hair cut by Jennifer Sybert at the Tangles Hair Salon, she didn't realize it would be the last time, and that Sybert would be named the suspect in her coworker Joleen Cummings' disappearance a week later.
They caught her on tape during the last haircut that she'll ever do ever again. And real quick, I just want to point out what she looks like in this situation, because in a few months, she's going to look very, very different. She's, by the way, at some point, they'll start also saying that she had a lot of wigs. So she definitely had disguises to go along with her identities. But so far, we're finding out that all these identities didn't have different personalities. They were all pretty consistent. She was cold, icy, she didn't like anybody touching her, she was not warm and friendly, she was described as strange behavior, odd, things like that. So to me, I don't see too much of like mental health issues happening. Just sounds like somebody that's running away from something. But let's keep watching.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to take... News4Jax has learned Sybert has worked at 4 different places in 6 months. Some of her former co-workers describe her as erratic and explosive.
I was very surprised to hear it, but only in the sense that, wow, you know, I mean, that's a horrible thing to hear, but I knew something was odd with her anyway, because she always seemed to be hiding from something when she was here. And she said it as an ex that she was being stalked by. So I just thought maybe that's why she came in and had her hair in wigs and was always like she was really watching her back and going by different names.
She just couldn't work with the clients. She would get angry at them. They, said she did something wrong, and we'd have to intervene. She didn't work well with any of the other stylists there.
News4Jax learned Sybert, whose real name is Kimberly Kessler, was reported missing in 2004. Her sister told our News4Jax I-team, quote, "I don't know what's going on. I feel like I don't even know her. She's basically a stranger to me."
No doubt fit, because I wouldn't put that past her whatsoever.
Alright, so real quick, we're going to take a look at these pictures, and this was taken after her arrest and presumably are signs of a struggle. She has something like a nail scratch right next to her eye, another scratch that's just going down like, what is that, her left eye, on her cheek. That's also going to be seen over here on this picture on the far left. And then right here in the middle, there looks to be something like a bite or maybe like a fingernail that just kind of dug in. And later on, there'll be other pictures, but you can tell that there were definitely signs of a struggle. She's innocent until proven guilty, but in my opinion at this time, I want to say that she did it.
Those with any information about Jolene's disappearance is urged to call the Nassau County Sheriff's Office. Reporting live from Nassau County, Corley Peel.
Oh, Natty said, what the hell is she smiling for? Really? She's crazy. I mean, and to be honest, I hate saying that because I feel like I'm helping them make their case that they're crazy. But she wasn't that crazy because she was very methodical about covering up her identity and how she moved around. She couldn't keep a job. That was the only thing that was kind of dumb, because that was bringing attention to herself, and eventually people were onto her that she had something to hide, and she did. She had a bunch of identities to hide, and who knows, at this point I'm surprised that I have not heard of another crime so much, there were incidents but nothing too crazy like murder. But I was expecting there to have been more murders. I was thinking like serial killer. This lady has all the signs. Hey Reef Wilson, how's it going? Yeah, but this woman had all the signs of a serial killer in the making. But I have not heard of anything like super crazy. But yeah, she's I don't know what to call it. I don't want to call her crazy psychotic because I don't want to help her with her defense. But she's wrong for this.
Ever.
Those with any information about Jolene's disappearance is urged to call the Nassau County Sheriff's Office. Reporting live from Nassau County, Corley Peel, Channel 4, the local station.
And Corley Peel does the majority of the reporting for this case. And by the way, most of the clips that we're going to look at are from 3 stations, because this happened in Florida. So we're looking at First Coast News, News for Jax, and then there's another one. It is, give me 1 second. Oh, Daily Mail also contributed to today's live stream, and Action News, Jax, CBS 47, and Fox 30. So the information just came from a few sources, not like usually where it's like nationwide news and a bunch of places are covering it. So this was a very local story, so I wouldn't be surprised if not too many people had heard of it, but it's just crazy because how she acts in jail. You would have thought that just that in itself would have landed her a spot on like the nightly news on NBC or whatever, and I don't think it ever did. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue with the playlist. The next video is going to cover Kimberly Kessler's timeline. Yes, it's called Timeline of Kimberly Kessler, and it's courtesy of First Coast News.
Tonight.
Oops, my bad.
Tonight we're...
Sorry, sir. I do want to point out that this was published May 24th, 2018. Alright, sir, you can go ahead and talk.
Tonight, we're following new developments in the disappearance of Nassau County woman Joleen Cummings. An arrest, we know, has now been made. Now authorities are trying to track down exactly where Kimberly Kessler was in the previous months. They say that she's been living a double life. First Coast News reporter Honey Rodriguez with the latest tonight.
50-year-old Kimberly Kessler disappeared from Butler, Pennsylvania in 2004. 8 years later, her mother reported her missing to Pennsylvania State Police.
Alright, so this clip is going to have a lot of information, and it does go by pretty quickly. I noticed that when I made notes. So, we just heard that her mom did not report her missing until 8 years after she went missing. That should just make you stop and think, like, okay, what kind of relationship did they have? Where somebody goes missing for 8 years and the mom doesn't think to tell anybody or report her missing, what's going on, until 8 years later. So that in itself is something to think about. Let's continue watching, get more information.
In 2013, Kessler made her way to the First Coast using a fake name and a fake social security number.
When they say First Coast, they mean Florida, just for anybody, you know, that doesn't know.
Kessler went by Jennifer Sybert, which according to an online database matches the name of a woman buried in the same area she disappeared from.
So this is something that I also learned during my research on this case, is that Kimberly Kessler would get her aliases off of gravestones. Think about that.
Also found her cosmetology license under the same name, Sybert. She used it to get several jobs. We confirmed she worked at Tony and Guy Hairdressing Academy in Jacksonville from September to April of 2014. Sometime later, she started working at Sports Clips in Jacksonville and then Great Clips in Yulee. In 2017, she worked at another Great Clips in St. Johns County. According to the owner at Woody's Barbecue in Fernandina Beach, she started working at the restaurant in March of this year and quit after 2 weeks on the job. Around the same time, she was reportedly working at Tangle's Hair Salon, also in Fernandina Beach, until earlier this month. During her time in Jacksonville, police discovered Kessler's fake identity, and she was wanted by police on grand theft auto charges. Well, last week, the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office arrested her, and she was booked into the Nassau County Jail May.
Now, the reason that she was wanted for grand theft auto charges is because she was seen in a surveillance video in Joleen Cummings' SUV. She was dropping it off at a Home Depot. Now, she obviously didn't have permission to have her car, so whoever was able to do the say-so, it says that's theft because she was not supposed to be driving her car around, especially moving it around. So with that, they had her locked up. But I don't think at this point they had her for murder of Joleen Cummings at this point.
May 19th, and on Tuesday, she was named a suspect in her co-worker's disappearance, 34-year-old Joleen Cummings. Surveillance video showed Kessler dumping Cummings' Ford Expedition at a nearby Home Depot the same day she went missing. Now there's a growing memorial for the woman police believe to be dead. The hair salon remains closed, and the owners released this statement saying in part, quote, "Jolene was like a daughter to us, and we are heartbroken over this. We ask that everyone would respect the privacy of her family and of our family during this time."
That was Honey Rodriguez with that new information for us. Now to our...
Okay, so now let's go ahead and continue. And the next clip is called "There's a Reason They're Trying to Hide." An expert analyzes why Kim Kessler had so many fake names. So this is an expert talking as to why Kimberly Kessler would have a bunch of names. I'll go ahead and play it, but looking back on it, I don't think too many of her hypothesis, like her guesses as to why Kimberly would have done that applied. But let's watch it together, and I'll do commentary now that I've studied this case so much that I feel like I know it pretty well by now. I literally went through this playlist like twice. Alright, so let's watch.
Now to our other big story tonight. It has been 20 days since Joleen Cummings went missing. The Hilliard mother of three was last seen on May 12th, Mother's Day, at Tangle's Hair Salon where she worked. Well, the day before Mother's Day, another employee at the same salon, Kimberly Kessler, is the only suspect in Cummings' disappearance. So, we know Kessler had been operating under a fake name, but today we learned that that's not only the identity she's used in years past. In fact, she had a lot. Detectives say she used about 18 aliases, and she had lived in nearly 36 cities in 14 states.
So these are all of the places that she used different aliases. She went far, not to California, but almost. Oops. She was in Texas twice, all over the place in Florida, and these other states. I should have studied geography better, but I didn't. Yeah. So yeah, several places. Alright, let's continue.
Since 1996. First Coast News reporter Nick Breaux joins us now with more on this bizarre story. Nick.
Well, Anthony, Kim Kessler had been using the name Jennifer Sybert, but that's just one of many names. So I talked to a former FBI special agent to take a closer look at what this could mean, what lies behind those names.
There's a reason that they are trying to hide who they actually are. What exactly did they do? Were they involved in other crimes?
Former FBI Assistant Special in Charge for Jacksonville, Tony Kravitz, says the first unknown is why someone would use so many aliases.
Alright, let's take a look at that list again. I don't know if that's gonna go away. It should. Come on. Alright, well, number one, the first name is Kimberly Kessler. That's her real name. Number two says Christina Melissa Brooke, also spelled middle name Melissa, like M-A instead of M-E. Third name is Christina Young. Fourth name is Pamela Kleber. Fifth name is Melissa McKernan. 6th name is Melissa Losey. 7th name is Jennifer Marie Sybert. 8th name is Mia Stone. 9th name is Jen Lee Sybert Allen. 10th name is Jennifer Sebring. 11th name is Jennifer Marie Allen. 12th name is Marie Sybert Stone. 13th name is Krista Brooks. 14th name is Pam Cleaver. 15th name is Pamela Cleaver, which is spelled differently from the 14th name. 16th name is Pamela Jean Cleaver. 17th name is Jen Seaver Allen, and 18 is Jennifer Sebring. That's crazy. I don't even think that I'd be able to remember all of these names and keep them like straight. She probably would hope never to see somebody just around and be like, what name did I use when I knew you? Because I can't remember. Was it Chris, me, Jen, Melissa? Was that it? I'm sure that never happened, but that's what I would be afraid of, really. It also says places Kimberly Kessler has lived. Let's see if it goes that far down. It did, and then it just kind of flashed away. Hold on. It says Butler, Pennsylvania, and Boca Raton, Florida. Alright, let's keep watching the clip.
So this person has either been involved in other crimes, where they've stolen actual papers of someone else, they have corrupted someone within a system somewhere, or they have been able to talk their way around having to provide the necessary documentation to obtain these different aliases.
In this case, with Kessler using over a dozen names and living in multiple locations, Kravitz says investigators will be looking to see if any of those other names link up to other crimes similar to the disappearance of Jolene Cummings.
You have the ID fraud with that number of aliases means that somebody has been doing this for a while. And the questions that come to mind for me, where have they been? What have they been doing? When were they there? And really trying to link all of these aliases together.
Speaking specifically to this case, former FBI special agent expects to see a lot more storylines unfold than just the disappearance with someone using so many fake names.
Well, people, including myself, want to know more details. They have to, and they're going to be very tight-lipped on this.
Now, Nassau County and Sheriff Bill Leeper have yet to release the information that they believe why Jolene Cummings is not alive. But Sheriff Bill Leeper did say today in the press conference that once the evidence comes out, the community will be shocked. Reporting in the newsroom, Nick Perot, First Coast News.
Alright, so let me just see where we're at on my notes. I don't want to miss anything. Alright, so up until this point, it's been 20 days since Jolene Cummings went missing. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue. Alright, so I made a note here. It says on June 7th, 2018, Kimberly Kessler was due in court with the auto theft charges. And I grabbed that from a news article, so I can go ahead and grab that real quick. Because I did get some information from news articles, not just YouTube. And I do want to give credit. So I'll go ahead and put the link in the chat, and this is where I got the previous information from. So anybody who wants to look at that article can do so. And the notes are: Kimberly Kessler enters not guilty plea to a charge of grand theft auto. And then also note, there was another one. Okay, so then there was another article, and that's going to be, let me go ahead and just add the source for that. This is the second source for the information that I'm about to give you. Copy and paste. Alright, so from that article we found that Kimberly Kessler is 43 years old. Her bond remains at $500K on grand theft auto charges. Okay, so let's go ahead and continue. The next clip is called Woman in Jolene Cummings Case Goes on Hunger Strike, and this was posted June 12th, 2018, and is courtesy of First Coast News. It's a really quick clip. So this is going to be the first time that she goes on a hunger strike while arrested.
Breaking news tonight involving the woman behind bars in connection to the disappearance of a Nassau County mother. Kimberly Kessler has been moved now from Nassau County to the Duval County Jail because she has not eaten since around June 1st. She said she would eat if transported elsewhere. Jolene Cummings has been missing since the day before Mother's Day.
Now covering Nassau.
All right, so the next clip is called Kimberly Kessler transferred to Duval County Jail after hunger strike. And it's courtesy of News4Jax, and this was posted June 13, 2018.
Covering Nassau County, another bizarre turn in the search for missing mother Joleen Cummings. Cummings' friends are making new efforts to find her thanks to social media.
They've been posting meeting times and locations to do searches, doing it on Facebook, actually. Cummings' mother posted that she's not taking part in the search, but she prays and hopes her daughter is found. News4Jax learned that the prime suspect in her disappearance, Kimberly Kessler, was living under the name Jennifer Sybert, is now in the Duval County Jail.
This is the bizarre twist to this, by the way. She was moved after refusing to eat for more than a week at the Nassau County Jail. She was arrested last month and charged with grand theft auto after deputies say she was caught on surveillance video getting out of Cummings' SUV just after she disappeared. News4Jax reporter Ashley Harding is joining us live from outside the Duval County Jail this morning. Ashley, the Nassau County Sheriff says Kessler has told them that she would end her hunger strike if she was moved to a different jail.
Yes, Jen, that's what Sheriff Bill Leeper is telling us. And according to jail records, Kessler was booked into the Duval County Jail 2 days ago, 9 days after this hunger strike began. As the search continues for a missing mother and local hairstylist Joleen Cummings, the case against the woman at the center of her disappearance takes yet another strange turn. Kimberly Kessler, the woman said to have had 33 different addresses and 17 aliases over the course of 22 years, is now in the Duval County Jail. And according to Sheriff Bill Leeper, that is the reason why she was refusing to eat while inside the Nassau County Jail. He says it began after Kessler read a story about herself outlining her troubled past, going on to say she had refused to eat since June 2nd and would only resume if she was allowed to switch jails. And as we've reported, Kessler herself was reported missing in the early 2000s. Kessler's pleaded not guilty to stealing Joleen Cummings' car. As the details of her double life continue to unravel, a community still hopes and prays for Jolene. And while Kessler has not been charged directly in Joleen Cummings' disappearance, Sheriff Leeper has indicated that more charges could soon be coming. Now, she's still being held on $500,000 bond for that grand theft auto charge. She's due back in a Nassau County court in just about 2 weeks.
All right, so this is the point where Kimberly Kessler is starting to try to manipulate the situation by basically harming herself by not eating. So she's trying to make deals saying, I'm not going to eat until you move me to this jail for whatever reason she had in her head. She didn't want to be there, so she decided to stop eating. And this is the first time that she goes on a hunger strike. She doesn't take this one too far, but the second time around it gets scary looking. But we'll get to that when we get to it. We're barely on video 9 out of 78, so we'll get there. Alright, so let me go ahead and read off the next clip. It's called Kimberly Kessler's Hunger Strike and the Current State of Joleen Cummings' Investigation. That's going to be courtesy of First Coast News. And this was posted June 13, 2018.
And first at 6, there are questions surrounding Kimberly Kessler's transfer from the Nassau County Jail to Duval County Jail. Kessler was arrested May 17th, just days after Joleen Cummings went missing. Police named her a suspect in the case after surveillance video showed her parking Cummings' SUV at a Home Depot in Yulee.
And Kessler went on a hunger strike in the Nassau County Jail and told deputies she would only eat if she's transferred to another jail. Kessler was moved to the Duval County Jail on Monday night.
First Coast News reporter Hani Rodriguez spoke with a criminal justice expert about Kessler's possible motive. So, is there any, Hani?
Anthony, I spoke with criminologist Catherine Chadane, who told me this is pretty much unheard of and very unusual for just one inmate to go on a hunger strike.
This is very personal. It's not a typical
hunger strike I've ever heard of.
Catherine Shadane, a criminal justice professor at UNF, says in her 30 years of experience, a hunger strike is usually organized by a group of inmates, typically for political reasons. She believes Kimberly Kessler has a motive.
Because she wants out. She wants out of there. That's her motive. She's not comfortable. And I think that would be it. She just would feel safer probably in another location, maybe not as bothered by being in the same city where all this is taking place.
Kessler was named a suspect in the disappearance of her co-worker, Joleen Cummings, after surveillance video showed her dumping Cummings' SUV at a Home Depot. She was booked into the Nassau County Jail a month ago. On Monday night, the Nassau County Sheriff's Office transferred Kessler to the Duval County Jail because she has not eaten for more than a week.
But they certainly don't want an inmate that they have to force feed on their hands. That would be too extreme.
According to the Sheriff's Office, she told investigators she would eat if she was transferred somewhere else. Shadane believes it was the right move.
If they can make her more cooperative, and by moving her, I think that makes sense.
Now, this is just Shadane's opinion. I did reach out to Sheriff Leeper with the Nassau County Sheriff's Office, but he could not comment any further on the case. This is an ongoing investigation, and we will be sure to bring you the latest updates once we have more. For now, reporting live downtown, I'm Honey Rodriguez, First Coast News, on your side. Our sister...
I thought her name was Honey. But okay. So this next video that we're going to look at is going to be based on an interview that was taken of Kimberly Kessler's mom. There are going to be some times when I'm going to need to pause it and explain some things because it's a very short clip and they kind of just try to rush everything in there real fast. So let me go ahead and tell you first that it is called Mother of Suspect in Joleen Cummings' Disappearance Speaks Out, and it's courtesy of First Coast News and was posted July 7th, 2018. And remember, Jolene went missing May 13th, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, May 13th. So it's been a couple of months since then. Let's go ahead and watch this clip.
Station in Pittsburgh spoke exclusively with Connie Kessler. She says she hasn't seen her daughter since about 2004, but she says that Kimberly is a very sweet person and that her nomadic lifestyle was the result of a heartbreak. First Coast News' Jeff Allen has more this morning.
What's the word? Precocious? Very precocious.
Now remember, this is the mom that waited 8 years to report her daughter missing. So think about that while you listen to what she has to say.
And courageous.
Connie Kessler recalls her daughter Kimberly's personality.
Her sense of humor. She has a fantastic sense of humor.
But even she has to stretch her memory back a long time.
I heard from her in 2004.
About the time, she says, after her daughter had had a baby boy, Evan.
He had told her that Evan had died.
Okay, so she says he had told her that Evan had died. I want to say, and I'm not 100% on this, but I'm pretty sure that she's talking about the baby's father. So Kimberly Kessler had a son at some point. At some point, she lost custody of him for whatever reason. And it looks like her mom is saying that Kimberly told her that he, which I think is the baby's father, had told Kimberly that the baby had died. But Kimberly did not believe that the baby had died, and it was sometime after this that she started changing her identity and moving around. According to her, she is trying to find her son that she lost custody of, in my opinion, or my speculation. Alright, let's continue.
I wanted to know where he might be buried.
One of two relationships Connie says were abusive, setting the stage for a nomadic life and many aliases.
She was afraid of the father, and she felt, I guess, that in order to go and find him, she would have to do it anonymously.
Connie, who had spoken with Kimberly 3 times Friday, didn't talk much about her daughter's suspected involvement in the disappearance and possible death of hair salon co-worker Joleen Cummings.
I don't trust the investigation.
She did talk of her grandson, who she thinks is alive, wherever he might be.
He missed out on a wonderful, courageous human being. I hope he somehow gets the chance to experience that at some point.
aching for their shared loss and for what she won't give up.
Wherever her journey led her to this point, I can't judge that. I won't judge that. You know, I'll be there till the end, whatever happens.
I feel like she's just not being honest with herself about what's happening and why it's happening. Adults can't tell other adults what to do. That's clear. But I kind of wonder why it is that they were not as close. I mean, I can't get over that she waited 8 years to report her missing. Just out of the blue one day, she just decided to go ahead and report her missing. What was going on before that? It's just very bizarre. This case is very bizarre. Let's go ahead and keep watching. But I feel like she's just not really being true to herself as to what happened and why. I think that maybe deep down inside she feels that Jolene is capable, not Jolene, I'm sorry, that's the victim's name, but that Kimberly Kessler is capable of hurting someone. But she's not going to say at this point because she's taking up for her daughter that she hadn't seen in a really long time and didn't report her missing until 8 years later. But let's keep watching.
That was Jeff Allen reporting, and to see that full interview, you can head to firstcoastnews.com. Kimberly Kessler's next court date is set for July 19th, but that's for a charge of grand theft auto. She hasn't been charged in the disappearance and possible death of Jolene Cummings. The state attorney's office says it's possible Kessler can be charged with more even if a body isn't found.
But we begin.
Okay, so this next clip is going to take place in Georgia because surveillance has been released at this time, and they have Kimberly Kessler on surveillance video with some bags of something. It looks heavy. My guess, by the way it looked, maybe some like very soaked towels, if you can imagine that, because she's kind of a big lady at this point, and she has this bag and she just kind of lugs it over and just throws it over into the dumpster, and it just looked really heavy. So they're looking for that bag, and I guess they tracked where that dumpster dumped the items, and now they're going through the said items to try to locate this bag and any other evidence that could link Kimberly Kessler to the murder of, well, what people perceive to be the murder of, because at this point still Jolene, even now, this case started in 2018, even now to this point they still have not been able to find Jolene Cummings' body. But in this clip they're at a landfill looking for evidence. This is called Exclusive Ex-Partner of Suspect in Jolene Cummings Case Says Lies Began Decades Ago. And this is going to be courtesy of First Coast News and was posted July 9th, 2018.
And tonight with new information about the suspect in Jolene Cummings' disappearance. This as investigators continue to search this landfill in southeast Georgia looking for evidence.
So right now they're looking for clues that may help them solve the mystery of what happened to the missing Nassau County mother. She vanished from Yulee right before Mother's Day.
First Coast News' Nick Perot was at the landfill today. He joins us live now with more on what we're learning about that search and the only suspect named in the case. Nick?
Anthony, this still remains the focus. A plastic shopping bag. Authorities say Kimberly Kessler was last seen throwing a bag and a small trash can into a dumpster that they believe is in this landfill, and say progress is being made.
This is not a place I ever thought that we could find evidence or even fear that my daughter could be.
3 days of 12-hour shifts in the heat.
We're going through that layer by layer, trying to find something that can give us some clues on the disappearance of Jolene Cummings.
So far, crews have narrowed the search down from the original pile of debris that was about the size of a football field.
I do think that we are in the right vicinity of where we need to be.
A can about so high, about like that. Just dump the contents into this.
The focus still remains on finding a white plastic shopping bag and a small trash can that authorities say Kimberly Kessler was seen on surveillance video throwing into a dumpster that they believe is in this landfill.
It's our only suspect, is Kimberly Kessler.
So far, Sheriff Leeper says Kessler's continuing to stay quiet. We are learning more about the sole suspect's past. First Coast News digital reporter Destiny Johnson did get in touch with Tim Edwards, who dated and had a child with Kessler in 1998, who he knew as Melissa McKernan. Edwards did not want to go on camera, but when asked if Kessler was...
Okay, so the man that they're talking about right now is the father of the baby that Kimberly Kessler alleges was told had passed away. So now we have the father saying for himself what happened. Because her story didn't make sense to begin with, but they'll explain that away here in a second.
Was known to be a violent person. He said she had a temper. Edwards said after her son was taken away from her in 1999, she went into social services with a handgun and tried unsuccessfully to get him back. That's the last time he talked to her.
Okay, so she had her rights taken away to be with her son, and she responded by showing up to the social services place with a handgun, demanding to see her son. She was arrested after that. I don't think she ever got to see her son after that. But why is her mom saying then that they were told that the baby had passed away? And here in a minute you'll see how the dates don't match up with the story that the mom and Kimberly Kessler are saying and what the father of the child is saying.
Kessler, he said, was arrested, then skipped town after that. Edwards was eventually awarded custody, and the son is now a healthy 20-year-old. He now hopes Jolene's family will soon get the answers they've been searching for.
We all miss Jolene so much, and we need closure.
So her son is 20 years old at this point. I want to say this is still 2018, so 2019, 2020, 21, he's like 22, 23 now. I kind of wonder what would happen if he tried talking to her. Maybe out of everybody, he would be the one to find out. Maybe she would tell him. I'm just saying. I'm not at all obligating somebody to go through a traumatic event like that, but I'm just wondering. Let's keep watching.
Now, First Coast News has requested a police report from the incident where Edwards says Kessler showed up to social services with a handgun from a policing entity. Now, due to the age of the report, it's unclear if it will be supplied. Search crews will be back out in the morning continuing to scan the landfill for evidence.
At some point, you're also going to notice, or I did anyways, that they use the word evidence a lot. Since I guess they couldn't locate Joleen Cummings' body, they've really had to emphasize that what they did have was a lot of evidence. And if I didn't have so much respect for the case, I would probably even do like a countdown or something like that of how many times they use the word evidence and then competency. I guess from researching this case, I was just starting to notice some consistencies, and those two words appeared a lot. Alright, let's continue. So this is going to be more information regarding the Georgia landfill search and more about Kimberly Kessler's past, her aliases. Okay, and this is where they clear up the situation with the baby that she tried to take at gunpoint from the Child Protective Services place. Alright, so this next clip is called Ex-Partner of Suspect in Missing Nassau County Woman's Case Speaks Out, and is courtesy of First Coast News. And this was posted July 10th, 2018. Let's watch.
And right now, deputies in Nassau County and the FBI are scouring trash in an area the size of a football field. They're trying to find a plastic bag that Kimberly Kessler threw out. They caught the act on surveillance video, they say. They're hoping to find any evidence of the whereabouts of Joleen Cummings. The mother of two disappeared around Mother's Day and has not been seen since. Kessler is the only suspect connected to her disappearance and possible death. Tonight, we are taking a closer look into who Kimberly Kessler is. Kessler used 18 different aliases in 33 cities in the last 14 years since she disappeared from Pennsylvania. Our investigative team has uncovered old police reports from Rochester, Minnesota, where she lived as Jennifer Sybert for some time in 2015 and 2016. These reports outline a number of complaints. The first one describes an altercation with another woman at a woman's shelter. Kessler.
Okay, so this is what I was talking about earlier, that we're able to dig into her past and find out any incidences that her aliases might have been involved in, any legal situations she might have been in. And you'll notice that a lot of her issues are with women. Watch.
Number of complaints. The first one describes an altercation with another woman at a woman's shelter. Kessler accused her of stealing her things. The other woman said the same thing. Police checked surveillance and concluded that nothing was stolen, and that case was closed. Another 2 reports make mention of her landlord. Kessler accused him of harassment, saying he broke into her home and urinated on her bed. Also that he might
the landlord was a man.
Be opening her door after she had locked it. The landlord eventually asked her to move out early. Officers noted in the report that Kessler could have possible psych issues.
I know who she is, who she really is. I don't, no matter.
So that was Kimberly Kessler's mother, Connie Kessler, speaking out about her in an interview that really has made many claims about her daughter, creating definitely more questions than answers. And I'm joined now with digital reporter Destiny Johnson. And Destiny, I know you've been digging deeper into this case, and you had the chance to get an exclusive interview with Kessler's ex-boyfriend, the father of her child. We've known her by Kimberly Kessler, Jennifer Sybert, but this man knew her by not only another different name, but 2 different aliases.
Yeah, absolutely. So when her son was born in 1998, she signed the birth certificate under Christina Brooks, but he knew her by Miranda McKernan. And he said that she said she was using these fake names to stay away from her family. And she was telling the family she was using these fake names to stay away from the father of her child. So the mother's report, she says in 2004, she started using these fake aliases. And, you know, you've got the mother or the father of the child instead saying that this began 20 years ago. And she's been using these aliases for a long time. So it makes it really difficult to try and, like, hammer down what her past would be.
And let's listen to what her mom said.
When this started, it had to do with her son. He was 15 months old when she thought that he died. But
now, that doesn't exactly add up.
Right. So Edwards, the father of Kimberly Kessler's son, says that in 2004, their son was 6 years old. So he wasn't 15 months old. He also says that...
That's a big difference. So Kimberly Kessler and her mom are saying that in that year, the little boy was 15 months old, when in fact he was 6 months old. But when he was 15 months old, that's when the incident happened at the Child Protective Service office, and with the incident with the handgun. So let's continue watching.
When he was 15 months old, Social Security took the child from Kimberly Kessler. He alleges that she showed up and tried to get him back with a handgun, and at that point she was arrested and she fled town, and he hasn't seen or heard from her since. They didn't even know her real name until the FBI came knocking on their door right after Jolene Cummings went missing.
I mean, there are so many questions, so many twists and turns to this saga as it unfolds. What does he think about now?
So that would mean then that Kimberly Kessler was already using aliases when she met her baby daddy, if you think about it. Because they're saying that the whole situation with her son going missing and not being able to get him back is what triggered the aliases, but she already had aliases going on.
Being in the spotlight because of this woman he hasn't seen for years.
You know, he expressed to me that they've lived their entire life Kessler free, and that's how they intend to keep it. They don't want to be in the spotlight. They want the spotlight to be on the Cummings family because they're mourning right now, and there's not a lot of resolution from them.
And how did you get him to speak to you? Because I know a lot of people have been trying to talk to him, and he's not wanted the attention.
No, he's not interested in talking to the media. He messaged us when we posted this interview with Kimberly Kessler's mother, and was upset, understandably upset. And he said, you know, this isn't true, and I have the truth. And he didn't want to talk at all. And I was like, please, like, I'm working on the story, and I care about what you have to say.
Wow. So it is a very interesting interview. You wrote an excellent article. You can see that article on firstcoastnews.com, as well as other details from Kimberly Kessler's past. But a lot of twists and turns at the story. I know you're going to stay on top of, First Coast News is going to stay on top of, as the FBI and local authorities continue to search that landfill in Georgia, looking for any evidence in the disappearance of Jolene Cummings.
All right, so that went ahead and played. All right, so let's go ahead and continue on. We're on video number 13 out of 78, so we're moving along. This one's called Searchers Find Items of Interest in the Jolene Cummings case, and this is going to be posted, this was posted July 13th, 2018, and this is courtesy of News4Jax, and this is in relation to the search at the Georgia landfill. So it looks like they had found some items of interest for the case.
In less than 2 hours from now, at 7 o'clock, the painstaking search of the Kessler Island landfill in South Georgia for evidence in the disappearance of Jolene Cummings will come to an end. These are new photos of the search just given to us by the FBI and the Nassau County Sheriff's Office. They announced this afternoon that they did find what they describe as a few items of interest. They will be sent to a lab for analysis. News4Jax reporter Elizabeth Campbell was there as the two agencies gave an update. She's joining us now live from the closed Tangles Hair Salon, where Cummings was last seen about 2 months ago. Elizabeth?
And we've been here several times in the last couple of months, so it was a bit sad to see when we drove up today, no longer a Tangle sign on the outside of this salon. It was here on Monday, so it came down sometime this week. And this salon is the last place Jolene was seen. And today, Sheriff Leeper reiterated that Kimberly Kessler is the only person who knows where Jolene is. A tough 7 days for the more than 200 investigators from the FBI and Nassau County Sheriff's Office who combed through millions of pounds of trash this week at a Charlton County landfill, hoping to find any sign of Jolene Cummings. Nassau County Sheriff Bill Leeper says items of interest may not turn up anything, but they want to at least try.
I do know that there's one person who knows where Jolene is. And that person is in the Duval County Jail, and she's not talking. So we're doing everything we can do to make sure the family knows that we've done everything that to hopefully to bring resolution in this case.
The FBI says the investigators were working in temperatures that felt like 116 degrees. There were several minor heat-related injuries, but they were taken care of by medical staff on site. Jolene's mom, Ann Johnson, has been at every update, including today's. She thanks law enforcement and the community.
The many support that I have received from the community is so humbling, and you're making it happen. I want answers. I want answers more than anybody else wants answers. And I feel confident that we'll have those answers soon enough.
Jolene's mom asked a favor of everyone to say a prayer tonight at 7 for Jolene to be found and for justice to be served. Sheriff Leeper says despite the outcome of those lab results, the investigation will continue, and they will continue to work to build a strong case against Kimberly Kessler. Coming up at 6 o'clock, another report including information on how many millions of pounds of trash investigators went through this week, and it's actually many more than they originally expected.
Well, we're probably going to pass on that information. I'm pretty sure it was a ton of trash they had to go through. They were out there having heat stroke and shit, trying to make it, but I mean, I do appreciate their hard work, because that looked terrible. I mean, as hot as it seemed like it was, and then those suits looked really hardcore, so I mean, thank you to them for their contribution, but I don't think we need to know how much trash they went through, so we'll skip on that information.
Reporting live from Nassau County, Elizabeth Campbell, Channel 4, the local station.
Elizabeth, did Sheriff Leeper indicate today why he is so sure that Kessler knows where Cummings is?
Okay, so I want to say that at this point on, they start using the word evidence a lot. If you're watching and if you're not doing anything, maybe this might help pass the time. Maybe have something like a running count of all the times that they say evidence, because it's gonna get crazy. I want to say that even like if she says it right now, she emphasizes the word evidence. Like they keep saying it over and over, like they just really want us to know that they've got like all of this evidence. And though they will show it, but it's just crazy to me how many times and like how emphatically they say evidence. We have all this evidence. Just watch.
That exact question was asked, and he says because they have a lot of evidence, they even have forensic evidence that he says specifically links Kessler to knowing where Jolene is, and they say he says he is confident she is the only person. The sheriff also said today, as he has said many times before, that this case is shocking to him. He thinks that once the community learns more details, the community of Nassau County is going to be shocked, and he says that he hopes those details can be released soon.
Elizabeth Campbell reporting live from Yulee.
All right, so that was posted July 13th. And in the next clip, Nassau County Sheriff announces murder charges. And that was September 7th. So some time had passed between the last video and this next one. So this is called Video Nassau County Sheriff announcing murder charges against woman suspected of killing Joleen Cummings, and it's courtesy of First Coast News. And again, this was posted September 7th, 2018. Let's take a look.
Parents of Joleen Cummings, who hasn't been seen or heard from since May 12, 2018, when she worked at Tangle's Hair Salon and was supposed to get off work around 5 p.m. A grand jury was convened.
That's not me, that's the video. Sorry about that.
As a result of that hearing, we are announcing the additional charge and arrest of Kimberly Kessler, also known as Jennifer Sybert, for the first-degree premeditated murder of Joleen Rebecca Jensen Cummings. As you recall, Kessler, who also worked at Tangle's Hair Salon, was the last person to see her. She was arrested for grand theft auto after video surveillance showed her parking Jolene's vehicle in the Home Depot parking lot in the early morning hours of May 13th, and she is currently still in the Duval County Jail. She will have no bond on this new charge. Investigators from NCSO, the FBI, FDLE, and the State Attorney's Office worked tirelessly gathering critical evidence that enabled this indictment to be reached. But for their hard work, we may not be here today. They conducted hundreds of interviews, gathered a lot of physical and forensic evidence, searched through hours and hours of video surveillance, and also searched cell phone records. They interviewed several customers who went to Tangle's on the last day Joleen was seen, and interviewed witnesses who saw Kessler on that day and the several days after, until she was located and arrested at the rest area in St. Johns County on the night of May 16th. They also interviewed Kessler's former boyfriends and family members in order to get a picture of who she is. As I have stated before, she had gone by several aliases, living in numerous different cities in 14 different states. I'm not sure what she was hiding from.
The next video we're going to look at is actually going to be the extended video of what they're showing on the top right over here. What they'll do is they will combine the surveillance video with an interview of, I'm guessing, this guy. But this is at a gas station, and this occurred, I want to say, right after Kimberly Kessler had dropped the SUV off over at Home Depot. And then she ended up at this gas station and she asked for a taxi, and she alleged that she was having some issues with some imaginary person, because we know that's not what was going on. And at this point, you could already see that she had the scratches on her face, but we'll get to that after this video.
But this time she came to the wrong county and she messed with the wrong people. And hopefully she will never have the opportunity to do anything like this again. We believe we have discovered overwhelming evidence that will convict Kessler of murder. However, finding Jolene's body will make it even more persuasive and also bring some sort of closure for her family. Kessler is the person who knows where Jolene is, and unfortunately she has not provided that information. But we will continue our efforts to search for Jolene wherever we have credible evidence, and our prayers are that she will be found. However, Jolene did leave behind plenty of evidence to assist law enforcement in solving her murder. All of this evidence will be produced in court, and I will not comment on any specifics at this time because
it's going in and out because of the video.
potential jurors. There's a lot of evidence that we have collected that has not been made public.
Sorry, but he just said that he didn't want to tell what all the evidence was because he didn't want to taint any potential jurors. That's what he said when I started talking. Sorry.
Potential jurors. There's a lot of evidence that we have collected that has not been made public yet.
Okay, he said evidence like at least 5 times already.
But will be eventually. And when it is, I believe people within our community will be shocked and surprised at what occurred. This is where I grew up. This is my community. We all hear about cold-hearted, evil people who conduct heinous crimes in other communities all across our state, our nation, and the world. You never want to think it will, but when something like this occurs in your community, especially to someone you know, it affects everyone. I want to thank our citizens who have shown their caring hearts and assisted Jolene's family during this tragic and difficult time. It is especially heartbreaking to know that Jolene's children will grow up without their mother.
Alright, so this video is courtesy of the Daily Mail and was posted September 9th, 2018. It's called Surveillance Video and Audio Related to the Joleen Cummings Murder. And this is what I had just described I think had taken place after whatever happened to Joleen happened, and Kimberly took her vehicle, dropped it off at Home Depot, and now she's at the gas station talking it up with the attendant there. And he is going to be interviewed, and that's going to be the audio for this video. This is not happening at the same time. They decided to combine the surveillance video along with audio of the interview.
Hey Casey, I'm Detective Rose with the Sheriff's Office.
Hello.
Hello. I needed to speak to you about someone that you had contact with the other night. You're not in trouble for nothing.
Oh,
okay.
I don't even know.
Can we sit down for a second?
Of course.
Okay. Let's see. So, you came in contact with, let's see. There was a female that came into the store the other night, right here,
Yes.
and y'all sat there and talked for a little bit on video.
Yeah, she had me call her a taxi.
She had you call her a taxi?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what your conversation was with her?
She said something about how she was out with a couple of friends drinking, and one of the friends' ex-boyfriends came around. There's been some kind of problem. She didn't go into detail for it much after that. And to be honest, I don't even know how she got to the store because she had me call her a taxi, and then, 10, 15 minutes later she was gone. The taxi came and picked her up, took her, she said somewhere to like a Plant Fitness that was around us.
All right. What else did she say about them being out earlier?
Nothing. She went into this really weird conversation about what meth does to your body. Literally, this is what most of our conversation was about.
What meth does to your body? Okay.
Yeah, it was really weird. All she said.
Okay, so then she decides to chop it up with the flight attendant about meth and what it does to your body. So I'm not sure if she's trying to establish some kind of story with that at this time, but I'm pretty sure they'll say, because that's everything that's going on right now is she's trying to cover up her tracks. She already dumped the SUV. Now she's talking it up with the gas station attendant, telling him something about what meth does to the body. Remember, she also wanted somebody's burnt skin. Somebody went into the salon earlier, if you weren't here to hear it, and somebody had a sunburn. I guess they were at the beach. It's Florida, so maybe they were at the beach or whatever. They go to the salon and probably just to get their hair done, and Kimberly, who at the time is Jennifer, says, give me some of your burnt skin. I'd like to keep some of that. So that's disgusting, but also it makes me wonder if she was trying to keep that as DNA for a future crime. Maybe she already knew at that point that she was gonna murder somebody at some time, and she had already been thinking about how she was going to try to get away with it. So just remember, whatever she's talking to the I keep wanting to say flight attendant, to the corner store attendant there, she's trying to establish some type of alibi or some type of story to cover up what she had just done, which is, in my opinion, she had already murdered Joleen Cummings at this point. She's innocent until proven guilty, but I believe that she did do it.
About what happened earlier that night was that they were out drinking. One of the girls, like one of her friends.
Okay, so this is what he's saying right now is the story that Kimberly Kessler says had just happened. So she's with friends, and then something about somebody's boyfriend came and started roughing people up, something like that. Let's listen. And if it's too low for you, I do apologize, but that's the highest it goes. Because I know that I'm having to put my volume all the way up for this video, but I can't fix that. I'm sorry. I hope it's good enough, and if not, you know, I'll try to describe what he's saying. If it does get hard to hear, let me know.
Okay. Yeah, it was really weird. All she said about what happened earlier that night was that they were out drinking. One of the girls, like one of her friends' ex, came around, and then, you know, it was just like bad from there. But she didn't give any details to me though.
What were they drinking?
And you can see too, she's wearing all black. She even looks like she's up to something.
I figured if she had walked to us though, they were probably over at the goat, most likely. And from the way I saw her come in from the store, she came from that way. I would hope she didn't walk all this island.
Is that right? What happened when the ex?
Like I said, she didn't talk about any of it to me. Nothing about what happened with her friends and the ex, just that something had happened that she didn't know that it was good. Just that something had happened and it wasn't good for what happened between the friends and the ex.
She didn't give you any.
Didn't give me names. Didn't give
her argument.
I figured there was an argument that Tasha made it sound like, but she didn't give me any details on it.
Did she say how many people were out together?
All she said was just her and a couple of friends.
How was she acting when you spoke to her?
Irritable. She had called the taxi company from my phone, and she was very irritable with the people on the phone. Not that the lady on the phone was being courteous either, but
yeah,
she was either irritated. She just like felt like the need to keep talking. She couldn't like not talk.
Okay, so he's describing the conversation that she had with the people at the taxi service, and it sounds like they were both arguing with each other, because he said that she was not being very courteous, but neither was whoever was on the other line or on the other side of that phone call.
Being courteous either, but yeah, she was either irritated.
And then he says that she's talking a lot, like she's having trouble not talking. So this is probably going to be her trying to distract herself from what she just did. So her brain is probably going really, really fast. Can't imagine or can't believe what she just did, which I think is she killed Joleen Cummings. And now she's having to deal with people who have no idea what just happened, and she's thinking of ways to try to cover up the situation for herself. And she's just talking and talking and talking, just hoping that she'll just talk away what she just did. It all makes sense.
Just like felt like the need to keep talking. She couldn't like not talk.
Is she acting different, or
I've never seen her before other than that. So how else was her demeanor? Tired. I mean, there wasn't really anything out there that I would say was off. marks on her? It looked like she had a red mark on her face. It wasn't like much, but it didn't look like someone had hit her. Maybe it grabbed her by the face and pushed her or something like that. But it didn't look like someone had hit her unless she doesn't so easily do that. She's really easily in the face. So.
Did it look old or fresh?
It looks fresh. It looked like it could have happened from that night or recently.
You said the red mark looked like someone had what?
Like someone had pushed it. It almost looked like like a finger mark, like someone had almost grabbed her face.
Alright, so he's calling it and describing the marks that Kimberly Kessler had on her face. She had a bunch of scratch marks, as we saw in her mugshots, and he's describing that they look like they had just happened.
Face pushed her out of the way or something, or someone had gripped her face. It's right there, on her cheekbone.
He's describing somebody that was gripping her face, so like this, whatever she was doing to her, she was fighting back with her hands.
Was it bleeding?
No, it was just red.
I want to say that I think after all this time researching this case, that's probably the first time I thought about what I think happened when I was doing the motions right now of what he was describing, that somebody was gripping her face. I was imagining Kimberly choking Jolene. Perhaps if they could ever find her body and do a proper autopsy, I feel like that's what happened. Just really sad. But we have to get to the bottom of why this happened and how could this have happened and what's happening now. So it's really, really sad. We have to remember that there was a victim in this situation. Joleen Cummings was a mother of, I think, 3 children. It's just really sad that this is what happened and how they're all affected as well. And the people that they worked with too, that establishment isn't even there anymore, so everybody's moved on. Even that changed. Just everybody's lives around this case changed. Even the son, Kimberly Kessler's son, I'm pretty sure he heard about this. He probably hadn't thought about his mom in years and years. And somebody comes to their door and tells them that that's not even her name and she's accused of murder. It's a really wild case. But let's keep listening into this interview.
Who else did you see with her?
Nobody. Yeah, she was there by herself. She just said she needed us to call her on. She needed a cab because something with the incident, then she had no way home or no way back to her car, which was at the Plant Fitness.
Okay. What does she say about the details with the incident and not having a ride back?
I think she wouldn't give any details about what had happened during the night. Not that I went looking for the information about it, tried to stay out of people's business, working at a gas station. Again, most of our conversation is just went around. She apparently spent all this time looking up the effects of what meth does to your body.
That's what she was looking
up. Oh,
up?
yeah. I mean, that's what she said. She spent a lot of time recently looking up. I'm like, why would you look up what meth does to your body? Well, I know, but still, it's just a little weird to me.
That is a pretty weird conversation to have with somebody, though. I've worked in customer service mostly, and that meant assisting people, not too much different than what he's doing there, having, when it comes to interaction and communicating with people, with customers. And nobody has ever come in saying stuff like that. Have you ever thought about what meth does to the body? Because I was thinking about that, and I was looking it up, and that's what I was doing. That's what I've been doing, looking up meth. It's pretty crazy. I do watch Intervention, and they do cover that quite a bit. And even then, I don't go like to the store and chop it up with the attendant, or go to an office and talk it up with the secretary and just start saying stuff like meth. start talking about like crystal and all these other drugs and stuff like that. You know whoever is gonna look at you like you're crazy. But like I said, she just committed murder, and she's just trying to talk it away with whatever comes to her mind. And at the same time, she's also probably trying to establish an alibi, or trying to lead people to what she's trying to do to cover up for the story, for what she did. I'm sorry.
Did she say how she was looking that up?
No. She just said she was looking it up on the internet. I know she didn't seem like she was from around here, though.
And then later on, they'll also release other searches in her internet history. So that's probably what she was thinking about when she was trying to talk this guy's head off.
Didn't know any of the numbers for the tax companies out here. I had to find a number for the tax companies. She didn't know where the gate was either. And I was like, we're in a pretty, we're a pretty common thing around here. So yeah. I know she couldn't have been from around out here.
Was there anything else that stood out to you about her?
She looked anxious, like she kind of thought something was going on. She didn't want me to leave her alone either, so she didn't, like when I tried to go back inside to go back to work, she got real kind of defensive and like wanted me to stay around, so figuring whatever happened, it scared her. She didn't want to be by herself.
Where her car was?
She said it was at a Planet Fitness, but it wasn't on the island. I don't know where the closest Planet Fitness was from the gate. I know she also told the lady on the phone for the taxi was only like 10-15 minutes there, so I know you can get around Jackson in 10-15 minutes.
Okay, why she... You mentioned that she said there was an incident and she didn't have a ride home.
She didn't mention why her friends left her or anything like that, or what happened after the ex showed up. Just that they were out, the ex showed up, and she needed me to call her a cab.
It was a ex-boyfriend, an ex-husband,
ex-boyfriend, what she said.
Did you say where her friends went?
It almost really seemed like she didn't want to talk about what happened.
Did she say anything about if the ex-boyfriend stayed up there with his friends, or if they left together?
I really wish I could help you with it, but she didn't say anything about what happened with her and her friends out there.
Yeah, pretty much all she did say was something not good happened. That's pretty much all she could get out of him about her story. Well, anyways, the story that she was telling the attendant. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue on with the playlist. This next one is called New Motion Filed in Mom's Murder Case, and it's courtesy of News4Jax.
Covering Nassau County.
Wow, that was loud. My bad, you guys. This was posted September 13th, 2018. Let's watch.
Covering Nassau County, where the only suspect in the disappearance of Joleen Cummings is facing a first-degree murder charge. This morning, we are getting a new look at Kimberly Kessler. This is a new mugshot. She was booked back into the Nassau County Jail. And on Friday, Nassau County Sheriff Bill Leeper and State Attorney Melissa Nelson announced a grand jury indicted Kessler in Cummings' death.
The indictment reveals police believe Kessler used or tried to use a weapon to kill the Nassau County mother of 3. Her body has not been found. News4JAX reporter Ashley Harding is joining us now live. Ashley, good morning.
Yes, Jen, good morning. In fact, just yesterday, court records show that the public defender filed a motion asking the judge to ban public comment on this case. I want to show this to you right here. That motion says public comments made by Sheriff Bill Leeper, the state attorney, and members of Joleen Cummings' family will prejudice Kessler's right to a fair trial here in Nassau County. The motion also says between May 13th and yesterday's date, Sheriff Bill Leeper has appeared on TV and has offered, quote, public opinions about the facts of the case and opinions about the defendant's guilt herein. The motion also says that Kessler has been referred to as, quote, evil and, quote, violent killer in various local media outlets. Now, the state
Yeah, that's not helping the case.
attorney's office.
You would think that he would know better than that, but then again, I mean, he should know better than to cause any problems for the trial.
Has told News4JAX we should
But I did hear him say all this stuff, so I don't know.
not expect to see Kessler here at court this morning. That says that she has waived her court appearance as she has done in the past. But we did speak to a local defense attorney who says Kessler's case undoubtedly unique, as will the trial. It's been 4 months since Joleen Cummings was last seen alive, and her family still begs for answers, hoping her body will be found. Today, the woman, the Nassau County Sheriff says, knows where her body is. Kimberly Kessler faces a murder charge. Local defense attorney Gene Nichols has been following the case closely.
This unusual to indict for murder with no body.
Well, it's unusual because we don't see many cases like this.
Nichols, who has no affiliation with the case, says while an indictment without a body is rare, it's not unheard of, and says for this to happen, the prosecution has to have evidence against Kessler. That evidence, the sheriff has previously said, will shock the community. The details of what it is has not been released.
There has to be more that the state attorney's office knows that will uncover in discovery as this process goes on, that we'll get a chance to learn.
Last week, newly released surveillance videos show Kessler driving Joleen's SUV and then parking it in the Home Depot in Yulee. Minutes later, more surveillance captured Kessler inside a Gate gas station, where prosecutors said she used the phone to call a taxi. Prosecutors are still piecing all the facts together, but Nichols says the fact that Joleen's body has not been found is something Kessler's defense attorney will stress to a jury.
If one juror is sitting back saying, can I convict this person, not knowing if the victim is even deceased, it's going to be hard. It's going to be key if this case goes to trial.
And Joleen Cummings' mother has said she will be at every court appearance, even if Kessler herself does not appear. Now that hearing starts at 8:30 this morning. I will be in the courtroom. I will keep you updated. Live in Nassau County this morning, Ashley Harding, Channel 4, the local station.
Okay. So what they just said, if you missed it, is that Kimberly Kessler used or tried to use a weapon. I kind of wish I knew what made them think that. I don't think they ever did release that information. So I'll stop there because I don't want to talk too much about, you know, what we're going to cover later on in the case. I want to stay on the timeline that we're on. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue. The next clip is about, let me see. Alright, so they are going to show us statements from witnesses who spoke with the suspected killer, which is Kimberly Kessler. So it looks like some people spoke out. Let's find out what that's about. This is called New Evidence Filed, and this was posted October 15th, 2018, and courtesy of News4JAX.
Well, in the disappearance and murder of Joleen Cummings, News4JAX is diving deeper into new evidence filed by the state attorney's office. Kimberly Kessler, Cummings' former co-worker, is charged with first-degree murder in the death of the Nassau County mother. Presumed dead by police, Cummings' body still has not been found since she was last seen alive May 12th. Reporter Corley Peel joining us live outside the Duval County Jail, where Kessler is being held without bond. Corley, this is some pretty detailed evidence the state is presenting to the defense.
It is. There's roughly 4 pages of evidence, including a long list of witnesses that Kessler is believed to have spoken to after Cummings disappeared. Now, among those witnesses include 9 female inmates in St. Johns County Jail who are believed to have spoken to Kessler the night she was arrested. Now, I sat down with Attorney Gene Nichols, who is not affiliated with this case, but he says that the state attorney's office is going to provide as much evidence as possible, considering Jolene's body has not been found and Kessler refuses to speak with investigators. A lengthy witness list, phone records, and one of Jolene Cummings' fingernails is all new discovery material filed by the state attorney's office in connection to the murder charge of Cummings' former co-worker, Kimberly.
So later on, they'll say that they found the fingernail in a blue plastic bin. And they'll show a picture of that too. Horrifying.
Kessler. Without Cummings' body and Kessler not talking to investigators, Attorney Gene Nichols, who is not affiliated with the case, says the state is providing as much evidence as possible.
They want to make sure that they
say the word evidence so much.
Show the defense that they uncovered every stone before they started prosecuting.
Among the witnesses is a detective who Kessler told she could not release her name because her ex-boyfriend is a stalker. Kessler told the detective she worked with Cummings on May 12th until closing and that Cummings had been acting normal and she didn't know where she was. She told him the scratch on her face seen in this mugshot was from running into a tree limb while biking. The documents also appear to show a conversation Kessler said she had with Cummings, in which Cummings said, quote, "Go away, you are fake." Kessler responded, "What do you..."
Okay, so this is where it started to go bad between them. So Jolene Cummings, who is the victim, said, "Go away, you are fake." And the suspect, Kimberly Kessler, said, "What do you mean?"
What do you mean?
There are a tremendous amount of witnesses here, so you can expect the defense, depositions.
So maybe if you're listening in and somebody says to somebody else, "Go away, you're fake," I personally would probably think like, oh, like maybe she thinks that she has a fake personality. Maybe she's not completely honest about what she thinks about stuff. Maybe she's been caught in a lie, but there's no way to know at this time what Jolene was thinking, but I'm thinking that she knew, maybe she sensed that, you know, she was faking not just like her personality, but her identity. Maybe she was onto her somehow. I mean, people had already up until this point had done the research to try to find out who she was, because she was just so weird. So maybe Kimberly Kessler was behaving as she is known to by reputation, and just something felt off to Jolene, and she told her straight up, "Go away, you're fake." And that's probably when Kimberly Kessler was probably like, "You're not gonna help me, there's gonna be an issue." And I think they had it out. That last day that they saw each other, they probably somehow ended up having to close the office, just them two, and they started arguing, and then it got ugly.
Discovery from the defense standpoint to take a long time.
The discovery also shows a mop, plant, trash can, and furniture listed as evidence from inside the Tangles hair salon, which was considered a crime scene and the last place Kessler saw Cummings alive, according to investigators. One of Jolene's fingernails is also listed as evidence.
That doesn't say where it was found or exactly what it is, but at the very least, the fact that they have something of the victims, where it was found, if it was in some way, shape, or form in proximity to the defendant or in her vehicle or somewhere that she would have been, it's going to show that link.
In the next several months, Nichols says that the defense will begin looking at the state's material and determine whether or not that case will go to trial. Now, the state attorney's office has said that they believe they have enough evidence to convict Kessler of murder. Reporting live from downtown, Corley PL, Channel 4, the local station.
Alright, so let me see if this video wants to play by itself. Alright, so this next video is going to talk about how the evidence, it's going to feel so weird saying that word over and over again, but they do bring it up that much, is circumstantial and doesn't explain at all what happened. So this is going to be called Evidence Against Kimberly Kessler may not be enough, and this courtesy of Action News Jack, CBS 47, and Fox 30. and this was posted October 15th, 2018. Now the last time that Jolene Cummings was seen was May 13th, so May, June, July, August, September, October. It's been about 5 months since she's been missing. Let's watch this clip.
An Action News Jack's legal expert does not believe the state has a strong case against Kimberly Kessler, the only suspect in the disappearance of missing Nassau County mother Joleen Cummings. Today, for the first time, we got a look at the evidence that prosecutors will use to try to put Kessler away for life. As Action News Jack's Russell Colburn tells us, our expert calls that evidence purely circumstantial.
There's nothing in here really dispositive, nothing here that proves that she killed her.
Action News Jack's law and safety expert Dale Carson weighed in on these new documents released by the state in the case against Kimberly Kessler, the only suspect in the disappearance of Nassau County mom Joleen Cummings, who deputies say hasn't been seen in 5 months. According to the documents, Kessler reveals she knew she was wanted by the FBI and admitted to being on the run for 25 years, telling a woman she used to rob banks and had 5 aliases. Also listed physical evidence, such as a West Marine zip tie receipt and the victim's fingernail.
You find neurocerebral fluid, which is spinal fluid, or brain tissue, or heart tissue, or organ tissue of some kind, then you can make an assumption, a pretty credible assumption, that somebody's dead. But finding merely a fingernail, in my world...
I almost forgot about my banners. It's been a while since I've gone live, but he's talking kind of dark over here, so I just want to bust out the viewer's discretion is advised. This is serious and emotional information. He's talking about, like, basically he's saying that in order for somebody to be, like, perhaps accused of murder without a body, there would have to be some serious, like, tissue evidence, or maybe like massive amounts of blood, and there's just no way a person could be alive with that much blood having been shed, that kind of thing. And he's describing just really gruesome stuff that I just talked about more. I should say less now, my bad.
Is not clear evidence that somebody is no longer among the living.
Deputies say Kessler has not cooperated with the investigation, but Carson says there is one admission investigators say she made that could be crucial.
She stated on the record, both recorded and not recorded, that she had never been in the victim's vehicle. We see video of her driving the car. There's apparently DNA evidence in the car.
Evidence, Carson says, could send Kessler away for life and bring some closure to a family still dealing with the loss of a young mother.
Russell Colburn, Fox 30 Action News Jax.
A new motion filed in court this week in the case of the woman charged with murder in the disappearance of...
My bad, I was muted. Alright, let me just announce the title. My bad, you guys. It's called Motion Filed to Block Evidence in Nassau Mom's Murder Case, and courtesy of News for Jax, and this is posted October 25th, 2018. My bad.
A new motion filed in court this week in the case of the woman charged with murder in the disappearance of Nassau County mom Joleen Cummings.
Kimberly Kessler, Cummings' former co-worker, is awaiting trial. Kessler's lawyers are now seeking to block evidence from the eyes and ears of the public. News 4 Jax reporter Allison Henning spoke with an attorney not involved in the case and learned such defense motions are a balancing act for the court.
Less than 2 weeks ago, we told you about new evidence the state attorney's office turned over to the defense in the case of missing Nassau County mother Joleen Cummings. She was last seen alive May 12th. In July, the FBI and Nassau County Sheriff's Office searched through 6.6 million pounds of trash in a South Georgia landfill for any evidence in her disappearance, but still have not found her body. The woman charged in her murder, Kimberly Kessler, remains in the Duval County Jail, refusing to speak with investigators.
In this summary of evidence, there are 3.5 pages, including dozens of witnesses, phone records from both Cummings and Kessler, and forensic evidence from inside Tangle's hair salon where these two women worked.
News 4 Jax has requested all of the information, but just this week, Kimberly Kessler's lawyers filed this motion, an objection to release discovery materials to the public, especially that FDLE report regarding forensic evidence found inside Tangle's hair salon. The defense argues the evidence will taint the jury pool. A News 4 Jax legal analyst says it's the court's job to balance Kessler's right to a fair trial with the public's right to know what's going on. He says the judge needs to look closely at all the evidence and decide if releasing the documents would make it impossible to seat an impartial jury. There will be an evidentiary hearing on the motion at a later date. Allison Henning, Channel 4, the local station.
Okay, so that video was posted October 25th, 2018, and some months had passed because the next clip wasn't posted until February 7th, 2019. So Halloween happened, Thanksgiving happened, Christmas happened, New Year's happened, and Valentine's Day is about to happen before they get any new updates on this case. So this one is going to be called, one second, Prosecutors Release List of Evidence in Kimberly Kessler Trial. And that's going to be courtesy of First Coast News. So let's go ahead and watch.
A blood-stained book, zip ties, and a glove, all part of a long list of evidence released today. It's the case against the woman investigators say had 18 different identities.
Kimberly Kessler is accused of murdering Jolene Cummings, a mother of 3. On your side's Crystal Bailey joins us live from the Duval County Jail tonight with new information.
Well, Kimberly Kessler is here at the Duval County Jail tonight, and even though her body has not been found, investigators believe Jolene Cummings is dead. The list of evidence against Kessler is more than 100 items long.
New documents say investigators found an appointment book with bloodstains, zip ties, trash bags. Pillows, shoes, and gloves were also found behind Tangle's hair salon, where Kimberly Kessler and Jolene Cummings.
I don't know if that's happening because I'm changing the volume. Sorry. I do see that it's buffering. That should just be the video. It shouldn't be me too. I'll stop messing with the volume. Maybe I should go back and try it again.
Both worked. Investigators have collected phone records, text messages, surveillance video, and dozens of interviews for prosecution. They interviewed a Gate gas station employee who called Kessler a cab the day Cummings went missing, Mother's Day weekend. The gas station employee told detectives Kessler seemed anxious.
She looked like she had a red mark on her face. Like someone had like pushed it. It almost looked like, you know, like a finger like mark. Like someone had like almost grabbed her face and pushed her out of the way or something.
The cab driver told detectives he picked up Kessler at around 2 a.m.
I took her to a vehicle parked in the parking lot beside me.
Plus, photos of the dumpster at a Masonic lodge and evidence recovered from the St. John's Town Center. Detectives fought.
So she used the dumpster of a Masonic lodge? That's kind of weird. Let's hear that again.
Town Center. Detectives followed the trail, hoping this list.
No, that was not far enough. Hold on. I said I was going to stop messing with the video, and then I started messing with the video. This is my fault. Again. My apologies. I really need to stop messing with the video.
The dumpster at a Masonic lodge and evidence recovered from the St. John's Town Center. Detectives followed the trail, hoping this list of evidence will convict Kessler.
And Kessler is pleading not guilty. The next hearing is on February 28th. I'm reporting live from Duval County Jail. Crystal Bailey, First Coast News, on your side.
And that's going to be the first time like anything is mentioned having to do with maybe like conspiracy theories, because later on there's going to be a jail call between Kimberly Kessler and her mom, and Kimberly tells her mom that she thinks that Joleen Cummings is Illuminati, and that's why she's being accused of her murder. So that's pretty fucking crazy to add that to the story. I don't know if this is an attribute of her actually just being paranoid and just really messed up in the head, or if she's just saying stuff. Because her mom is kind of like, I don't know what the word is, I want to say like kind of like flaky, kind of flighty. It's the whole, her daughter was missing for 8 years before she reported her missing for me. It's just really hard for me to trust anything they say. Alright, so the next video we're going to watch is more about Kimberly Kessler's past. This is going to be called Man Claims Kimberly Kessler Drove Across County for a Marriage Proposal. And this was posted February 8th, 2019, and is courtesy of Action News Jack, CBS 47, and Fox 30. So let's take a look at that. So she drove cross country to propose to a man. Let's hear all about it.
And told investigators that murder suspect Kimberly Kessler drove halfway across the country and proposed to him. And tonight he describes what he calls a creepy encounter.
Creepy.
I already knew she was creepy. You know, so, you know, that Lord kind of blessed me on pegging that one right.
Action News.
I think he means like calling it correctly to stop talking to her and to get out of her way, because he says that she was creepy. Her co-workers said that she was bizarre. They described really weird behavior with her. So again, this goes to either show that she was dealing with some type of mental health issue, perhaps, because this is not normal behavior at all. You know, where do we draw the line? Where is the line between somebody that is mentally unstable, ill, or just acting out some type of emotion or situation that they have not been able to deal with? Alright, well, maybe someday I will go to college or something, like major in psychology or something like that, because I am always very interested in knowing what makes people tick when they do odd things like this. Alright, let's watch that video that I just described about Kimberly Kessler driving across the country, or halfway across the country, to propose to a man. Let's hear all about it.
Jack spent the last 2 days digging through dozens of pages of new evidence in the case. I'm Tanika Hughes.
I'm John Bachman. Kessler is suspected of murdering her co-worker, Joleen Cummings, last May. At 5, we told you about reports of Kessler's bizarre behavior behind bars. New at 6, Action News Jack's Jenna Bourne talked to a man who says that she tried to start an online relationship with him. Jenna, the man you spoke with says he was surprised when Kessler showed up in Texas.
He tells me that encounter happened about a month before he got a call from investigators about the murder. He says Kessler wanted to move in with him. Now she calls the Duval County Jail home. David Trempis says Kimberly Kessler reached out to him on Facebook under the alias Mia Stone.
Sure, kind of weird.
He says things got weirder when she suddenly drove more than 1,000 miles from Florida to Texas to meet him.
But I didn't even want her coming out to the house when I found out she was here in San Antonio, so I met her in town. And then, you know, after about a half-hour lunch at a Whataburger, she was just a little too weird for me.
At a Whataburger. That's a Texas burger place for people that don't know that. But it's funny though, cause like she drove all that distance and he just treated her to a Whataburger. He's like, she was weird. I'm sorry, but that's funny. I don't like Kimberly Kessler, so no respect for me.
Said she wanted to marry him, but he turned her down.
What goes through your mind knowing what she's accused of now?
I already knew she was creepy. Lord kind of blessed me on pegging that one right.
Turns out Kessler was no stranger. His cousin, Kimberly McCall, tells me they were best friends when they were kids.
We rode all over the countryside there on our horses, and we would go to the roller skating rink.
McCall says this is a photo of Kessler with her family's horses. Did you ever reconnect as adults?
She did call me, I believe it was the late 90s, out of the blue. It was an odd time, like 3 or 4 a.m., and told me about what she had done to her brother, because she bragged to me that she bashed his teeth out with a baseball bat.
Newly released evidence show that Kimberly Kessler's roommate here at the jail told investigators that she was very inquisitive about how another inmate who's accused of murder hid the body. Her next court date is 3 weeks from now. Reporting live downtown, Jenna Bourne, CBS 47 Fox 30 Action News Jax.
That guy was like, make sure you put my picture. Let everybody know that I'm single, ready to mingle. Alright, so this next clip is called Watch. Witness recalls strange meeting with Kimberly Kessler. Another testimony of Kimberly Kessler's weird behavior when in social situations. This is going to be courtesy of First Coast News and was posted February 8th, 2019. So at this point, almost a year has passed since Joleen Cummings was reported missing.
Witness interviewed in the Kimberly Kessler case is speaking out to First Coast News. He owns a cell phone store and says Kessler asked him about making a cell phone untraceable before Joleen Cummings disappeared. Now, Kessler is charged with Cummings' murder, but her body has never been found. John Uzonian says he knew Kessler by the name Mia.
I got a call one day from a friend of mine that's a hairdresser. She says, John, I got a girl that's working with me. She's got some questions about her cell phone, and she needs a cell phone nobody can track or trace because her ex-husband or something is tracking her.
Now, he says Kessler came into his store and later they went out for drinks. He described...
Okay, obviously she's lying to these people and just trying to find out how she can make calls after murdering somebody and not get traced. But of course she's not going to tell them that part.
The whole encounter is bizarre, and he described it to detectives who interviewed him about 2 weeks after Cummings disappeared. Kessler has pleaded not guilty.
Following local breaking...
I have a feeling that was going to happen. Alright, so this next clip is going to show photos of the scratches and the bruises that Kimberly Kessler had after she was arrested, and they're also going to show video of the interview. She was being characteristically weird. This is called Photos Show Bruises, Scratches on Woman Charged in Hairstylist Murder. It was posted February 27, 2019 and courtesy of News4Jax. Let's take a look.
News in the Kimberly Kessler murder case in Nassau County. The former hairstylist is awaiting trial in the disappearance and death of her co-worker, Joleen Cummings. Cummings' body has never been found. Just a little while ago, we received hours of video recorded after Kessler was arrested. She's seen laughing during a DNA swab and joking about her weight and clothing. News4Jax reporter Corley Peel has been going through this evidence just into our newsroom. She's joining us now with an update. Corley?
Also in that video that's roughly 3 hours long, Kessler tells detectives that some of the marks on her body are from bed bugs. She was the last person to...
Okay, that's right up there with the chick that we were watching on Queen's Throne's channel that was arrested, and she was in the cop car talking about adjusting her coochie lips. This one says that she has bed bugs. Like, you really want to be telling people any of this? You do know you have the right to remain silent, right? Listen.
The marks on her body are from bed bugs. She was the last person...
She says she has bed bugs.
...to seen Jolene alive, and she also said that the two worked together in Nassau County. This is days after she was arrested in St. Johns County. Now take a look at the video after her arrest. You can see her sitting in a room by herself in a chair with her legs crossed. Eventually, two detectives...
She's still wearing all black. I'm not exactly sure at what point she was arrested after she dropped the car off at Home Depot, because this looks like it happened right after, but I'm not sure on that.
Detectives walk in. They begin taking pictures of all of her scratches and cuts on her face and hands, and you can see in these photos scratches on the left side of her cheek and near her temple. These images are days before her arrest, show her at a Gate gas station buying a water. You can see the same scratches on her face, and this was the last day Cummings was known to be alive. While detectives took fingernail scrapings from Kessler, she complained, saying they were making her bleed on purpose. While Kessler changed in the corner of the room, you can see her you cannot see her on camera, but she points out.
Okay, I don't know what happened there. I didn't touch anything, I swear. Let me just wait and try to get this back.
Injuries on her bodies, claiming she had bed bugs.
Yes, that's from bed bug bite like months ago. How'd you get those? I have bed bugs. I've had them for years.
How? What, in your car?
Yeah.
How do they get in a car?
So if you recall, detective said that it looked like Kimberly Kessler had been living in her vehicle. So now she's saying that the scratches and all that she's got, which were defensive wounds, let's be honest, she's saying that they came from bed bugs, and that the bed bugs are in her vehicle where she sleeps in her car. So I'm guessing that she was living out of her car while she was working at the salon. So that was another secret that she was keeping from everybody, which is probably one of the things that Jolene had caught on when she started telling her that she's fake and she didn't like her.
At the shelters that I stayed at, they hitchhike in everywhere. So people who have them in their house, they probably have them in their cars, because I took them from the homeless shelter into my car. So sometimes they leave bruises, sometimes they leave a red scar.
So she said that she's lived in a homeless shelter, so that's notable.
The evidence also released includes interviews from Kessler's past, including from one of her ex-boyfriends. We will have more of that at 6 o'clock. All of this evidence will also be posted on news4jax.com. Reporting live from the newsroom, Corley Peel.
Alright, so this next clip is going to cover video that was recovered from Kimberly's cell phone. So let's take a look at that. This is called Video Evidence, Photos Released in Murder Case Against Kimberly Kessler. That's courtesy of First Coast News.
And
this was posted February 27th, 2019. Let's watch this.
And new developments first at 6. New video, new pictures, new clues in the murder mystery of a First Coast mom. Jolene Cummings, the mother of 3, disappeared in May. Her body was never found.
And now we're seeing how prosecutors plan to build their case against the suspect, Kimberly Kessler, also known as Jennifer Sybert. Shelby Danielson is digging into the documents for us. Shelby.
Well, Anthony and Jeannie, much of the video evidence that we're going through appears to be from Kimberly Kessler's cell phone. For example, we have some video here, whether it's taken on purpose or not, appears to show someone from Kessler's phone going through a tarp in a car that zips. It doesn't show what's inside of anything, though, and then she gets in the car and drives. There are other photos that show her in the Nassau County Sheriff's Office when she was arrested, showing injuries and bruises on her body, her arms, her legs, fingers, face. In one interview, a detective discusses an alleged violent incident between Kessler and her former husband.
I heard something about she had stabbed you with some scissors. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, she was crazy. I can tell you that. She was, I mean, I know it's a crazy woman, but she was out there.
She stabbed this man with scissors. And even he's calling her crazy. So again, crazy or acts up when she doesn't get what she wants? Which one is it? He's saying that she had mind games.
So her former husband goes on to tell the detective that he did hit her back in defense after she tried to stab him in the chest. Now, there are other interviews with former friends of Kessler who describe being afraid of her because of her violence. We're going to have much more details, all new.
They were afraid of her because of her violence. That was the quote. Let's hear that again. They were afraid of her because of her violence. That's hardcore.
Afraid of her because of her violence. We're going to have much more details, all new, coming up tonight at 11 in the newsroom. Shelby Danielson, First Coast News, on your side.
Alright, so the next video is going to cover more about Kimberly's past, and there's going to be surveillance video of the white trash bag that they were looking for at the Georgia landfill. This is called Kessler, expected in court tomorrow, courtesy of News4Jax.
We have new information.
This was posted February 27, 2019. Let's watch.
We have new information about a breaking news alert we brought to you at 5 o'clock. Evidence just released in the Kimberly Kessler murder case. She's awaiting trial, accused of killing her co-worker, Joleen Cummings, in Nassau County.
The two were hairstylists at a shop in Yulee. Cummings' body still has not been recovered. Since 5 o'clock, we've gone through a police interview with Kessler's ex-boyfriend, who told investigators Kessler once stabbed him. News4Jax reporter Corley Peel is joining us live in the newsroom with that video. Corley?
One of the interviews is with Kessler's ex-boyfriend, who she dated in the 90s while she was living in Pennsylvania. He told detectives over the phone that she had a history of acting out and hurting people, and that she even assaulted him and his father.
I saw something about stabbing you in the leg. Can you tell me about that?
No, she stabbed me in the chest. She bit my dad in the leg.
Among the newly released evidence today is this video of Kessler cutting someone's hair at the Tangled Hair Salon in Nassau County, where she worked with Joleen Cummings. And here's a video of Kessler throwing a white trash bag into a dumpster. And
okay, so this is one of the surveillance videos that's gonna keep coming up. I do want to point out real quick, first of all, just look at her like shape at this time. Because once she gets arrested and spends time in jail, her body takes a dramatic change. Here she looks very solidly built. She kind of looks tall, maybe. She looks sturdy to me. Now, look at the bag that she has in her hands. And look at what, like, the amount of effort that it takes to throw the bag into the dumpster. It looks like there's something heavy in there. Let's watch from the beginning. Okay, watch.
To a dumpster, and the timestamp from this video shows.
See, it took both her hands to fling it back and then throw it in. So it's something that has some weight to it.
And the timestamp from this video shows it happened the day after Jolene disappeared. Now
that's the bag that they were looking for at the Georgia landfill too, if you missed when I said that.
Video of Kessler in St. Johns County custody moments after she was arrested. You can see her tense up when they clipped her fingernails for evidence, and detectives also took photos of cuts and scratches on her body. Kessler told them they were from
It's just so crazy that she's in there accused of murdering her coworker, and I do realize that the guards have no obligation to be any kind of way to the inmates, but like they're laughing with her, they're smiling with her. They're probably trying to get her to talk or whatever, but it's just crazy to me because she killed someone, and I'm pretty sure they know that. I don't know if I could just hide my feelings in a situation like that, but they're being very professional, I guess.
Bed bugs. These photos show a closer look at the scratches and marks on Kessler's face, arms, and hands. Kessler told detectives she used super glue to secure the band-aids on her skin. Now, there are hours of video and hundreds of pictures.
She used super glue to secure the band-aids on her skin, and that explains why it looks like dry skin. Hold on. I don't know how to get to that.
And hundreds of pictures that...
Nope. I'm trying to get to right here. So let me expand that. So on the picture on the left, you can see like right next to her left eye here. Well, it's right. It looks like the right eye, the right side to us. It looks like some kind of like dry skin. I was thinking maybe it was like clear band-aids that she used on there, but they're saying she used super glue, and that does what it does look like that. Like she put super glue on her face to close up her cuts. She's crazy.
Of video and hundreds of pictures that we are still looking through. We'll have an update from this evidence tonight at 10 o'clock. Kessler is expected to be in court tomorrow morning, and we will be there. Reporting live from the newsroom, Corley Peel, Channel 4, the local station.
Okay, so that's her again. She'll be popping up a lot in this playlist. Alright, so the next one is about new evidence in the case. I'm trying to see if I can find out a little bit before we play the video. Having to do with the white trash bag again. No, wait. More interactions after Kimberly's arrest. So she speaks with the guards or whoever is there with her, and she's like laughing and trying to be funny, and it's actually pretty cringe.
We have new
this video is called Kessler Expected in Court Tomorrow, and this is posted February 27th, 2019, and courtesy of News4Jax. Let's watch.
We have new information about a breaking news alert we brought to you at 5 o'clock. Evidence just released in the Kimberly Kessler murder case. She's awaiting trial, accused of killing her co-worker, Jolene Cummings, in Nassau County.
The two were hairstylists at a shop in Yulee. Cummings' body still has not been recovered. Since 5 o'clock, we've gone through a police interview with Kessler's ex-boyfriend, who told investigators Kessler once stabbed him. News4Jax reporter Corley Peel is joining us live in the newsroom with that video. Corley.
One of the interviews is with Kessler's ex-boyfriend, who she dated in the 90s while she was living in Pennsylvania. He told detectives over the phone that she had a history of acting out and hurting people, and that she even assaulted him and his father.
I saw something about stabbing you in the leg. Can you tell me about that?
No, she stabbed me in the chest. She bit my dad.
I don't know if this is posted like twice, but I'm going to go ahead and skip it because I just went ahead and took a look at like what they're going to show, and I'm pretty sure we saw this video already, so I'm not too sure what happened there. Let's go ahead and just continue on. This next clip is called New Evidence in Jolene Cummings case. This was posted February 27, 2019, and courtesy of News4Jax.
For Kimberly Kessler is set for tomorrow morning.
Detectives say she was the last person to see Cummings alive when she left Tangle's hair salon in Yulee in May of last year. The two worked together at the salon. News4Jax reporter Corley Peel has been digging through the evidence and joins us in the newsroom with Corley. What else you've uncovered?
Hours of video and hundreds of pictures were released in the evidence today. We also got a closer look at Kessler's scratches and marks on her body, and she even told detectives some of those injuries came from bed bugs.
Newly released video shows Kimberly Kessler interacting with detectives for the first time after her arrest in St. Johns County, days after her former co-worker Jolene Cummings disappeared.
Those hurting you?
No, they feel great. You can put them on tighter if you want. Whatever you want to do.
See, she's trying to flirt. They asked her if her handcuffs were too tight, and she's like, you could tighten them more if you want. She's like, don't threaten me with a good time. She's fucking inappropriate and unacceptable at this time. That's pretty crazy, but it's Kimberly Kessler, and she does weird things like this, so I guess for her it's just a normal day.
Whatever you want to do. Not your mercy, so have as much fun as you'd like.
She flinched as a
I'm at your mercy. Have as much fun as you like. Just trying to be kinky.
Detectives clipped her fingernails and claimed they made her bleed on purpose. Detectives also took photos of Kessler's cuts and scratches on her face, arms, and hands. These photos, taken on surveillance at the Gate gas station in Yulee, show the same scratches on Kessler's face. This was the last day deputies say Cummings was known to be alive.
Well, my name's Wayne Harrison.
St. Johns County inmate Brenda Brown told detectives about her interaction with Kessler in jail.
She said she had a boyfriend that was a bank robber. She was wanted by the FBI, and that she had 5 aliases, and that she was going to write a book one day, and y'all could all read. We could read it.
Brown says Kessler also told her detectives would figure everything out.
That. You can take a look at that. That looks, I think they ended up saying that that was a bite mark, but to me it looks a lot like a fingernail being dug down, but who knows. Maybe it is a bite mark.
Once they got her fingerprints.
I'm trying to feel like railroaded about this. I mean, you just like, I don't know, search warrant, like you can just produce that in like minutes. Here you go.
Throughout her interaction with detectives and inmates, the evidence does not show Kessler ever mentioning what happened to Joleen Cummings. There were several interviews that were released in the evidence today, including ones with her mother. Coming up tonight at 11, we'll hear from her mother and her ex-boyfriend, who claims that Kessler stabbed him when they were dating in the 90s. Reporting live from the newsroom, Corley PL, Channel 4.
We already heard about that, so hopefully we don't see that over and over again. Alright, so we're on video 27, and this is going to cover Kimberly Kessler's internet search history. And this is called Unsealed Documents. Kimberly Kessler's case shows strange search history, and this was posted February 27, 2019, and courtesy of First Coast News.
She struck me as being dangerous with some delusional and paranoid components. Her behavior was sporadic and bizarre.
First at 11, evidence exposed, crime scene photos, hours worth of interviews and videos once kept private, now unsealed in the case against accused killer Kimberly Kessler. Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Heather Crawford.
And I'm Anthony Austin. Kessler is accused of murdering Nassau County mother Joleen Cummings. Kessler has pleaded not guilty. So on your side, Shelby Danielson, she had dug through some new documents tonight and she joins us live with what she found. Shelby.
Heather and Anthony, in dozens of interviews that were recorded with detectives, there are some friends of Kimberly Kessler that describe her as dangerous. There's an ex-husband who describes her as physically violent, and we're also going through pages of her phone records on her laptop showing what she was searching online before she was arrested.
She did this major change of personality.
In interviews with detectives, childhood friends describe a young Kimberly Kessler.
I tried to stay off of Kim's radar because, quite honestly, she was a scary individual.
An ex-boyfriend describes alleged physical attacks.
She bit your dad in the leg? And she stabbed you in the chest.
And an ex-husband says he also had a close call.
I heard something about she had stabbed you with some scissors. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, she was crazy. I can tell you that.
Still hurting you? No, they feel great. You can put them on tighter if you want.
Other evidence shows Kessler's internet browsing history for 3 weeks leading up to Joleen Cummings' disappearance. Searches about female murderers, post-mortem bodies, psychosis, and mind-controlling drugs. The only day she didn't use the internet was on May 11th, the day before Cummings was reported missing. On May 16th, the day before Kessler was arrested, she spent 8 hours searching Joleen Cummings' name. Surveillance video shows Kessler at a Flash Foods gas.
After she killed her, she spent 8 hours on the internet looking up Joleen Cummings.
Gas station on May 12th, the day Cummings was reported missing.
She has a lot of audacity.
She appears to have injuries to her face that mirror the injuries that are photographed 6 days later when she would be arrested.
Kessler is now back here in the Duval County Jail. Now her case goes back before a judge. Tomorrow morning, her defense team is expected to just appear on her behalf. She's not expected
That's the video.
to physically be there. We're going to be there and bring you the very latest. We're also going to continue to dig into all of this evidence. There's much more to uncover. Live at JSO, Shelby Danielson, First Coast News, on your side.
Alright, so in this next clip, they're going to cover, they're going to show pictures of the salon, and there's going to be evidence. Telling you that word gets used a lot in this case. Alright, so this is called Joleen Cummings' case. Evidence shows Kimberly Kessler throwing items into dumpster, and that was posted February 27, 2019, and courtesy of Action News Jax, CBS 47, and Fox 30.
A person with a possible personality disorder. That's how people who knew Kimberly Kessler, the suspect in a Nassau County mother's disappearance, describe her. I'm John Bachman.
I'm Tanika Hughes. The state attorney's office released new evidence in the case, including interviews with childhood friends and an ex-boyfriend, along with video the night Kessler was arrested in St. Johns County. Action News Jax, Christy Turner is live in Nassau County behind the former Tangle Salon where Kessler and the victim worked. And Christy, you went through hours of evidence, and it shows Kessler throwing items into the dumpster.
The video was taken the weekend Joleen Cummings vanished. It shows Kessler walking towards this dumpster with a salon trash can in her hands and emptying it, and also throwing items into the woods over here. Cameras captured Kessler returning again hours later. Newly released surveillance video shows Kimberly Kessler slinging a trash bag into the dumpster behind Tangle Salon, the day after Joleen Cummings, a mother of 3, was last seen alive.
Do I get any legal counsel or anything, or?
Kessler is the sole suspect in her disappearance and killing. Wednesday, the state attorney's office released a new batch of evidence in the case, including Kessler being booked into the St. Johns County Jail in May. Kessler appears calm and even jokes around as an evidence technician takes her picture. Action News Jax told you Kessler was charged with Cummings' murder in September. Her body hasn't been found. The evidence also includes pictures from...
Alright, so these are the bloodstained pictures I was talking about. This was taken inside the salon.
Inside the salon that appears to show blood stains on the wall and this wallet. And an interview with an ex-boyfriend who says Kessler had a short fuse.
She pulled it off. She can be the most charming, lovable person ever, and snap.
He told the detective on the case he wasn't surprised Kessler was a suspect in a homicide.
Wow.
We believe this is the surveillance camera that captured Kessler. Coming up all new at 11, we're hearing from Kessler's former landlord and what he has to say about her behavior. Reporting live in Nassau County, Christy Turner, Fox 30 Action.
Okay, so this was posted February 27th of 2019, and then the next day was a court hearing, and it has been 291 days that Jolene's remains have not been found. Kimberly refuses a tuberculosis test. She's going to be seen in a neon green jumpsuit, which is for high-risk inmates. She requires 2 deputy escorts at all times. And we're probably going to see more about her internet search history as well. This next video is called Kessler in Court After Judge Allows Release of Discovery Materials. This is courtesy of First Coast News, and this was posted February 28th of 2019. Let's watch.
Continue to learn more about newly disclosed discovery materials in the trial against Kimberly Kessler. She's the woman accused of killing a Nassau County mother of 2.
Now, she stood before a judge today. Kessler is charged with killing Joleen Cummings, who went missing last May. On your side, Eric Alvarez is live in Nassau County for tonight. Eric.
Well, Cummings and Kessler worked together here at what used to be Tangle's hair salon. Now, Cummings' body has never been found, but still, right now, Kessler is behind bars here in Nassau County, charged with her murder. Outside the Nassau County Courthouse on Thursday, a mother desperate for answers.
Today's a pretty emotional day. Today marks 291 days that my daughter, Jolene, remains have not been found.
Inside, Kimberly Kessler stands silent before a judge. The mask over her face because she refused to take a tuberculosis test. The neon green color of her jumpsuit marks her as a high-risk inmate, one that has to be escorted by 2 deputies at all times. On Wednesday, investigators made evidence in the form of dozens of photographs, documents, and videos public. They show before Cummings went missing, Kessler went online to look up the terms female murderers, post-mortem bodies, and psychosis. After the disappearance, she searched Cummings' name for 8 hours in a single day. A glimpse at Kessler's history shows a string of frightened people, from romantic partners to co-workers and childhood friends.
I tried to stay off of Kim's radar because, quite honestly, she was a scary individual.
A judge gave Kessler's defense team 2 weeks to object ahead of a possible release of even more evidence. For now, Kessler remains a high-risk inmate at the Nassau County Jail, while on the outside, 3 children are left without a mother, and Ann Johnson is left without closure. She says only 2 things can give her that.
I'm asking, please take a second of your day to pray for Jolene's remains to be found. Take a second of your day for the justice to be served.
Next on First Coast News at 6, the chilling premonition Cummings made to a co-worker here just days before she went missing. Live in Nassau County, Eric Alvarez, First Coast News.
Understandably, her mother looks very devastated. She's been through a lot this whole time, and sometimes I want to say too, she just doesn't seem like she's doing well. You know, she kind of just looks very numb and kind of just lost in all of this that's happening. Like, I don't want to make fun of her, you know what I mean, but she kind of looks out of it. I do want to be honest, like, just having to go through all that, who knows what she requires to help her get through it. It's really sad. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue. Alright, so this is where they start talking about how Joleen Cummings suspected that Kimberly Kessler was not at all representing herself correctly. This video is called "She's Not Who She Says She Is," Joleen Cummings said about accused killer Kimberly Kessler days before. It is cut off. I'm pretty sure they just ran out of space there. It's courtesy of First Coast News and was posted February 28th, 2019.
Not who she says she is. A chilling premonition from a Nassau County mother, Joleen Cummings, who went missing last May. Thank you for joining us. I'm Anthony Austin.
And I'm Jeannie Blaylock. We have since learned the woman Cummings was talking about is Kimberly Kessler, also known by her fake name, Jennifer Sybert.
Kessler has been charged with Cummings' murder and has pleaded not guilty. On your sides, Eric Alvarez joins us live tonight from Nassau County. And Eric, this new discovery is part of tons of evidence prosecutors have against Kessler.
That's absolutely right. Now, we received that evidence yesterday, and in it, a newly released interview with a co-worker of these two women revealed that Cummings actually grew increasingly concerned about Kessler, who, as you said, at the time told her co-workers her name was Jennifer Sybert. At one point, Cummings was actually so concerned she told that co-worker Sybert is not the person she says she is.
I have a feeling that something about her that I don't trust.
The voice you're hearing is that of Ann Morgan, who worked at Tangle's Hair Salon with Joleen Cummings and Kimberly Kessler. It's taken from a recorded interview with a detective days after Cummings disappeared. Morgan says Kessler and Cummings had run-ins in the salon, things as small as turning the salon's thermostat on or off, or who should take care of certain clients. But Morgan says there was something about the way Kessler carried herself that Cummings just couldn't shake. Her suspicions were so strong, Cummings wanted to dig into her co-worker's criminal history.
Alright, so they said that there was something about the way that Kimberly Kessler carried herself, and that's pretty much what they said at the beauty school, her co-workers that she had at the beauty school, and also at a different salon. They all pretty much said the same thing, that there was just something about the way that she would behave. It just doesn't make sense that she's representing herself correctly. And this is where they start to suspect and think that she's not who she says she is. She does these things because she doesn't take responsibility for any of the identities that she assumes. And that makes sense. Alright, let's keep watching.
He said, because I want to go online and look up the rap sheet and look and see the Jennifer name pop up.
So at this point, she's thinking that the name that she's giving is correct because they want to look for Jennifer Sybert. So they do that and they're not able to find anything, but they don't know that because they do not know that she's been using 18 aliases.
The interview doesn't reveal what, if anything, the research revealed. But just days before she went missing, Cummings reached out to Morgan again. It turned out to be one of the last conversations they ever had.
She said she cannot explain it, but something about Jennifer is not right. She's not a person that she says she is.
Of course, we now know the name Jennifer Sybert is one of over a dozen aliases that Kessler used. Right now, she is behind bars here in Nassau County, charged with her murder, even though Cummings' body has never been found. Live in Nassau County, Eric Alvarez, First Coast News, on your side.
Alright, Alright, so this next video we're gonna watch, okay, so we're on video, I think, 31 out of 78, so we're about halfway in. This next video is called What Kimberly Kessler Searched on Phone, and this was posted February 28th, 2019, and this is courtesy of News4Jax. So this is going to cover where Jolene's kids are at this time, more about the internet search history, and there was also some mention of witchcraft. Go figure. Alright, let's watch.
Live from the local
I guess I'm not surprised that she was searching witchcraft stuff.
station, News4Jax starts now.
The News4Jax I-Team uncovering more possible bombshell evidence in the pending murder case against Kimberly Kessler, the woman awaiting trial in the disappearance and death of a Nassau County mom, Joleen Cummings. Kessler appeared in court today where her attorneys are raising the possibility they may argue to have her ruled incompetent for trial. We first began showing you yesterday newly released evidence from the Kessler investigation, and now we have much more. Today we uncovered what detectives say she searched on her phone more than 400 times in the days after Joleen Cummings disappeared last spring.
We also found Kessler may have targeted Cummings weeks before Cummings vanished. Today, Kessler appeared in a Nassau County courtroom, still wearing a medical mask. The sheriff says that's a permanent precaution because Kessler refuses to take a tuberculosis test. Cummings' mother spoke with News4Jax after the hearing. She is still desperate for answers, wanting to know what happened to her daughter.
Unlike some people, I'm not able to see my daughter. I will never see Jolene again. To whisper to her one more time that I love you. Jolene did not deserve to be taken from us so cruelly. I did not deserve to live for the rest of my life in pain without my daughter.
Cummings' body has never been found. Her 3 children are now living with her mother.
News4Jax I-Team reporter Lindsay Gardner has been pouring through this evidence all day. Lindsay, tell us what you found.
Disturbing is one way to put it there. From witchcraft to Satan, how to cut open a body, how to preserve a body, psychosis, as well as meth-induced paranoia, plus the body of Christ, Jesus, and redemption. All of those searches and all of that information in Kessler's phone, giving us valuable insight into her mindset. New evidence shows disturbing internet searches made by Kimberly Kessler before Joleen Cummings' murder, including this search Kessler typed into her phone: co-worker guilty of murder, missing person body not found. That search was done on April 30th, 2018.
It says guilty of murder. She's already telling on herself right there.
2 weeks before investigators say the murder ever happened. We also found Kessler had a photo of Cummings' appointment book from April. She had also written a note in her phone in April that read, "Jolene, I think Vicky wants to get rid of me because I'm not bringing in any money." Vicky was their boss at the Tangle Salon. After Cummings' disappearance made headlines, we found Kessler searched Joleen Cummings' name at least 457 times in just 48 hours. That included an internet search of simply Joleen Cummings, no body, no crime. Cummings' body has still not been found today. But also days before the crime, Kessler's phone reveals that she viewed bizarre images through Pinterest, including plastination and how to...
I've never seen bizarre pictures through Pinterest. Just like art, home decor, fashion, hair, makeup, that kind of shit. I didn't even know there was like a dark part of Pinterest. And if there would be, of course, Kimberly Kessler would be the one to find it.
Preserve a human body, and also how to dissect a human body. Kessler also makes references to witchcraft. This photo with the name Virginia and witch written on top of it stored to her phone. As were these 2 pages of names.
She didn't like her.
With evil murderous gang at Wal-Mart, witch, and Satanist scribbled in between them. Investigators later traced some of these names back to Kessler's past in Pennsylvania, where she grew up. They traveled there and met with her childhood friends and learned more about Kessler's past before she left Pennsylvania in 2004, claiming to be running from an abusive relationship.
Do you have any idea who she would even be talking about if she said she was afraid of some guy she dated?
No, everybody was afraid of her.
That unidentified friend said Kessler once ran with the popular crowd before turning into someone else entirely.
It was just like one day something snapped, and it seemed to be maybe over a summer break, if I remember correctly, because it was like one school year was great, and then the next one she was just this different person. My neighbor also that gave me this other information said that she does remember Kim going into that little like witchcraft or maybe voodoo mode or something real dark.
Some kind of witchy phase.
And dark is one way to describe the evidence that we saw on her phone there today. Now, Kessler also had pictures of church hymns, Bible verses, messages about Satan, how God forgives, and redemption for lost souls. But overall, guys, it was just fascinating to see how her search in 1 second could be meth-induced psychosis, paranoia, dissecting a body, right into Fernandina Beach church services, like all within like 3 seconds, and then she would search a certain Bible verse, and it was like, you could just tell it was like erratic as she was doing it.
Because that's what was coming to her mind. She's like, not maybe personally conflicted, you know, saying, okay, I killed somebody, I must be a Satanist because I committed murder. And then she goes and starts looking for Bible verses that perhaps would, you know, give her the excuses she needs for what she did. Because later on they're going to say that in jail, in jail, she was speaking to people about the Bible and if there was anywhere in it that justifies suicide. And of course she couldn't find it. So that just goes to the mentality that she had after she had allegedly murdered Joleen Cummings.
Since this investigation began, we have seen clearly that Sheriff Bill Leeper of Nassau County has been very disturbed by this murder. More disturbed than I've ever seen him before. You talked to him today. What did he tell you?
You know what? And he's also very tight-lipped, and normally Sheriff Leeper is, you know, good with communicating here with the media and the public as well, but he reminded us all that he's under a gag order from a judge. But I was telling him, Sheriff Leeper, like, there's just so much to go through, and he was like, that is just the tip of the iceberg. You don't even have close to all of it right now. We know the FBI is still very much involved in this case, and I was calling Sheriff Leeper specifically about these pictures with all of these names, and we were doing our own digging, tracing some back to Pennsylvania. Some of these people have since passed. We were trying to figure out the connection. Why was she walking around with this list of names? And Sheriff Leeper couldn't tell us that, but it's something that we are still looking into and will be covering for you this evening.
Sounds like things you only hear about in movies.
Absolutely. In fact, it's something that Sheriff Leeper says we will likely see made into a movie one day when all of the facts come out.
I think so too. There's going to be a movie about this. This case is really crazy.
Of course, the next development in the case is the defense attorneys asking for a mental examination as they appear to be moving toward asking the court to have her declared mentally incompetent for trial.
Absolutely. Her defense team did not object to all of this data coming out. Meanwhile, deeply disturbing for the family of Joleen Cummings to know what she was searching and that mother still has not been brought home.
Lindsay, thank you.
The attorney?
Right. Okay, so this next video is going to cover, okay, so this is where they start to do mental evaluations to determine her competency. So along with the word evidence, the word competency is going to be said a lot, just letting you know, something that I noticed while I was researching this case. So this next clip is called Kimberly Kessler's Lawyers Wants to File for Incompetency, and this is courtesy of News4Jax and was posted February 28th, 2019.
The attorney for Kimberly Kessler wants to file for incompetency. Kessler made another court appearance still wearing that medical mask. The sheriff says that is a permanent precaution because Kessler refuses to take a tuberculosis test.
This was before COVID, obviously.
Faces a murder charge for killing Joleen Cummings, a Nassau County mother. The two worked together at the Tangles Hair Salon. Now, we've been combing through new evidence released from the state attorney's office. News4Jax reporter Corley Peel is live to show us what Kessler was like in court today and the chances of her considered being incompetent.
Kessler spoke out for the first time in court today, asking the judge if she could talk, but the judge denied her request. She also shook her head no, as her attorney said that she wants to file for incompetency. I spoke with a forensic psychologist who says the chances of that happening are slim. As Kimberly Kessler stood before a judge in a neon jumpsuit and a face mask Wednesday, her lawyer stated she wants Kessler to undergo a mental evaluation to find out if she is incompetent before proceeding with the trial. Kessler is charged for the murder of her missing coworker, Joleen Cummings. I sat down with forensic psychologist Dr. Justin D'Orenzo, who is not affiliated with the case, to find out what it would take to prove Kessler incompetent.
To be incompetent, one has to have a psychiatric or psychological diagnosis that impairs their ability to function, and then they also have to lack the capacity or the appreciation of what they did wrong, as well as understanding legal proceedings and how everything works with the charges and the penalties against them.
Dr. D'Orenzo says digging into Kessler's past will be a part of her mental evaluation. This includes her 17 aliases and her mysterious disappearance from Pennsylvania in 2004. Detectives' interviews with people like Kessler's ex-husband may also be considered.
She was the most jealous woman I've ever been with in my life, though.
Kessler's ex-husband claimed she was a stripper with a temper in Arizona who stabbed him with scissors.
Yeah,
I think that was the first time we heard that she was a stripper with a temper.
she was crazy. I can tell you that. She was, I know it's a crazy woman, but she was out there.
Dr. D'Orenzo says few people are actually considered incompetent.
It's a common claim for individuals to commit a crime and then to pretend that they're not competent. But after being evaluated again, only 10 to 30% are found to lack competence.
Based on her past and the evidence, Dr. D'Orenzo says there are signs that Kessler may be mentally unstable, but it will be up for the authorities on the case to decide. Evidence also shows that Kessler made disturbing internet searches before Joleen Cummings disappeared, including coworker guilty of murder, missing person, body not found. She also searched Cummings' name more than 450 times within 48 hours after she disappeared. Kessler's next court date is March 21st. Reporting live, Corley Peel, Channel 4, the local station.
Go ahead and let her finish saying that. So the next video that we're going to watch is going to cover more contents of Kimberly's cell phone and also more information about Kimberly's son, the one that she was looking for. So this next video is called Kimberly Kessler's Trail of Faces, Names, and Deaths, and this was posted March 1st, 2019, and this is courtesy of News4Jax.
I-Team.
It continues to be one of the most read stories on News4Jax.com, the evidence the I-Team obtained in the murder case against Kimberly Kessler, who was awaiting trial in the disappearance and death of a Yulee co-worker, Joleen Cummings.
All new right now, indications that the FBI may be trying to answer whether Kessler could possibly be a serial killer. She was in court yesterday in Nassau County wearing this mask because she refuses to take a tuberculosis test required by the jail. Her attorneys want her mental health evaluated to see if she's competent to stand trial for killing Cummings last year. Cummings' body has never been found. I-Team investigator Lindsay Gardner is joining us now with who the FBI and Nassau County investigators may now be trying to hunt down. Lindsay?
Yeah, it's been almost a year, and we know they have been hard at work. In this week's newly released evidence, there are 2 deaths that we hear investigators asking witnesses about over and over, including a man in Jacksonville. Kimberly Kessler has led more than a double life. Police say from a brunette to a blonde, the changing faces of Kessler fit her changing names. At least 17 aliases across 33.
She looks completely different each time, like a completely different person. Forget makeover. This looks like multiple people.
Cities in 14 states. It is a lot of ground to cover for Nassau County investigators and the FBI. Yesterday, the News4JAX I-Team showed you this list, 2 pages of names Kessler had stored on her iPhone that was confiscated by authorities. We counted more than 60 names, along with the words Satanist, witch, and evil, murderous gang. Front and center is the name Kurt Christopher Allen. Through phone interviews, we hear investigators asking about him. This unidentified woman went to high school with Kessler in Butler, Pennsylvania.
She went from dating like one of the most popular students in high school to this guy. His name was Bob Allen.
Now, the Bob Allen, did he have a different name? Was that his nickname?
Robert Allen, I remember that.
Robert Allen?
Robert Allen.
What about a Christopher Kurt Allen?
In Kessler's notes, we also see she references someone with the initials KCA. She writes, May 2018, KCA in my dreams somehow. Astral project again, I guess. Dreams are...
The word was probably astral project, not astral project. I wonder if she knew what she was reading.
Peculiar, demon in dreams. Told me all the things they tell all the people. They sucker into their cult. The News4JAX I-Team found an obituary for a Kurt Christopher Allen who died in Jacksonville in 2014. The obit doesn't say how he died or if he's connected to any of Kimberly Kessler's aliases. One of Kessler's ex-husbands tells police she may have found her child in Jacksonville.
He told you that she had a son? Is that right or no?
I think he said it was a boy.
Well, I can tell you she's a master of disguises. She wears a lot of wigs and changes her look a lot. Any information you have is very important to us. We do have a girl that's missing. We do believe she's dead.
Yes.
We do believe that we've been in the landfill searching for any body parts.
That's crazy.
Another death we now know investigators were looking at tied to Kessler's hometown.
What about someone named Grace?
The I-Team believes that investigators are referring to this woman, Grace Darling Bartley, who died in Butler, Pennsylvania in 2009. Her cause of death isn't given, but her obit says she was married to a Tim Bartley. Both the names Tim Bartley and Wayne Bartley are also on Kessler's list of names. We hear investigators saying the two are brothers and that they believe she went to high school with them and possibly dated one of them. We hear that same classmate from earlier ask this question.
Back in 1987, which was the year I graduated, my best friend was killed in a motorcycle accident. Kim's brother, Bob, was seriously injured in this accident. Back in the day, people had said, oh, I don't know, maybe somebody ran them off the road, this or that. If you could just check into that.
Sounds like she thinks Kimberly Kessler has something to do with it. I'm telling you, I wouldn't be surprised if they look more into all those names and locations to find more dead bodies surrounding her. Because, I don't know, it's just a feeling that I have. She was already planning this. She already knew that she was going to do this, and it kind of makes me feel that she's done it before. I'm surprised that she didn't lash out at that guy that she drove from Florida to Texas to propose to. He took her to Whataburger and just said, that's going to be a hard pass. And then he said, thank the Lord that I chose right, because look what she ended up doing. He literally said something like that.
And the I-Team has previously told you friends also remember tales of Kessler trying to hit that brother that woman was mentioning with a baseball bat. Her ex-husband, who you also heard in the story, says she stabbed him.
Sure did. Alright, so on the same day this other video was posted, and it's going to cover where Kimberly Kessler would get her aliases. It's called Digging into the Many Aliases of Murder Suspect Kimberly Kessler. This was posted March 1st, 2019, and courtesy of First Coast News.
More details in the case of Kimberly Kessler, the woman suspected of murdering Jolene Cummings, a Nassau County hairstylist and mother of 3. Hours of video evidence reveal interviews between detectives and witnesses as they work with the FBI to build a case against Kessler. Our Shelby Danielson has been digging into her nearly 20 aliases.
Well, Anthony, the evidence released in the case reveals much more about her multiple personalities or multiple identities, as detectives put it. And to many people, she was known as Jennifer Sybert, but evidence shows detectives tracked down the real Jennifer Sybert, who actually died as a teenager in a car accident in 1987, and the real Sybert was from Butler County, Pennsylvania, where Kessler actually grew up too. Friends told detectives that they believe she would look for her aliases on gravestones and cemeteries. Former landlord tells detectives that Kessler was paranoid and dangerous.
She had quite a bit of obvious personality disorder. She's in jail.
Yeah, and we do not want her to get out. She's in different names, people who have died, she's taken their names.
We're going to have much more digging into her different identities coming up all new tonight at 11 in the newsroom. Shelby Danielson, First Coast News on your side.
Right, so this next video is going to cover the text messages between Kimberly Kessler and Jolene's family when Jolene was considered missing and her family was making calls trying to find out who has seen her last, where she could be. She was expected to go pick up her children to spend Mother's Day with them the next day, I believe, and she hadn't done that, so now the family is panicking, trying to find out where she is and what happened to her. So this next video is going to be called New Evidence Released in Kimberly Kessler Case, and this was posted March 15th, 2019, and courtesy of News4Jax.
Right now at 5 o'clock, new evidence, text messages just released in the disappearance and murder of this Nassau County hairstylist and young mom. Jolene Cummings vanished last May, and while her body has never been found, police believe she's dead.
Her former co-worker, Kimberly Kessler, is charged with her murder. Kessler was the last person to see Cummings leave the now closed Tangle's hair salon in Yulee before the 34-year-old mother of three disappeared. News4Jax reporter Corley Peel is joining us with the new evidence we obtained from the state attorney's office just this afternoon. Corley?
This new evidence shows text messages between Kessler and the owner of the Tangle's hair salon. After Cummings disappeared, the owner starts asking Kessler questions about the last time Cummings was seen alive. This is one of those text messages Vicki Simmons sent to Kessler, who at the time went by one of her alias names, Jennifer Sybert. Simmons tells Kessler Cummings is missing. She then asks if Cummings mentioned birthday plans that weekend before she disappeared. Kessler responded, not answering the question, but said she hoped Cummings was okay. Simmons asked Kessler again if Cummings told her about any plans she made. Kessler responded saying Cummings didn't tell her about any plans. Simmons sent Kessler another text saying that Cummings' mother filed a missing persons report. She asked Kessler if she remembered what Cummings was wearing the last time they worked together. Simmons also spoke about how Cummings recently filed an order of protection against her ex-boyfriend. Kessler stated she could only remember that Cummings might have been wearing dark-colored pants. Another text message shows Simmons implying that detectives want to speak with Kessler and that it was starting to look bad that she hadn't already. Kessler claims she had already spoken with detectives that morning. She then said she sends blessings and prayers.
So they were calling her out because she hadn't gone to see the detective who was questioning people. I'm trying to get to that text. It said you were on the way and you could do a couple of weeks. They just want to talk to you. It is looking bad that you won't. They know how to handle injunctions. It will be okay. We just need to find Jolene. She is in extreme danger like you were. And then she says, I already spoke with detectives earlier this morning, and then they tell her, like, prayers, God bless.
Kessler claims she had already spoken with detectives that morning. She then said she sends blessings and prayers.
Well, that's not surprising. I mean, she's not going to tell her what she knows. She's obviously hiding something.
The state attorney's office also released photos from inside Jolene Cummings' car, items found near a railroad track, and cleaning supplies found in a dumpster. Coming up tonight at 10, we'll have more of that evidence. Reporting live.
But what did she do to her body? I don't think that we'll ever find out, unfortunately. Unless, you know, what I was vaguely suggesting earlier, perhaps her biological son can try talking to her, but that would probably be way too traumatic considering everything that's happened. Alright, so this next video that we're going to watch is going to cover new evidence, which is going to be a plastic tub, which later on we'll find out contained the Jolene Cummings' fingernail. So they talked about that earlier, about finding that. Well, they ended up finding it in the plastic tub, which they're about to show, and also a blue tarp. So that's going to be this video, and it is called New Photos Text Released in Murder Case Against Kimberly Kessler, and that's going to be courtesy of First Coast News, and this was posted March 15th, 2019. So let's take a look.
New today, prosecutors released copies of more evidence in the case against Kimberly Kessler. Kessler is a Nassau County woman charged in connection to the disappearance of local hairstylist Joleen Cummings. She disappeared around Mother's Day last year, and she hasn't been seen since. Now, we learned today that investigators are concentrating some of their efforts on items that could be purchased at any store, but obviously they believe they could play a role in this case. Photos show a plastic tub with stains and a blue tarp found in Cummings' vehicle. Prosecutors concentrated on stains and holes in the tarp. It's likely we won't know the significance these items play until the trial begins. Kessler has said she is not guilty, and she remains in the Duval County Jail until her next court hearing.
The News 4 Jax I-Team.
Alright, so this next clip is going to cover, it's going to be an interview with the cab driver. Now, if you can't recall or you weren't here after whatever happened between Joleen Cummings and Kimberly Kessler back at the Salon happened, Kimberly dropped off Jolene's vehicle off at a Home Depot, and then she started talking to the attendant at a gas station, and she had him call a taxi for her. So I do believe that this next interview is the cab driver. So we'll see what he says about Kimberly Kessler and how she was behaving that day. This is called New Evidence Against Kessler, and this was posted March 25th, 2019, and courtesy of News 4 Jax.
Team continues to obtain stunning new evidence in the case against accused killer Kimberly Kessler.
Kessler is in the Nassau County Jail charged with murdering her co-worker and young mother, Joleen Cummings. Cummings was last seen in May of last year. Her body has yet to be found. I-Team investigator Tarek Miner is here with information on items that Kessler bought and the statements Kessler made to a cab driver, Tarek, that really got the attention of police.
Police really wanted to know more. An employee of a Nassau County boating store was one of two people who say they witnessed Kimberly Kessler acting suspiciously. This employee says Kessler had a strange smile on her face when she was there to purchase zip ties. A full week before Joleen Cummings disappeared, an employee of the West Marine boating store called police to tell them about Kimberly Kessler's odd behavior. That employee said Kessler had cut his hair before, but on this day, she was acting suspicious.
Did you see what she was buying?
The zip ties.
Did you have any real conversation with her?
That day, no. That day, no, but she just had this little sheepish grin on her face, and it just struck me as peculiar.
That she was buying zip ties?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know if she came in there to see if I needed another haircut or what the deal was, but it just, like I said, it kind of spooked me.
That same week, according to police, Kessler's phone records revealed that she searched how to tie a tourniquet to inject someone with something. Jeez. Fast forward more than a week, police say Kimberly Kessler left Joleen Cummings' SUV abandoned at a Home Depot parking lot. She then walked inside a Gate gas station and asked them to call her a cab. FBI photo enhancements show Kessler has a cut on her face. Detectives believe at this point Cummings is likely already dead, but where is still unknown. That cabbie later told investigators he found Kessler's behavior in that short half-a-mile ride quite strange.
She was asking me if I was a born-again Christian and if I ever received Jesus Christ in my heart. And I said yes. And she asked me if I go to church, and I told her no, I don't go to church. I haven't been in church for a while. But
investigators continue prodding here because they believe Kessler is in the process of committing a heinous crime, but talking about salvation. They want to know if Kessler said anything about Joleen Cummings.
Did you ask her anything about the van that she got out of, or the vehicle she got out of?
No, I kind of asked her why those people didn't give her a ride a half a mile down the road. And she simply said that they didn't have the gas.
And did you find that?
I found that kind of odd because if a person's prepaying $20 on a credit card for a half-a-mile ride, they should be able to give somebody some gas, $5 worth of gas, and get a ride, you know. It was very odd.
So those zip ties that Kessler bought were described as very large in size and were capable of restraining someone.
I've seen those zip ties. They're huge. They're very industrial and sturdy. I just keep going back to wondering how she did what she did. I really don't think that she ever will tell. But then again, I've seen where this is leading up to, and I know how she can get when she doesn't get what she wants. She's very an erratic person, and she will throw her fits. And then once you give her what she wants, it's like she's fine. But we'll get into that a little bit later. Alright, so we just saw that video. That was 37. Now the next one is going to cover photographs of bloody evidence. So more evidence being released in this case. This video is called New Kessler Evidence Released. This was posted April 3rd, 2019. So this is going to be a few days after the last clip was published. The last clip was March 25th of 2019, and this next one is April 3rd, so like about a week or so. Alright, and this is courtesy of News4Jax. Let's take a look.
Murder case against Kimberly Kessler, charged with killing Nassau County mom and hairstylist Jolene Cummings last May. The state attorney's office just released a batch of new evidence this afternoon. And over the past hour, we've been combing through documents and photos. Several of those photos show blood inside Tangle's hair salon in Yulee.
Kessler and Cummings both worked there, and investigators say Kessler was the last person to see Cummings before the 34-year-old mother of three vanished. Police have yet to find her body. News4Jax reporter Corley Peel has been digging through the evidence. She's joining us now from our newsroom with what she has found. Corley?
There's new photos from inside Tangles and hundreds of documents that were released. And these photos confirm that blood was found throughout the Tangles hair salon. Now here's a look at those photos. Investigators found blood on walls, chairs, cabinets, a bleach bottle, and in the wash sink drain at the Tangles hair salon. There's also 285 pages worth of documents with detailed search warrants and crime scene reports. When investigators searched Kessler's Kia Soul, they found $1,600 in her car. They also found 5 different driver's licenses for different states, all using the same name, Jennifer Sybert, which is one of her 17 alias names, according to deputies. Detectives also found a piece of Cummings jewelry near a wooded area in Griffin Road. There was also a cigarette pack with a bloody print that was also discovered in that area. In the night that Jolene was last known to be seen alive, witnesses told detectives that they saw activity and the light on inside the Tangles hair salon. At the time, it was supposed to be closed for the night. Now, we are still digging through this new evidence, and we will have another update tonight at 10. Reporting live from the newsroom, Corley Peel, Channel 4, the local station.
New evidence today. In the murder case against Kimberly Kessler.
I was muted, my bad, y'all. I called out the name of the clip, but this is going to cover a nighttime video surveillance. Let's take a look.
The documents and the photos suggesting missing Yulee hairstylist Jolene Cummings' last moments alive were violent and that she put up a fight. Newly released evidence in the murder of missing Yulee hairstylist Jolene Cummings is chilling. This is surveillance video from Dick's Wings next to Tangle's Salon in.
So see, she's wearing all black here. And she was wearing all black before. She had like a spaghetti strap, a black spaghetti strap top. And here she's wearing, like, she's more covered up, but she's wearing like the all black ensemble that was seen in the arrest video that we saw earlier. So I have no idea how much time it had been between this and when she gets arrested. Because if she's living in her car, she's probably not changing throughout the day. She could have been wearing that outfit for days before she was arrested. So I'm not clear on how much time it was between this and when she gets arrested, but hopefully we'll figure that out as we keep watching this playlist.
Yulee, and prosecutors say this is Cummings' co-worker Kimberly Kessler dumping contents of a black trash can into a dumpster and then walking away. And more video showing some sort of bin being placed in a wooded area off to the right side of the dumpster, both of those scenes at night. And another clip of the dumpster, this one in daytime. Prosecutors say it's Kessler throwing a white trash bag in. Inside the hair salon, several photos of blood stains on a wall.
So then it sounds like she was there all night. See, because at first I thought the daytime surveillance video was posted, happened first, and then the nighttime one did, since that's how they were released. But what they just said was that the nighttime one happened first, so that makes sense. Right after work, they were left alone in the salon, and whatever happened with them happened. So then it's nighttime, and Kimberly is seen throwing away some items, and then it's daytime, and she's still throwing away items. So she had a lot of time to do what she did, but I still wonder how she did that.
The arm of a chair, and more on a bleach bottle. Then more pictures, these outside in a wooded area, a woman's black chunky heel in a pile of leaves. Among the 285 pages worth of documents are detailed search warrants and crime scene reports. When investigators searched Kessler's Kia Soul, they found $1,600 in her car. They also found 5 different driver's licenses for different states, all using the same name, Jennifer Sybert, which is one of her 17 aliases, according to police. Detectives also found a piece of Cummings jewelry in a wooded area off Griffin Road. A cigarette pack with a bloody print was also discovered. The night Jolene was last known to be seen alive, witnesses told detectives they saw the lights on and activity inside Tangles when the salon was supposed to be closed for the night.
Now, also released today, these mugshots of Kessler when she was arrested with a missing patch of hair on her forehead, an abrasion with skin missing from her face, and a number of other punctures, bruises, and a bite on her thumb. Also a revelation in the evidence that may suggest a motive. On May 9th, there was a confrontation between Cummings and Kessler. Cummings told a co-worker that she had a funny feeling about Kessler and said she was going to start digging into Kessler's background. Cummings' body has yet to be found.
We begin with...
She said that. Alright, so the next video we're going to watch is going to cover surveillance that was taken at Wal-Mart. And this is called New Information Release Shows Items of Interest in Case Against Kimberly Kessler. This was posted April 4th and is courtesy of First Coast News.
Breaking news at 6, just about an hour ago. New pictures and video released in the mysterious murder of a Nassau County mother of 3. Kimberly Kessler, also known as Jennifer Sybert, is the woman charged in connection to the disappearance and murder of Jolene Cummings.
Now, this case is becoming an even bigger puzzle that investigators are continuing to try to piece together. Tonight, Shelby Danielson is on your side, taking a look at this new evidence that's just been released to us. Shelby?
Well, we've learned that this warrant was issued to obtain the cell phone of Jolene Cummings' ex-husband. Investigators say he had violent tendencies, and this is what first led the family to believe that she was endangered when they reported her missing last May. But we know police eventually honed in on Kimberly Kessler and arrested her as the prime murder suspect. Now, in this new batch of evidence, we are seeing items Kessler purchased from Wal-Mart that raised suspicions, and you can see it on...
Okay, I don't know if anybody is watching, but if anybody wants to help me answer this question. So this looks like it's a 9-inch electric knife. It says set blades for complete cuts. It says safety lock for no accidental start. High quality stainless steel blades for breads, meats, cheeses, and more. Could this cut up a body? It looks like it couldn't do it, but there's another picture of it. It says it's a Black & Decker, and I forgot what they called it again. Hang on. I forgot. My bad.
Raised suspicions, and you can see it on your screen. She bought a
we're going back.
items Kessler purchased from Wal-Mart that raised suspicions,
Oh,
and
an
you can see
electric
it on
knife.
your screen.
It's an electric knife. I don't want to get too gruesome. I'll just say less from here on out.
She bought ammonia, gloves, trash bags, and an electric knife. And all of this was caught on surveillance video as she checked out of the store. You can see it there on your screen. Investigators say the black outfit that she's wearing was also later found to have blood on it. Now we're also starting to see a more consistent theme from the state of...
Did y'all see that? It says Tangles, and it has the date 5/19, and then it has some like codes here. I guess it's a ruler, but you see that that pyramid with the eye? Like, for what? It's so crazy how they just throw that in there.
Consistent theme from the state attorney's office, focusing their evidence collection efforts at Tangles Hair Salon, where Cummings and Kessler both worked. Several photographs showing potential blood splatters inside and outside of the building were entered into evidence. Police confirm they did find blood in the salon. The question, of course, is who does that belong to and how did it get there? Meanwhile, Kessler remains in jail charged with murder. She has maintained her innocence. In the newsroom, Shelby Danielson, First Coast News, on your side.
Alright, so we got our dose of one-eyed symbolism. Alright, so the next clip is going to show new photos of evidence and more about the Wal-Mart surveillance that we just saw. This is called, let me make sure, yeah. This is called Blood, Fake Driver's Licenses, More Evidence and Killing of Jolene Cummings, and this was posted April 4, 2019. So this was a day after. So at this time, there's a lot of evidence being released, interviews are being done. Information is pretty steadily coming out, and that I'm pretty sure that changes because it's been some time, but we'll get into that. I don't know if I said this, but this is courtesy of News4Jax.
More evidence that lawyers defending Kimberly Kessler never wanted the public to see have been released by the state attorney's office, giving us some insight into the murder of hairstylist Jolene Cummings. The body of the 34-year-old mother of three has never been found. Hundreds of photos and video evidence reveals what detectives have to help them make their murder case against Kessler. For the first time, we're seeing Kimberly Kessler inside a Nassau County Wal-Mart. Through surveillance video, the store released to detectives. Kessler is seen purchasing multiple items in the self-checkout line, and then she leaves the store driving her black Kia Soul. Kessler was inside Wal-Mart purchasing the following items: an electric knife, trash bags, and a large bottle of ammonia. We're also now seeing video of Kessler at a nearby car wash, paying special attention to the interior of the car. Also released disturbing photos from inside Tangles Salon, showing the amount of blood that was found inside.
So they just said that she was seen at a car wash, washing her vehicle, and she was paying special attention to the inside of it. If that's correct, then that suggests that Jolene was in the vehicle at some point. I'm surprised that they don't have more surveillance cameras of footage of that. Maybe not her in the vehicle, but like her driving off from Tangles. It seems like all they have is from the back of the store where she was throwing away those bags into the dumpster, but nothing of her like driving out and then going to where she ended up going and then coming back, picking up Jolene's vehicle, getting rid of it. She didn't really dump it, but she parked it over at the Home Depot, and then that's where she went to the gas station and everything, but they don't have any surveillance of that at all. It's just surprising. And who knows, it could be that they have it, they're just waiting for a trial to happen so they can have their moment.
As indicated by the chemical luminol, which glows under a black light. In the photos, you can see what was once blood in various places all over the floor, next to a salon chair, on a wall, as well as on a mop. In this police photo, you can see the drawer below the cash register has been ripped open. Investigators say Kessler had $1,600 in cash on her when she was arrested in St. Johns County. But it's the blood that led investigators to assume that Jolene Cummings is no longer alive. Her co-worker, Kimberly Kessler, is being charged with her murder. Kessler was arrested a few days after Cummings vanished, initially charged with stealing Cummings' SUV. When prosecutors felt they had enough evidence against her, Kessler was indicted on first-degree murder charges. She's currently in the Duval County Jail.
All right, so the next video that we're going to watch is going to cover that the Jolene Cummings, I don't know why I keep wanting to call her Jolene Colleen. I don't know why. Anyway, so her fingernail was actually found in a storage unit, and for some reason that surprised me because I put a bunch of question marks and I said, did I know that? No, I didn't know that. We haven't seen that up until now. But there is a storage unit that they investigated, so we're going to look into that next. And that's going to be video 42. Alright, so this one is called FDLE, Jolene Cummings, blood found on Kimberly Kessler's boots and scissors, and I'm pretty sure that's cut off. This was posted April 5th, 2019, and is courtesy of News4Jax. Sorry. I have a lot of floaters. I'm having issues looking and seeing.
News4Jax starts right now with a breaking news alert.
That breaking news, grim new details from the investigation into the disappearance and death of this Nassau County mom and hair salon employee. Jolene Cummings was last seen in May of 2018. Her body still has not been recovered. News4Jax is piecing together newly released evidence against her co-worker and accused killer, Kimberly Kessler, including Cummings' blood and a fingernail found in Kessler's storage unit.
And yesterday we showed you video of Kessler buying an electric knife, gloves, and 30-gallon trash bags at Wal-Mart. News4Jax reporter Corley Peel spent the day going through more than 360 pages of investigative files we've just obtained. And Corley, what you've seen, you say is disturbing.
It is. Investigators have spent nearly a year building their case against Kessler, a woman with 17 aliases across 14 states. And the new findings that have been released paint a picture of a horrific end for Jolene Cummings, making it truly hard to imagine what this mother of three's final moments were like. From the Tangle Salon to Kimberly Kessler's car and her storage unit, investigators say Kessler left a literal trail of blood from Jolene Cummings in all three places. Cummings' blood was found inside Kessler's storage unit, including Cummings' blood on both Kessler's socks and boot. More of Cummings' blood was found on a pair of scissors inside Kessler's car. Records show detectives located Cummings' fingernail in a blue bin inside Kessler's storage unit. Kessler's blood was also found inside the Tangle Salon. Surveillance video shows Kessler carrying 2 white trash bags to the dumpster behind Dick's Wings. After Tangle's closed that night, Cummings was last seen alive. Detectives noted in the documents that the trash bags appeared to be heavy because Kessler struggled to lift them into the dumpster. Coming up all new at 6, a never before heard interview with Kessler and investigators, and you may be surprised.
So, so are we to assume then that she cut her up with that electric knife and dumped her piece by piece? Because they were looking for her at the landfill, and that's where the contents of that dumpster were supposed to be at. And they haven't been able to find her body. That's the only reason why I don't think she's at the landfill, is because I feel like they would have found her, because they looked really hard. And not just that, but they found items, but they didn't find her. So I'm wondering, and on top of that, they said that Kimberly Kessler took a lot of attention into cleaning the inside of her vehicle. So that's what made me think that Jolene was in the car at some point. So maybe she wasn't in the dumpster. So I'm not too sure what the investigators think about that part.
How she comes across in her last few moments of freedom before being arrested and charged. Reporting live from the newsroom, Corley Peel, Channel 4, the local station.
Corley, thank you. And right now on NewsForJax.com, we've got a complete timeline on this case involving Jolene's disappearance from the moment she was reported missing to Kessler's arrest and a week-long search of a landfill. Look for this story on our homepage.
Okay, so the next video we're going to watch is actually going to show Kimberly Kessler speaking to a deputy, and this is after she was arrested, and she's saying that she's part of a program protecting her. So I'm guessing at this time they are interviewing her and asking her about all of these aliases that she has, why she has them, and this is how she begins to try to explain all of these different aliases that she has. I don't know if they have found them all at this time, where they're at in the investigation at this point. This is called FDLE, Joleen Cummings, blood found on Kimberly Kessler's boot, scissors. I feel like I just showed that. No, this should be new. Okay, and this was posted April 5th, 2019, and courtesy of News4Jax.
Blood matching a missing Nassau County mother's DNA is found on her suspected killer. The state attorney's office releasing new evidence today showing how Joleen Cummings' blood is linked to her former co-worker, Kimberly Kessler.
Kessler is charged in Cummings' murder. Investigators say she was the last person to see the mother of three alive at the hair salon before she disappeared in May. Cummings' body has yet to be found. News4Jax reporter Corley Peel is live outside Duval County Jail where Corley, you have details of a new interview with Kessler and a detective.
It's a recorded conversation Kessler had with a deputy while she was sitting in a patrol car while investigators searched her car before she was arrested. And what's interesting about this conversation is how calm she appeared before she was taken to jail. For nearly a year, it's remained a mystery of what happened to missing Nassau County mother Joleen Cummings. Her former co-worker, Kimberly Kessler, is charged in her murder. A slew of evidence has been released, including Cummings' blood found on Kessler in a recorded conversation between Kessler and a deputy as they searched her car before she was arrested.
What is she doing kicking my door? Oh, really? What are you doing, y'all?
In the recording, you can hear Kessler tell the deputy about how she was hiding from her abusive ex-fiancé and that she didn't like having her name documented.
He has friends who are computer hackers, and he has hacked me, and quite frankly, I'm surprised I'm still alive. So,
So is that why you can't have utilities in your name?
Yeah.
Because you're afraid you'll be traced?
Absolutely.
Kessler also told the deputy about how she considered changing her identity to protect herself, but she claimed it would be too hard.
Sounds like with this identity protection thing that you've got.
Address confidentiality program.
Address confidentiality program. I'll look that up. That sounds almost like you're in some sort of
AC.
Sounds like BS, but let me do a quick Google search. Address address confidentiality program. It's a thing. There's a question here. It says how many states have address confidentiality programs. It says 24 states currently operate with that, and 13 states offer confidential voter registration if you require it. Let's see. This program is supposed to allow victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, stalking, or other types of crime to receive mail at a confidential address while keeping their actual address undisclosed. This is usually done through the state secretary of state's address or some other address which will legally substitute the agency's address for the victim's physical address on public records. So it exists, but I really don't think that she was a part of it. Alright, let's continue. Where am I at? Alright.
CP is what they call it. Address confidentiality program. It's an acronym. ACP.
Look that up.
Yes, please do. I've got the card for it in my wallet.
No, I just had never heard of it.
Deputies later discovered Kessler had 17 aliases. 5 driver's licenses, and lived in 14 different states.
It is as if she took on all kinds of different identities and became a master of disguise. So you don't know what is the underlying factor here, what is going on in her mind, but I think this is going to be shocking.
Still to this day, investigators say Kessler has not told them about what happened to Joleen Cummings. More than 360 pages of documents were released by the state attorney's office today. We have the latest information about this case on our website at newsforjax.com. Reporting live from downtown, Corley Peel, Channel 4, the local station.
Alright, so this next video we're going to watch is going to be an interview with Kim Kessler and the police, and she ends up requesting legal counsel. There's also some more information about what Jolene was saying about Kimberly Kessler. Okay, so this was posted April 25th, 2019, and it's called Detective Confronts Kimberly Kessler. Something you didn't plan is a quote, happened, and this is courtesy of News4Jax.
A video shows a sit-down interview with a woman accused of killing a missing Nassau County mother. The state attorney's office today released the interrogation video of Kimberly Kessler by investigators. Kessler is charged in the murder of her former co-worker, Joleen Cummings.
Kessler was the last person to see Cummings leave the Tangles hair salon last May. Cummings' body has not been found. News4Jax reporter Corley Peel spoke with a local attorney about the video tonight. Corley's joining us outside the state attorney's office with how useful this interview could be in the courtroom. Corley.
In the video, Kessler tells investigators about her strange past and how she's been on the run for years. But when they ask her about what happened to Joleen Cummings, she remains tight-lipped. I sat down with an attorney not affiliated with this case, and she weighed in on how she thinks this video will play in the courtroom. I sat down with attorney Rhonda Peoples-Waters and showed her the new interview the state attorney's office released between Kimberly Kessler and investigators. Kessler was interviewed after her former co-worker, Joleen Cummings, disappeared in May. In the interview room, Kessler is talkative with the detectives.
The detectives are certainly getting her to a position where she's comfortable maybe revealing information about her personal history, and then the next level would be hopefully to have her to reveal something about the specific case.
Kessler goes on to tell detectives about her strange past, how her fingerprints will reveal her true identity, and that she's been on the run for years.
I do. I have a son. He is in North Carolina with his father. That's what got me going, running again in 1999. Child Protective Services snatched him while I was at work from the babysitter, and that really sent me over the edge. So
when investigators start questioning Kessler about Cummings, she becomes quiet. Investigators tell Kessler they have surveillance video, evidence inside the Tangles hair salon, and Cummings' blood found on Kessler's shoes that link her to Cummings' murder.
I'm going to find out where those little boys' mama is. I promise you I'm going to do that. You can help me do that, and you're the one that can make it happen right now.
No, I cannot, and I'm not, again, whatever fury may come,
How did her blood get on your
So let me reply this way, and you may not like the answer. I would like legal counsel.
That certainly could be pretty telling as to whether or not she knows something and just isn't comfortable or does not want to cooperate and tell what's going on, or it could just be, you know, the manner in which she's speaking.
Peoples-Waters says it's unlikely the interview will help a jury make a decision.
I don't think that this interview tells a lot about the case to help, you know, one way or the other on the case. I just don't think that it'll be super helpful to a jury to understand what her true involvement was in the matter of Jolene.
The state attorney's office also released new pictures linked to the case today for the rest of the interview with Kessler and detectives and all of the evidence that has been released. You can go to our website at newsforjax.com.
Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and skip 49 because it's more of the same information that we just saw. I'm going to go ahead and skip down to, okay, I'm skipping 48, going to 49. Alright, so this video is going to cover photographic evidence of hair dye that was found. And for anybody that's just coming into the room, first of all, I just want to thank everybody that hit the like for my video. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. I appreciate everybody's support. Thank you so much for joining us. We're about halfway into this case. For anybody that's not familiar with it, this is about Kimberly Kessler and the death of Joleen Cummings. Jolene's body has yet to be found at this time. Either in where we're at on this playlist and also in real life, she is yet to be discovered. And the only suspect for this case is Kimberly Kessler, and she was a co-worker of Joleen Cummings at a salon in Nassau County, Florida. And what we have for evidence so far is video surveillance of Kimberly throwing away a bunch of bags. They look very heavy. She was seen at Wal-Mart purchasing an electric knife and garbage bags. There's pictures of blood in the salon. Also, it turns out that Kimberly has had something like 18 aliases, and Joleen Cummings was on to her. She was calling her fake, and she was telling coworkers that she is not who she seems to be, and she was going to start digging into her past, trying to find out who she really was. And on May 13th, which was a Saturday before Mother's Day, Kimberly Kessler and Joleen Cummings were in the salon by themselves at closing time, and that was the last time anybody ever saw Joleen. So this next clip that we're going to watch is going to show us evidence of some hair dye. So that's the focus of this next clip. It's called New Photos and Videos Released in Kimberly Kessler's Case. And this was posted April 26, 2019, and courtesy of First Coast News.
I think Jolene's dead, and I think you know where Jolene is.
Investigators tell Kessler they have evidence against her.
We have, taken a look at your car. We actually, we went out and went to your storage unit on the island. And we did that all on a legal basis. We got search warrants for them all, okay. We also have recovered your shoes that has Jolene's blood on your shoes.
Asking her questions.
Did she ever talk about anybody she was scared of? Did she ever say anything that she wanted to run away and get away from it all?
The state attorney's office also released these pictures of Joleen Cummings' home in Nassau County and photos of items left on the side of the road in St. John's Town Center.
I've been here for 4 days, almost 16, 18 hours a day, because I'm going to find out where those little boys' mama is. I promise you I'm going to do that. You can help me do that. And you're the one that can make it happen right now.
Alright, so they kind of skipped through the evidence. They said that they found it on the side of the road. I'll go ahead and make this bigger so you can see, but these are hair dyes, and it looks like some kind of container and a bag, maybe like a purse, that contain the hair dye, and they're going to do a close-up, and I think that it'll show that there's blood stains, that this is more stuff that they found on the side of the road. Alright, let me skip ahead a little bit. Oops. 1 second.
Like legal counsel.
That's not me muting it. It just cuts out on their video. She asked for legal counsel.
Hello.
Alright, so this next video that we're gonna watch is gonna be 28 minutes long. I've been up here for 3 hours and 45 minutes, 46 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and let this video play since it's lengthy. I hope I'm not muted. Okay, I'm not. I'm good. Alright, so I'm going to go actually make some coffee, check on my dogs, see if they need to be let out or if they need anything. But I'll be listening on my headphones, and then I'll look at the chat when I get back. So I'll go ahead and just let this play. It's called Kimberly Kessler Jail Calls, and it's courtesy of First Coast News, and this was posted May 10, 2019. And these are different conversations that happened. I want to say somebody said that there was like 12 of them, but they're all, I think, combined here. And these calls are between Kimberly Kessler and her mom. So what I noticed about these calls is that Kimberly Kessler wants her mom to bail her out really bad. She just kind of tries to convince her of it. She doesn't ever get bailed out, but she is trying to ask her mom to bail her out. And she starts saying things about how they might put pictures out there of her naked. That never happened. I think she was just trying to worry her mom and try to guilt her into bailing her out. So I'll go ahead and let this clip play, and I will be right back.
Hello.
I didn't get to say goodbye. It disconnected me.
I know. No, I figured you could call me anytime.
So I was just calling you until they actually forced me to hang up, but I don't really want to, make them mad. I haven't even done anything wrong, and they treat me pretty bad, so.
I wonder how, are they going to put these calls on your bill? I wonder who's paying for these calls.
I don't know. I thought maybe you put money
Yeah.
on there, but maybe they just do all kinds of crazy crap. Who knows? I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know.
Do.
I thought maybe it was you that put money, but so I don't know yet. But I guess I'll have to pay that too. They charge you for even getting arrested. They charge you $20 and they make you sign it. I should have refused, but I was just so in shock. You just go along with it.
So wait, what did they charge you 20 for?
20 just for getting arrested. So I got $20. I owe a little bit of money in a couple of counties just for getting arrested. Just for the.
Oh, that's.
They make money. This is
Okay.
all about money. They make a lot of
Oh, I
money.
know. Everybody knows that now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, then I wanna find out if they're gonna let you right away if they're gonna let you out on bail.
Remember, just
Okay.
bail me out under my name that I'm going under, which is Jennifer Marie Sybert, and then eventually everything's all going to come together. But is my real name, Kim Kessler. But just go about it. Jump through the hoops,
Okay. Okay, wait. You said bail you out under Jennifer.
Yeah, because that's what they arrested me under. They don't until the FBI corrects it. It's going to be Jennifer. So.
The FBI is. Oh my God! They're not gonna. They don't correct.
They will.
They can't.
You just put the money up for Jennifer Marie Sybert. I gave you my social. I gave you my date of birth. I gave you the name, my name, which is, my alias or whatever. So that I've been living under for 19 years. You're all set.
Oh God! Are you warm? Are you sleeping all right? Did they give you a blanket?
No, of course not. It's terrible. I'm in jail. It's very, very bad.
I know, it'd be nice if they would treat you the way they would want to be treated. Because they never think.
Well, if you really want to help, come and get me out. So that would be great. Or at least come down and try to get the property so you can at least get something. So it doesn't get turned over. I mean, a storage unit, they'll just do a storage unit sale. They'll just confiscate it. The storage unit will sell it and make money.
I'm sure they did. I am absolutely positively sure that they took all your stuff and it's
I don't know
long
if they
gone.
took it all or not, but
Yeah, they might have left the pair. There was a sock there. I'm sure. I'm sure they didn't clean
I don't
up.
know what they did, but we'll find out.
Okay.
So.
Did they tell you what the charges are on you?
No. I have no paperwork, nothing.
Alright, so I have water boiling, or I'm heating up water so I can make my coffee. But I just wanted to really quickly say, did you notice that though? She was like, yeah, so it'd be really great if you could just bail me out. And another thing is, you might want to recover all the things that are in the storage, you don't want to lose any of that. There was evidence in there. and she was trying to get her mom to help her get rid of it, and she was trying to get her mom to bail her out. And for those of you that weren't here, Kimberly Kessler had gone missing in 2004, and her own mom didn't even report her missing until 8 years later. And then I'm pretty sure she didn't hear from her that whole time between then and up until she got arrested. So then now she's arrested, and her mom is back in her life, and here we're able to witness the dynamic that happens between Kimberly Kessler and her mom. And in my opinion, I kind of see how Kimberly Kessler ended up kind of wacky. Her mom, I feel, doesn't have like a clear, understanding of reality. She says things like poo heads, and I don't know if you heard earlier too, she was saying like, well, are you warm? Are you comfortable? And Kimberly was like, I'm in jail. No, I'm not warm and comfortable. It's jail. It's supposed to be awful. And then the mom said something like, well, it would be nice. And it's like, yeah, it would be nice. It would be very nice. She said it would be nice if they would treat you the way they would want to be treated. And it's, she's just clueless as to how things really are. But aside from that, I'm just glad that she didn't actually fall for any of what Kimberly was trying to get her to do for her. At least she didn't help her with the stuff in the storage, and at least she didn't bail her out. She stays her ass in jail up until this day. But I'm still making my coffee, so I just wanted to come in and just make sure that we're all on the same page as far as the information that's coming out. So I'll go ahead and continue playing this video, and I will be right back. But I am listening on my headphones, so I still know what's going on over here.
Yeah. See, that's kind of... Did you ask for a lawyer?
Yeah, I did. But we already talked about this. Remember, she talked to me briefly. She said it was probably a conflict of interest, and she's the one who told me that innocent people go to prison, and that I should be worried. So
that's real nice. That's like going to the doctor and he says, "Wow, you're sick. You should be worried. Bye bye."
Wow.
That's somebody paid her for that. I wonder.
Whatever. I don't know.
Well, you gotta have a lawyer.
Right. I don't even care about a lawyer right now. If you can get me bonded out, I just wanted to make...
Sorry. Yeah, she says, I don't even care about a lawyer right now. But if you could just get me bonded out, we know what she's going to do. Tracker or not, they could put a tracker on her. She's not going to stay put. She has all these aliases. She moved around. Even when she got her cosmetology license, she had... I think they said 4 different jobs in 6 months. This girl can't stay put. She doesn't care. Like all this stuff that the mom's saying, well, do you have a good lawyer? She's like, I don't care about a lawyer. Yeah, you don't care about a lawyer because you know that you did it. And you know you're going to be found guilty. So her main focus at this time is just getting out of there. And I'm pretty sure that we've already gotten to the part where she goes under her first hunger strike. Because she goes through 2. And in the first one, which I'm pretty sure we already passed that, it was because she wanted to be moved. So she threw a fit and she stopped eating. So this is just kind of how the little things that she does to manipulate people, and you get to get a clearer vision or a clearer idea of what Kimberly Kessler's like in real life. Alright, let's keep watching.
Make sure that what few belongings I have don't wind up in people's hands that aren't worth a hoot. At least let it be in family's hands. You know what I mean? At least let family members benefit from what few belongings I have, rather than perfect strangers who just love to take advantage of, the poor and the oppressed. So we'll try to call them and see if they can bail me out. So then at least I'll be out. So you might want to call the bail bondsman or, whatever. But yeah, if try to bail me out or whatever. And
you're sure they went to your storage unit?
Yeah, they told me they did. They got a, whatever it's called,
Every time I walk away, I keep hearing something. I just want to add. Did you hear that? She said that they're trying to take advantage of the poor and the oppressed. This lady was stealing identities from dead people. And with one of them, she was able to get a cosmetology license, and she started working. There's a lot of people that don't even get to do that for whatever reason. And she's over here talking about how she's the poor and she's the oppressed. I mean, she was living out of her car, but it sounded like because she wanted to. I mean, she didn't have to be making all of these identities and going from town to town and meeting people and then falling in love with them quickly. Earlier, we heard that she traveled from Florida to Texas to meet a guy and propose marriage to him, and he just took her for a Whataburger and kicked her to the curb. But anyways, alright, let's keep watching.
Search warrant. Search warrant doesn't mean, I don't know what they did. I don't know. We'll find out. So try to bail me out. I'll try to, hopefully they won't put me out there naked. And they took my clothes. Crazy people. But hopefully I'll get my clothes back.
Keep asking for a lawyer. Because $100,000 isn't vagrancy like it.
Yeah, but it's only 10%, so it's $10,000. And yes, it is a lot of money.
Still, yeah, that's like big
that's
time.
What it's set at. They're not going to change it. I did go before a judge, and he said that's what it is. And then the attorney said, it's probably a conflict of interest. We'll see if we can get you another attorney, which is going to be a public defender. So, and I haven't heard anything since. I mean, this is the first time they even let me use the phone, and it's been going on for days, since last week. So, I'm getting getting a few looks from the little desk over there because I've been in here a while, talking on the phone. See what you can do. First things first, I would say, the only, recourse they gave me, and I heard that you get the money back whenever you show up for the court date, and I'm going to come back because I have nowhere else to go. This is it.
This call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
All right. So.
Oh boy. Okay.
You got it?
He told me that he thought you were involved. They think you're involved in a missing person there.
So, if you can or if you want to, please, bail me out, and I can.
I will. I'm just wondering.
To the best of my ability, I'll answer. I just got interrupted on the phone with a little message that they're going to disconnect the call again. So.
Okay, well, just.
So let's just say goodbye.
Keep asking for a lawyer. Okay. I want them to say you never asked.
Okay. I mean, I did. I've already asked, but yeah, I'll just keep asking. All right.
Yes, keep asking. Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Hang in there. Love you.
Love you too.
This call will be terminated in 1 minute.
Oh, we have 1 minute.
I got 1 minute.
I love you.
Love you too. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Hello.
Hello.
I had a question.
You could call again.
Had a question for you. I finally got an attorney. He seems nice, and he said that he had someone call you to see about getting my stuff, and that you didn't sound interested. Is this true?
I just talked to someone again because he said he would call me back and tell me what stuff you had, where I could pick it up. And then he just called me this morning and said, they told him all you had was the clothes on your back and not to bother.
What?
And I said, well, she's got a car and stuff in it. And
I have a motorcycle that's paid for. I have a bicycle that I paid $500 for. It's not the best bicycle, but I paid $500. And I have the receipt for the bicycle still. I bought it in 2011. Okay, so I guess we'll sort that out later. It'll all get sorted out. So, yeah, I do have stuff down here. I have, close to almost $2,000 in my purse, in cash. unless they took it. And about
Well,
about $1,000 of it needs to go on my credit card because I owe City. You know what I mean? Like, no matter what happens with this, I owe City money, City card money. So, and if I don't pay him, it'll be worse. I only have one credit card, but so I mean that money is a little something to help it. That I mean,
Well,
there's a trailer hitch on my car, so you can put a hitch on the car and it'll haul. I mean, it's a tiny car, so it doesn't haul very well, but you can use it to haul the stuff wherever,
I gotta find out how. Like, if your car's impounded, how would they release that to me? I've been trying to call someone.
Because I signed a piece of paper to release it to you. I have a piece of paper that they gave me to release my stuff, but I didn't have anybody to release it to. I said I need to call my mom, so that's how I started talking to you. They let me call you. So yeah, they'll release it to you. I guess they gave it to me so they can spy on our conversations.
So they don't let you put your money in the commissary?
I hope they didn't confiscate my money. I mean, they took everything from me, so.
Yeah, I know. That's what they do.
Hopefully.
This call was terminated because it exceeded the permitted length.
But yeah, they gave me a piece of paper that said for the search warrant for my car, like 5 days after they searched my car and confiscated my car. And then they never gave me a search warrant for searching my storage unit, ever. They just did it. They said they had a search warrant, but I have yet to receive it. They produced the search warrant for my car after my attorney got on them, I guess, is what happened with that. So that attorney, he helped me a little bit already.
The attorney, his name's Nixon, right?
I can't remember his name. Hold on. Just a second. No, his name's Townsend. So if it's not regarding Mr. Tom Townsend, public defender, I wouldn't talk to anybody else.
Well, this guy, Don Nixon, said he was with the Townsend.
Oh, he did say he had somebody call on his behalf. So, yeah, that sounds right. His, whatever it's called, a paralegal or somebody who helps him.
Yeah, the guy that talked to me was Don Nixon.
Okay.
I was kind of suspicious of who he actually was. You don't know who you're talking to on the phone.
Right. Well, I didn't find out until just maybe an hour ago that, I asked him, I said, listen, here's my mom's number, here's her name, help her to get my stuff. Just tell her, help her to, my car, my storage unit, I have a motorcycle in there, but I told the attorney today because he's like, I don't know if your mom really cares to come and get it. She said she hasn't talked to you in 19 years, and, she didn't sound like she was she cared. I said, well, I hate to see my stuff just go to anybody. I said, do you want it?
Oh, no. No, see,
I did say that, I'm telling you. But here's the thing, he didn't accept it. But I'm like, I hate to see it to just go to anybody because, I mean, I don't have much, but the few things I have, like my motorcycle and my bicycle, they're nice. I mean, they're not really nice, but they're pretty nice. Anytime people see them, they're like, oh, that's nice. And they, they give me a compliment on it. So I know that, you know what I mean? I just hate to see it go to anybody. But
I know, but now he seems so nice that now I don't trust him because of that comment.
Because what comment?
Because he's the one that told me, he called me back and everything, and I, of course, was going through one of my crying jags, and he said, well, the cops told him that all you had was the clothes on your back, and I knew that as soon as he had it out of his mouth that was the bullshit.
Well, I mean, was it Mr. Townsend that said that, or the Nixon guy?
The Nixon guy.
Well, when they took me, they took everything from me, and I didn't even have the clothes on my back. They even took the clothes off my back, literally. So, I mean, maybe all I know is that the public defender, Mr. Townsend, he's all I've got. He seems pretty nice. If you want to, I don't know if I have his number or not. Do you have his number?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and feel free to give him a call and, see about how you would go about it. I would, plan, it's up to you entirely what you want to do, but I think it would behoove you to, grab the stuff. I mean, if they give you everything they took from me, I got almost $2,000 in cash, and that's about it. A bicycle, a motorcycle, a bag full of expensive, wonderful vitamins, I might add. Wonderful vitamins. You'll be very happy with the vitamins. And I think that's all that he might be interested in. That's it.
How often can you see your lawyer? Can you ask for him anytime, or does he just tell you when he's coming?
He said I could ask for him anytime, but they don't let me do I'm surprised they let me call you. But I told him they won't. He said my attorney told me he has no control over them. They mistreat me. That's just how it is. Basically, he didn't say it exactly in those words. I'm kind of, that's my interpretation of it. So I'm surprised they let me call you. Perhaps they were looking to listen to a fascinating conversation between us. I don't know why they let me call you, but they did. So, but he said that they should let me call him whenever I want, and they didn't, because I asked to speak with him, and they didn't let me do it. They just, they make excuses. They're like, oh, we're busy, and then they just, shut the door and walk away.
Yeah, I know. I've heard some stories.
It's kind of funny. They keep me in solitary confinement like it's a bad thing. It's heaven, girl. I love it.
Remember, she said that they keep her in solitary confinement like if it's punishment, but it's like heaven, girl. What did she say? Hold on. Let's hear that again.
So, but he said that they should let me call him whenever I want, and they didn't, because I asked to speak with him, and they didn't let me do it. They just, they make excuses. They're like, oh, we're busy, and then they just, shut the door and walk away.
Yeah, I know. I've heard some stories.
It's kind of funny. They keep me in solitary confinement like it's a bad thing. It's heaven, girl. I love it.
It's heaven, girl. I love it. Okay, because later on we're going to see how she takes to life and being locked up. We're literally still only halfway through. So we're on video number 50, and I want to say there's 78. Yeah, I already skipped it. Where are we? 78 videos. So yeah, we still have a ways to go. Let's keep watching.
Then ask the lawyer, or I'll call and ask if it. I guess you can't use your money then on your. They can't. Whatever money you came in with, you can't have it on your commissary.
They didn't even let me come in with it. They took it. So hopefully it's still there. But if somebody, they're dishonest. There's dishonest people sometimes in the world. So hopefully they didn't, steal it.
I'm guessing it's not there anymore, but.
Minutes. Thank you. Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from
Kim Kessler,
an inmate at the Nassau County Jail. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed and may automatically disconnect this call. This call is also subject to being recorded or monitored, except for privileged communications between attorney and client. Please select from the following options. If you consent to this call being recorded, and to accept this call, dial 1 now. To reject, your call has been accepted.
Hello.
Hello.
I want to say
so happy
something
to see
real quick. I know. I'm going to let you talk in just a second. Hold on.
Okay.
You've got to get that stuff before Wednesday, because on
Before
Wednesday, they
Which
confiscated
Wednesday?
it. They
That was the mom that just said that. Not a child, upset that they're about to do their homework, that they're about to be made to do their homework. But Kimberly tells her mom, you're going to have to get this stuff before Wednesday. And she's like, before Wednesday? I'm going to have to do something? Really? I'm telling you, whole relationship is just so weird to me. I never had a real relationship with my real mom, so I guess that's why I kind of see it that way. Because I kind of would expect something like this from somebody I knew nothing about. It really does make sense, like how come, like, not how come, but how it is that they just never really communicated with each other. Just the way they're doing it right now, it just seems so awkward.
Confiscated next week.
Okay, next week. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, they confiscate it and it becomes theirs. They say they destroy it, but they don't. They pass it out amongst themselves. So
I'm sure they don't destroy. They just probably.
I have a piece of paper that tells me they do. You have 14 days to go and get it, or it gets destroyed. I showed it to my attorney, and that's what. Whenever he said he'd call you. So that was.
Yeah, I'm kind of upset. I'm worried about. I mean, I don't like what he said. I don't trust him anymore.
They're making me hang up. I gotta go.
No.
They're
call me back.
I can't.
All right, love you.
I'll try.
Love
Bye.
you.
Bye. Love you. Bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, they.
Well, that's a bummer. You had to pay. We're going to pay for that last call, even though it was only a minute.
Yeah, whatever. They said no. I didn't have to hang up. They were just showing me. The attorney did what he said. I told him, I'm like, listen, this Bible, the print's really tiny, and I'm having trouble seeing. I think it's because I'm fat. And I said I need either reading glasses or a large print Bible, and he got me reading glasses and a large print Bible.
They did? Oh, that's nice.
It is nice. And he did it within 2 hours.
Oh, who? Mr. Nixon? I mean, the Nixon person.
No, Mr. Thompson. Let me look at his name again.
Townsend?
Townsend, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, that was nice. We're in Texas, so those are the only two states with death penalty?
I don't know. I haven't done the research on it. You might want to YouTube that. Get back to me on it.
Yeah, I don't think
You might want to YouTube that and get back to me. Okay.
I want to know and then tell you bad news, but I thought so much.
She said, I don't want to find out and tell you bad news. I don't think so. I think she just doesn't want to research shit.
And said they weren't doing that anymore. They shouldn't do it anymore because the dumbasses get everything wrong. The prosecutors are just a giant weenie. And I'm not even going to say, well, maybe there's some that are good. No, because they're all weenies. You put on a suit and you turn into a weenie.
This is a grown woman calling the prosecutor a weenie. This is the mom. This isn't Kimberly Kessler. This is the mom, so she's obviously an older lady from her. And she's calling the prosecutor a weenie. I don't know. I don't know what to think about all of this. Because a part of me wants to kind of feel bad because the mom didn't do it. But then again, just the way she's acting, it doesn't surprise me in a way that Kimberly Kessler lashes out the way she does when she doesn't get what she wants. That's probably how she used to manipulate her mom. And her mom doesn't seem to have, a backbone. She probably would let Kimberly, manipulate her and all kinds of stuff. And she just gave up one day, and then that's why she didn't report her missing. Kimberly went missing, and the mom was just like, okay, go ahead, you do you. Didn't seem like she was there. That's just the feeling that I get. I don't know, this lady's just really weird to me.
It's just a game of who's, one up. You don't care guilty or not.
So, but yeah, he said he was going to come next week, but that was a couple weeks ago. I don't know if I'm going to see him this week or not, but oh well.
I know. Well, why does he? Yeah, he just bothers stopping by so he can. It's because it's so he can get a paycheck.
Maybe he took my motorcycle out for a spin and he hit the throttle too hard and he killed himself. Who knows? Maybe he's in a coma.
Hi.
So you knew this was going to happen, huh?
Yeah. I just felt it coming.
I didn't feel
I don't know if it's because I'm cynical and I wonder, you know, it seemed like it was too good to be true that you were actually in a, you know, better situation, eating better, because I kept thinking that. And
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect it to come, but I guess it was always in the back of my mind because I knew that they were, you know, crazy like that. They, you know, because they did it to me before, and I was like, you know, so I don't know. I guess I got too, I don't know, too trusting or something. I don't know. Like I just thought that their BS was over, but Tom Townsend told me today that, like, I was the front page of the newspaper, I'm all over the news. He said today they had a bunch of people call in the public defender's office, news line or dateline called, and just like a bunch of entities or whatever, like news channels, and like were really calling or whatever today. I'm like, really? He goes, yeah, you were all over the newspaper, you're all over the news. I'm like, really? I thought things, I mean, I know you were saying it quieted down up there. I was just assuming it quieted down here, but I guess I'm still like the talk of the town or something.
yeah, apparently, I forget who's, somebody told Bobby that you were in the newspaper, and he didn't say, I just assumed it was maybe an old newspaper. He said the Sunday paper, and I wondered why would that be starting up again? There's absolutely nothing going on in the world.
I say it's because it's the Illuminati. I think that her people definitely are fucking seriously involved in it, so that's just what is happening.
Did you hear that? She says that the victim's family is Illuminati.
So I got the Illuminati on the map. So that's what I'm thinking. Because just, I mean, again, I can't prove it. It's just my opinion and what little bit I've seen on YouTube about some of the research I was doing on these secret societies. Is like nobody gets even 5 minutes worth or 5 seconds worth of airtime unless they have some sort of connection. So.
Then it has to have something to do with her stepfather.
Well, her stepdad, I don't know what's going on with him, if he's still in the hospital or what's up. But I mean, normally to attain a position like he was running the jail, like you gotta be like usually like a Mason or whatever. I mean, you gotta be in a secret society to hold like.
I'm sure he is. If he's running a jail, I'm sure he is with that
I don't know
Mason.
if he still is though, because if he's in the hospital, he's not. But then he's got his brotherhood or whatever helping him. So, no, it was Nassau County that did it. It was already in the system. Nassau County did that. That guard simply, she saw what was already in the system and told me to pack up because Nassau County put it in the system to put me in the box before they even took me up to Nassau County.
How do you know that?
Because, how do I know that? Because I heard about it from the fucking mental health dude. He said Nassau County put it in there to put you in here in isolation because I'm a high-profile case was the reason that they put in there this time. Last time they put in there, they said that I refused to eat. They didn't try to do that to me up there. They didn't strip me down up there like they did down here. I guess because everybody in the whole jail knew that they were fucking poisoning my food. Everybody knew it, man. So yeah, the mental health guy told me that Nassau County is the one who did it. Because I told him, I said, I don't know if it was the guard or if it was Nassau County. He goes, I'll go look. And he came back, he said it was Nassau County. He said the guard.
Yeah, but you can. Yeah, whatever you hear, they just disregard because everybody is just a liar.
Well, he's a mental health dude, and he put it in there for me to be let out, just like the last mental health lady. She goes, I put it in there for you to be let out. I don't know why you're still here. That's what she told me last time. I said, because of Nassau County. It's not about, they're just trying to make me look bad in front of the judge by keeping me in here and just fucking making it so I stay in here.
Yeah, and that alone is amazing, because why would they need to have to work so hard, to make you look bad? If they have so much on you, why do they have to work so hard?
Because they don't have anything on me because it's all bullshit. Somebody's just trying to
that's what
collect.
I'm thinking.
They're trying to collect on on an insurance policy is what they're trying to do, and they have to have, like, the insurance company's not going to fucking just pay them. They tried to set me up, but they didn't set me up that good, obviously, because the insurance company, like, they have to go to all this trouble to try to make me look bad. But I don't know what happened. All I know is that I didn't do anything. I had nothing to do with it. I have no idea, like, what they're doing. I think they just look for excuses, too, to rob and steal, because they just do all kinds of shit. They took the clothes I was wearing off my back and my shoes and stole them. My rings and my jewelry. I only had 2 rings and 1 bracelet. Gone. Fucking gone. It was in my bag that they say they confiscated as evidence, but they didn't list it. And so someone pocketed that. I mean, they just use excuses to steal. I don't even know if my motorcycle's even in my storage unit. I don't know if any of my shit that's worth any value is in there. I have no idea, because they're thieves. They're absolutely thieves, and that's
I know.
what they do.
I've been.
Yeah,
I called the public defender's office, and somebody actually answered, and the girl that I talked with, when I told her your name and your inmate number, she said she's never heard of you.
Because some people haven't. I mean, there's people. I mean, not everybody watches the fucking boob tube. I mean.
Oh no, I just meant she should have known. She should have been able to find you just by your number, your inmate number, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
She couldn't find you, that name or that inmate number. That's what bothered me. I was like, what do you mean? Where did she go?
No, I'm still here. They just, whatever. Who knows how they do shit in the computer?
Well,
so.
Yeah, I was a little suspicious of why she, like, what's going on now that she couldn't find you unless she's not good at her job. Maybe she's someone new.
Or they're hiding me somehow in the system, which is possible as well. So that, you know what I mean? Like, for example, like, for a while, I mean, Sarah Baldwin and Stephanie Jaffe thought that I was in general population, but I wasn't. I was still in the box, and they had no idea, because they might be hiding me in some sort of, way in the system so that it doesn't show up exactly where I am.
Alright, so that was the jailhouse calls between Kimberly Kessler and her mother. We heard them talking about how this is all a conspiracy. According to Kimberly Kessler, Joleen Cummings is Illuminati, and that's why there's so much heavy coverage. However, I couldn't find any news clips that were like ABC News, any of the national news media outlets. They were all from their local area. And another thing is, I searched Instagram to see if there were any like true crime podcasts that had maybe reported on this. I really couldn't find that many posts about this case either. So whatever they're talking about, they pretty much just condensed it to the one area where they live. About Joleen Cummings being Illuminati, I don't know about that. I did see, I don't know if it was a part of her funeral, but they had a white sheet over a table, and it looked a little ritualistic, to be honest. But I didn't include it because the audio was actually really bad on it. They had some music playing in the background, some bagpipe music, and the anchor was trying to speak over it, and it just sounded really bad, so I didn't include it. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and continue on. I'm going to skip this one because this video had the clip about Kimberly Kessler bringing up the Illuminati, and I wasn't sure if that had been released in the video that we had just seen, and it was, so I'll skip that. So the next video is going to feature the family frustrated because of all the court delays, and a mental health evaluation court day is coming up at this point, so we'll go ahead and watch that clip. This is called Hearing Pushed Back Another Week in Kimberly Kessler Case. It is courtesy of First Coast News, and this was posted June 27th of 2019. So that's going to be some time between the last video that we saw, which was posted May 10th, and this one was not posted until June 27th, so a little bit of time had passed. Alright, let's take a look and see where we're at in this case.
It is a local high-profile murder case. A court hearing for accused killer Kimberly Kessler postponed. Now we will have to wait until next week to learn if she's going to be competent to stand trial. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Katie Jeffries. Thank you for joining us, by the way. So Kessler is charged with the murder of Nassau County mother Joleen Cummings. Now, Cummings is a mother of 3 and went missing last year. Her body has still not been found. Prosecutors believe that Cummings is dead. Now, Cummings' mother, Ann Johnson, was in court today, and as On Your Side's Lana Harris tells us, she's becoming very frustrated with this case.
Well, the judge called Kimberly Kessler's case first, but it was really over just as quickly as it started. So they were supposed to be discussing Kessler's mental health evaluations to see if she was competent enough to stand trial, but the case was passed until next Tuesday, which means that Joleen Cummings' family will have to wait yet another 5 days for any answers. We talked to Joleen's mom after the fact, and she's angry. Her daughter has been missing for over a year, and she says all she's gotten is court date after court date and pushback after pushback. You know, most people haven't been through something like this, but every time she goes into court, she says you try to prepare yourself. You know, you get to a point where you're ready to hear how this case will unfold, and to show up and leave with no answers and no movement on the case, she says it just makes her angry. She says all she wants is justice for her daughter. But here's more from her on the toll it's been taking on her.
You go through different stages of grief. That's what I've learned. At this stage, I'm going through anger. You know, because you want answers, you want resolution. It's been over a year, and you have one motion after another. And I do understand the judicial system to a degree. Never had I had to learn it, you know, at this realm.
Now, I asked her how Jolene's 3 children are holding up in all of this, and she says, you know, as time goes on, time is not your friend. She is asking for continued prayers. She's been getting a lot of them. And again, Kimberly Kessler is expected to be in court for her competency hearing on July 2nd. Here outside of the Nassau County Courthouse, I'm Lana Harris, First Coast News, on your side.
The storm isn't over yet. I'm not done fighting for Jolene because she's not here to fight for herself.
Not.
Was I just muted? Alright, let me go ahead, and I'm not too sure if I was just muted, but what I was saying is in this next clip, where they're going to explain the timeline so far and also an update on the salon where Joleen and Kimberly worked at.
Giving up. The mother of missing Nassau County woman Joleen Cummings promising to continue to fight for justice after a judge's major ruling today in the case. Today, a judge ruling that accused killer Kimberly Kessler is incompetent to stand trial.
Now, Kessler is charged with the murder of Joleen Cummings and the only suspect in her disappearance. They both worked together at Tangle's Hair Salon in Nassau County.
Now, Cummings went missing last May around Mother's Day, and prosecutors believe she is dead, but her body has not been found.
It's a high-profile local murder case that really has garnered national attention. We have live team coverage for you from several different angles tonight. Troy Kless is looking into the legal aspects on how Kessler was deemed incompetent today and what's next for her.
Katie Jeffries is also breaking down a timeline on the case, but we begin with Camrell Eppinger, who joins us live from Nassau County tonight with today's developments from court. Cam.
Anthony, where I'm standing, this is where Joleen Cummings was last seen, the Tangles Hair Salon. But as you can see right behind me, that business has since closed up shop, and it's now a printing business that's been open for the past few weeks. Now, despite the judge's ruling, we spoke with Joleen Cummings' mother, Ann Johnson, and she says that she's continuing to hold on to hope, and she's not giving up, and she's going to continue to fight for justice for her daughter. More than a year after being charged with first-degree murder, a judge rules Kimberly Kessler is unfit to stand trial. Kessler is the sole suspect in the disappearance of Joleen Cummings, a mother of 3 who was last seen leaving the Tangles Hair Salon in Yulee. After today's ruling, Kessler will now be sent to the Florida State Hospital to restore competency, where she will live for the next 5 years. If she isn't found competent, charges will be dropped, but she will remain incarcerated in a mental health hospital. Cummings' mother, Ann Johnson, had this to say in response to the judge's ruling.
Is the suspect really incompetent, or is the suspect just very intelligent?
Now, one thing I also want to mention is that we did ask Miss Ann Johnson about Joleen's kids. You'll recall she has 3 children, the oldest 11 years old, and when we asked her about her, Ann Johnson said that the kids are still struggling, still having a tough time coping with this loss. Now, as for Kessler, the judge says that she'll be up for reevaluation in the next 6 months, sometime in January. For now, reporting live in Nassau County, Cameron Leppinger, First Coast News, on your side.
We know that family has been through a lot. Thank you, Cam.
They sure have. So we know that there have been a lot of moving pieces to this case. And so we want to give you a timeline of what's happened since May of last year.
Here's On Your Side's Katie Jeffries with a recap highlighting the major developments so far and how we got to this point.
On May 12th of 2018, Cummings is last seen leaving Tangles Hair Salon in Fernandina Beach, where she worked. The next day, Mother's Day, she does not show up to pick up her 3 children from her ex-husband. On May 14th, Ann Johnson, her mother, reports her missing. 8 days later, Kimberly Kessler, also known as Jennifer Sybert, is arrested after surveillance video shows her dumping Cummings' SUV near a Home Depot in Nassau County. Kessler was Cummings' co-worker, and deputies say that she was using a fake name and fake social security number. On July 7th, the FBI began searching the Kessler landfill in Charlton County for possible evidence in Cummings' disappearance. September 6th, surveillance video is released that shows Kessler anxious and irritable at a gas station after Cummings went missing. On September 7th, Nassau County Sheriff Bill Leeper announces Kessler has been charged with first-degree premeditated murder. In January, the court proceedings began, and for the first time since Kessler's arrest, Joleen Cummings' family was in the same room with her. In April, new evidence was released that said Cummings' DNA was found on Kessler's boots and socks. Bloodstains were found on the vacuum, metal shelf, and trash can in Tangles Hair Salon. And Joleen Cummings' blood was found on a pair of scissors in Kessler's vehicle. After several delays in hearings, Kessler underwent a competency exam in June, and today she was found incompetent to stand trial. So how was Kessler deemed incompetent, and what happens now in this case? On Your Side's Troy Clef spoke with well-known...
Alright, so they just cut that off. Alright, so that clip was posted July 2nd. And then on July 30th, another clip was posted, and I'll just go ahead and say what happened. Kimberly Kessler is moved to a state hospital. So that's this clip here. We're going to go ahead and skip it because I just pretty much just said what it's about. And then not until, that's July 30th, and then not until October 15th is the next update, and that is that Kimberly Kessler is found competent. So after she's moved to a state hospital, she is medicated and rehabilitated according to them, and then in October she's found competent to stand trial. So that moves us over to video number 57, and on this update, this is from November 7th of 2019. Kimberly Kessler has a court hearing, and she has something to say about her attorney. So that's going to be this video. This is called Kessler Requests New Lawyer after calling her current attorney a piece of garbage, and this was posted November 7, 2019, and courtesy of First Coast News. So let's take a look.
Dramatic courtroom appearance by the woman accused of murdering Yulee hairstylist and mother of 3 Joleen Cummings. Kimberly Kessler was back in court today for the first time since she was deemed competent to stand trial last month.
But what was supposed to be a hearing on her mental state took a very different turn. On your side's Ann Schindler was in the courtroom and brings us this report tonight.
Kimberly Kessler has been an unpredictable court presence, but always a silent one. She spoke for the first time Thursday and stunned observers,
Here on Kimberly Kessler,
announcing she wanted to fire her public defender. In fact, the first thing she uttered was an insult to her attorney.
Alright, so right here I'll go ahead and zoom in. This is where she calls her a piece of garbage. Like, she literally just looks at her and she whispers it, and then the attorney just immediately starts speaking to the judge, letting him know what she just said and that she doesn't want to be a part of the case anymore.
Attorney Terry Sopp.
Judge, Ms. Kessler has indicated that she does not wish for this office or at least me to continue to represent her. She just advised me at the podium that I am a piece of garbage.
Judge James Daniel asked Kessler why she wanted to fire her attorney, but she refused to answer directly and instead referred him to her psychiatric evaluation from Florida State Hospital. Kessler's attorney also said she wanted to be replaced, saying their attorney-client relationship was broken because she believes Kessler is incompetent, which is something Kessler disputes. But the judge refused both of their requests, saying Kessler's attorney is doing a good job.
This court is not required to appoint a new attorney.
The attorney said she would file a formal motion to withdraw.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
And the judge set a hearing for that matter on November 26th. Ann Schindler, First Coast News, on your side.
Alright, so here on my notes I have
Kimberly Kessler.
Quiet. So a bunch of court hearings get rescheduled, and this is video number 58, and this covers that Kimberly Kessler gets a new lawyer, so I don't think we need to be explaining that part. And then video 59 is Kimberly Kessler competency hearing. Let's see, Kimberly Kessler found fit to face charges, and she is Baker acted, so let's watch that one. This is called Kimberly Kessler told she is fit to face charges, trial and murder of Jolene Cummings case, and this was posted February 28, 2020, and it's courtesy of First Coast News.
Ability to stand trial for murder. That was the subject of testimony for Kimberly Kessler, a woman charged with the murder of Nassau County mom Jolene Cummings.
Kessler was ruled incompetent to stand trial in July, but doctors at a state hospital say she is now fit to face the charges. On your side's Troy Klush joins us live from Nassau County with more on this.
That's right, Jeannie. Well, 2 doctors had very different opinions on Kessler's competency. The one testifying for the public defender's office says that she's not fit to stand trial. Meanwhile, that doctor at that state hospital that's been evaluating her says that she is fit to stand trial. Meanwhile, Jolene Cummings' mom has had a long wait for a potential trial in her daughter's case, but she still wants justice for Jolene. Hours of testimony about Kimberly Kessler, who spent months at Florida State Hospital before her competency status changed. A judge heard from 2 doctors and one of Kessler's former attorneys about her behavior and mental health. A doctor who monitored her at the state hospital claims there's no evidence of Kessler being delusional. He says in discussions with her, she said that she understood the charges and evidence against her in the murder of Jolene Cummings, who was last seen alive Mother's Day 2018. Doctors testifying for Kessler's defense team say she would not cooperate when they tried to discuss the case with her. He said Kessler was psychotic and delusional, not fit to stand trial. Jolene Cummings' mom, Ann Johnson, says the wait for justice has been difficult.
I hope that the judge ruling is that she's found competent based on what we heard in court today. We're going to pray over this. Every month, every time that we come to jail or come to court, it's harder than the last time.
After about 5 hours of testimony today, the judge is expected to make a ruling in the case on March 26th, and we're going to hear more from Jolene's mom coming up on First Coast News at 6 o'clock. Live in Nassau County, Troy Klush.
Okay, looks like he got cut off as well. That's okay. Alright, so the next clip is called Accused Murderer Kimberly Kessler in Danger of Dying Following 56-Day Hunger Strike. Now, the last clip that we saw was an update from February 28th, 2020, and this jumps ahead to August 6th, so nothing was happening. There were no updates, no court hearings, no mental evaluations, just that she stopped eating for 56 days, and as we could already tell, she's lost a ton of weight since she was arrested up until this point, and now we're just finding out that she hasn't been eating for 56 days, and she had been recently hospitalized. So let's go ahead and watch that clip. It's called Accused Murderer Kimberly Kessler in Danger of Dying Following 56-Day Hunger Strike. This was posted August 6, 2020, and is courtesy of First Coast News.
The news we're following tonight at 11, the woman accused of killing a Yulee hairstylist and mother of three, Joleen Cummings, is on the verge of death following a 56-day hunger strike. That's according to court records. So the woman we're referring to, her name is Kimberly Kessler. You see her right there. An emergency motion filed Wednesday seeks to send Kimberly Kessler to a psychiatric hospital immediately to prevent her death from starvation. The motion says Kessler has refused food for months at the Nassau County Jail and was recently hospitalized due to the severity of her condition. Right now, due to a Department of Children and Families order, patients are not being accepted at state psychiatric hospitals due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, it's not clear if Kessler will be allowed to move to a state hospital. Cummings' body has never been found.
For 56.
Okay, and the next clip is going to be an inmate that witnessed Kimberly Kessler in the mental hospital. So she's going to speak out on that. This is called Judge Orders Kimberly Kessler to have mental competency review. This was posted August 7, 2020, and courtesy of News4Jax.
6 days. Kimberly Kessler refused to eat inside the Nassau County Jail. Sabrina Blair says she sat across from Kessler's hospital bed at UF Health early Friday morning.
I was curious why she was in that particular bay, because that's where they take the patients that have been Baker acted or whatnot.
Kessler's attorneys filed an emergency motion on Wednesday, saying Kessler was in danger of losing her life because of her hunger strike. They say her mental and physical health is depleting and she's not fit to stand trial. On Friday, a judge ordered Kessler receive another mental evaluation. Blair says she didn't notice anything unusual about Kessler in the hospital, and she appeared to be eating.
I watched her eat a few sandwiches and drink 2 bottles of Gatorade. She was laughing with the officers and the other patients and smiling and acting like she was completely normal and there was nothing going on. Then I heard her say something to the officer about, oh, I'll be good for another 50 days. And she was talking to the officer about fasting.
Kessler even struck up a conversation with Blair.
She told me she'd be praying for me after I explained to her that I probably wouldn't live to see her age. And she said, I'll be praying for you to make sure that you live longer than me.
Hours later, after leaving the room, Blair says she saw our article on Facebook that Kessler, a woman with 17 aliases, is accused of killing her former coworker Joleen Cummings, a mother of 3 whose body has never been found.
I read the story. It was kind of concerning, actually, to see that, she didn't seem to have a care in the world.
She didn't seem like somebody that was in jail for murder?
No, not at all.
Tonight, the nurse who cared for the woman accused of killing Yulee hairstylist and mother of 3, Joleen Cummings, in 2018 is being subpoenaed by lawyers in the case. Kimberly Kessler was recently hospitalized after a 56-day hunger strike nearly killed her. That's according to court records. Kessler, who has since been deemed incompetent to stand trial, apparently believes that her jailers were trying to poison her food. Because Kessler has refused to work with her lawyers since last year, the only way they can get information about her health and conduct in the hospital is by putting her medical staff under oath.
Alright, so that skipped ahead to the next clip, but I did want to mention That was posted August 25th, so that was a couple of weeks after the last clip that we saw. And just to give appropriate credit, that was called Lawyer Subpoena UF Health Nurse in Kimberly Kessler case, and that was courtesy of First Coast News. And the next clip is going to be an update from September 30th, and it's going to be regarding trying to get Kimberly Kessler to eat. So that's going to be this one.
Also,
this is called 89-pound Kimberly Kessler on the brink of death after months of attempted suicide by starvation. And that's going to be courtesy of First Coast News, my bad.
Tonight, an inmate charged with murder on the brink of starvation. Now Kimberly Kessler needs to be force-fed. That's according to her jailers. The Nassau County Sheriff filed an emergency petition this week asking a judge to decide who is responsible for preventing her death. Kessler is charged with the murder of Joleen Cummings, a Yulee hairstylist and mother of 3. This happened back in 2018, as you probably remember. Kessler, whose mental competence has been in question since her arrest, is now down just to 89 pounds. That's according to a court filing we read today. Sheriff Bill Leeper contends someone needs to do an immediate medical intervention to prevent her death, but it's not clear whose responsibility it is. His, the state attorney's office, or the public defender. The judge in her criminal case previously found Kessler mentally competent to stand trial. Her public defender argues she needs to be at a mental hospital, but prosecutors have successfully fought attempts to commit her, and as a result, Kessler remains in jail. Circuit Judge James Daniel will take up the issue of her competence again at a hearing on Monday. There is no court.
Sorry about that. Probably because I minimized it. It should come back soon. It's just buffering a little. Come on. Alright, we could just skip ahead to the next clip. Alright, so this next clip is going to talk about legal information regarding hunger strikes in jail. This is posted September 30th.
The woman charged.
And it is called Petition 89-pound Kimberly Kessler could starve herself to death, and that's courtesy of News4Jax.
The murder of a Nassau County hairstylist is starving herself to death, according to officials. News4Jax obtained an emergency petition filed by Nassau County Sheriff Bill Leeper.
The sheriff says the documents show us Kessler trying to kill herself by starvation. She was hospitalized in August for a hunger strike, but was released back to the jail. Kessler is charged in the 2018 murder of Joleen Cummings, her former co-worker.
And Cummings' body has never been found. News4Jax reporter Corley Peel shows us why Kessler's hunger strike is putting the sheriff's office in a bind.
This emergency petition filed by the sheriff gives a lot of details about Kessler's current condition, and I spoke with an attorney not affiliated with this case, and he says that Kessler's starvation suicide attempt is a liability issue for the sheriff's office because they legally cannot let her die under their watch. An array of mugshots show how Kimberly Kessler's health has declined over the past 2 years. This is her first mugshot in 2018, where she weighs nearly 200 pounds. Her most recent mugshot in March shows Kessler's significant weight loss. She now weighs 89 pounds, according to officials. Sheriff Bill Leeper filed an emergency petition saying Kessler is starving herself to death, and the medical staff at the jail doesn't have the resources to force feed her. I spoke with attorney Gene Nichols, who is not affiliated with this case. Does Kessler have the right to refuse to eat?
Yes, she has rights, but the state of Florida, the county in this case of Nassau, their rights most likely will trump hers when it comes to a court hearing.
Kessler is charged in the murder of mother of 3, Joleen Cummings, her former co-worker at the Tangles Hair Salon. Since a judge found Kessler competent to stand trial in March, the sheriff's office is asking for a precedent-setting ruling from the judge. Dr. Justin D'Arenzo is a forensic psychologist who says Kessler is considered a general hunger striker, which means she could be protesting. Do you think this behavior is competent behavior, that she's aware of what she's doing?
Somebody that is decompensating or has mental health issues, it is really difficult for them to sustain a hunger.
Do y'all hear that? It's like somebody just like pressed down on the horn of a car and they're just not letting go.
Strike like what she's doing. So she's totally competent.
If the judge takes action, D'Orenzo says she would likely be force-fed at a different facility that has the resources.
And often it's, she's either fed through an IV or through a nasogastric tube that would supply her with nutrients.
Kessler recently had a third mental evaluation, but those results have not been released. A judge has not scheduled a competency hearing at this time, so legally she is considered competent for prosecution. Reporting from Nassau County, Corley PL Channel 4, the local station.
In August, Kessler was hospitalized after refusing to eat for 56 days. Her attorneys filed a document saying she wasn't fit to stand trial because of her depleting health.
Okay, so now coming up next is her third competency hearing, and I did want to notate that Kessler is exercising her right to refuse to eat pursuant to Florida's constitutional right to privacy. But like the last guy said, most likely the sheriff's office is going to trump any rights that she has regarding, she's starving herself, she's attempting suicide, and the sheriff's office can't have that liability. And there's another issue too, because they can't force feed her, so I think somewhere later on they're going to try to find a solution to that. So the next video is called, let me just go to it real quick, it's going to be 65. This is called Kimberly Kessler Yells During Mental Competency Hearing. This is posted October 5th, 2020, and courtesy of News4Jax. And here, this is where we're going to start seeing more bizarre, crazy behavior from Kimberly Kessler while in jail. So let's watch.
Accused killer Kimberly Kessler went before a Nassau County judge for a third mental competency hearing today. It comes after the sheriff filed an emergency petition saying Kessler is starving herself to death. She's charged with killing her former co-worker Joleen Cummings in 2018. Cummings' body was never found. Ashley Harding monitored the hearing via Zoom and joins us from the newsroom. Ashley.
Yes, Bruce, Kimberly Kessler was able to listen in, and right from the beginning, it got off to a rocky start. She was heard yelling at the judge and even dropping expletives. Now, she was muted right away and then taken to a holding cell. Then later on, a deputy informs the court that she was again acting out behind bars. He testified that she had taken her clothes off and smeared feces on the jail window. Now, this is video showing those proceedings, and Kessler appeared to be wearing what has been referred to as a turtle suit, which is worn when an inmate is said to be on suicide watch. And the question moving forward today is if Kessler will be deemed competent or incompetent and be force-fed at another facility. The Nassau County Sheriff has said his jail staff does not have the resources to force-feed her there at their facility. Now, today in court, we heard from a psychologist who said Kessler has a free-ranging psychosis. We also heard from the sheriff's captain at the jail who said Kessler weighed 196 pounds when she was arrested. He said she now weighs 74 pounds. Also during testimony, we heard Kessler binge ate all weekend after becoming, quote, dismayed over learning about today's court hearing. Now, it was also brought up this morning in court that while Kessler has frequent outbursts inside the jail and frequently refuses to eat, there have been times where she will eat when taken to the hospital. Now, the judge is now weighing the testimony and could issue a ruling. Back to you.
Now covering now.
Okay, so that was that video, and on the same day I posted a video. I posted a video from the same day, and this is going to talk about more about Kimberly Kessler's behavior. I'm not too sure if this clip has this information. Actually, I'll just go ahead and let the clip play, and if it doesn't have it, I'll call it out. But this is called 74-pound Kimberly Kessler yells, curses during competency hearing, and this is posted October 5th, 2020, and it's courtesy of News4Jax.
Nassau County, where a judge is now weighing whether murder suspect Kimberly Kessler is mentally competent and whether she'll need to be force-fed. This follows bombshell testimony this morning where those overseeing Kessler's care say she has refused to eat and now weighs 74 pounds, down from 89 last month. Kessler is charged with first-degree murder in the death of her former co-worker, Joleen Cummings. Cummings has been missing since 2018. News4JAX reporter Ashley Harding monitored the virtual proceedings and shows us how the moments were disturbing at times.
There's a presumption of competence.
Dressed in a jailhouse suit for inmates on suicide watch, Kimberly Kessler appeared cheerful, even slightly smiling at times. It didn't last.
Also assistant public defender.
After being led from view, she turned her anger toward the judge. Nassau Jail Captain Paula DeLuca testified this behavior offers a glimpse into what staff members experience when trying to get Kessler to eat.
She would just basically cuss at the officers, carry on, outburst, say demeaning things to the officers, as well as the nursing staff.
That's just the beginning. Captain DeLuca said Kessler has on occasion taken feces and rubbed it all over the window in her cell, and slammed food and trays around, and recently stood up nude on her bed.
Ms. Kessler has stated that she's going to refuse eating until she is drug out in a body bag.
Yes, ma'am.
A psychologist who evaluated her in the past said Kessler has a free-ranging psychosis. Her mental health came up several times today, including when this happened.
She is completely undressed and has feces smeared on the window.
The judge must now decide if Kessler is competent and if she'll need to be force-fed at a different facility. In Nassau County, Ashley Harding, Channel 4, the local station.
And we just got this statement in from Joleen Cummings' mother saying, "Justice delayed is justice denied. We must proceed with a trial. As long as there is no justice, we do not have closure." Jolene's remains have not been found. Justice has not been served. And Joleen was taken from us so tragically on May 12, 2018. No answers equate to our family's daily torture. I will keep pursuing justice until justice is served. We just need answers, and we need some type of closure. Coming up at 6 tonight, News4JAX reporter Vic Michelucci talks to an attorney following the case and why it's been difficult.
All right, so the notes that I had at this point is that the judge is not opposed to having Kimberly Kessler wait for court at a Florida state hospital. However, there is no legal mechanism, this is their words, that would allow this for a competent defendant diagnosed solely with a personality disorder. The judge says he lacks the authority under law to place Kessler in a facility to keep her from starving herself and causing death of a serious internal damage. Now, the next clip is called
Covering Nassau.
Kimberly Kessler could go on trial next May. This was posted October 15, 2020, and courtesy of News4JAX. This is a new hearing since the last one that we heard about where Kimberly Kessler was smearing expletives around the jail. Let's see, she speaks out in this hearing and she claims that the public defender's office has connections to the victim's family, and that was found not to be true. So I think this is where she starts yelling in court. Let's check it out.
County, where accused killer Kimberly Kessler was back in court today. She was seen grinning as she appeared before the same judge who ruled Monday that she is competent to stand trial. Joy's here now with what Kessler told the judge today. Joy.
Mary, at today's hearing, Kessler appeared almost cheerful as she asked for a new public defender. Kessler claimed her current lawyer is related to Joleen Cummings, the woman Kessler is accused of murdering.
Jordan Beard is Johnson's nephew. Jordan Beard is Joleen Cummings' cousin. He is a public defender. I believe that the entire public defender's office was aware of this and still just kept going with what they went with. A lot of what he stated at our last court date in February or March, whenever it was misinformation. I kept quiet then. I really should have stood up and got contempt of court that day.
Kessler's lead lawyer says Kessler's claim about her public defender is not true. Circuit Judge James Daniel denied Kessler's request and tentatively set her first-degree murder trial for May of next year. At that point, Kessler started yelling and was removed from the jail's viewing room. Defense lawyer Teresa Sopp says she is preparing motions to suppress some of the evidence against Kessler, who's accused of killing Joleen Cummings 2 years ago. Now, the 34-year-old mother of three, she disappeared from the hair salon where she and Kessler worked. Cummings' body was never found, but the Nassau County Sheriff's Office and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement found evidence that blood at the salon was cleaned up and blood was found on some of Kessler's clothing. With the help of the FBI, items of interest in the case were found in the Georgia landfill where Nassau County's trash is taken, but they never provided details of what was found. Kessler, who has been going on episodes of starvation and then binge eating, was just 74 pounds when she appeared in court last week. The judge found Kessler's behavior was not driven by mental illness, but instead a personality disorder. She is due back in court next month. Tom?
Okay, so that was that clip. This next one is from November 19, 2020, and at this point the defense is trying to throw out evidence, and then the next clip after that isn't until December and they're still trying to throw out evidence. So these next couple of clips is going to be basically about the same thing but just different pieces of evidence that they're trying to get thrown out. So this next clip is called Defense Seeking to Have Evidence in Kimberly Kessler Case Thrown Out, and it's courtesy of News4Jax. So let's take a look.
Kimberly Kessler, the woman charged with murder and the disappearance of her co-worker, appeared before a judge this morning in Nassau County. Kessler is awaiting trial in the death of Joleen Cummings, who was reported missing when she failed to pick up her 3 young children on Mother's Day in 2018. Jennifer Walsh shows us the drama during the court hearing when defense attorneys asked that certain evidence be thrown out.
Kimberly Kessler cursed and then screamed at the judge and the attorneys when she appeared this morning via Circuit TV. Given her repeated outbursts during court hearings, one of the attorneys actually suggested they might want to mute her audio.
Thanks for sharing with your name here much longer.
We may want to put her on mute while we finish this, Judge.
It's fine.
Let's just put me back to myself.
Ma'am, come back.
I want to get rid of the public defender's office. Yeah, exactly.
Kimberly Kessler is represented by a public defender and has repeatedly claimed that someone in that office is related to the woman she is accused of killing, even though those claims were addressed previously and found to be untrue. The hearing was scheduled to discuss several motions filed by Kessler's attorney to suppress evidence submitted by prosecutors. He alleges that at the time of her arrest, she was located through unlawful use of cell phone site technology and that any evidence gathered as a result in St. Johns County should not be included during the trial. The attorney also says Kessler was questioned before she was read her Miranda rights, and anything she told detectives should not be admissible in court either. Prosecutors have not yet responded to the motions. Nassau County investigators believe Joleen Cummings died at the hair salon where she worked with Kessler 3 years ago in Yulee. Court records state detectives found Cummings' blood on a pair of scissors in Kessler's car and on Kessler's shoes recovered from a storage facility. Joleen Cummings' body has still not been found. Investigators say they believe that Kessler was the last person to see the 34-year-old alive. Kessler has denied any involvement in her disappearance. Her attorney said this morning that they expect to file at least 10 more motions. We'll keep you posted.
Alright, so the next video is going to be probably a result of those 10 new motions, and this took place December 9th, so this is maybe almost 2 weeks after this last video. This is called Kimberly Kessler's Lawyers Want More Evidence Thrown Out, and this is courtesy of News4Jax.
Live from the local station, News4Jax starts now.
Charged in the death of Joleen Cummings, tonight Kimberly Kessler's attorneys are arguing that certain evidence should be thrown out. In question are Kessler's clothing and other items seized when she was found at a rest stop in St. Johns County. Kessler is accused of killing her former co-worker Joleen Cummings in Nassau County in 2018.
The hairdresser and mother of three's body has never been found. Her defense attorneys have filed several motions to exclude evidence. News4 Jax reporter Corley Peel joining us live to show us this latest motion and what evidence Kessler's lawyers say shouldn't be included in the murder case.
Tarek and Joy, this motion that Kimberly Kessler's attorneys have filed, it talks about the evidence that was collected in connection to her grand theft auto charge. Kessler was seen on surveillance video in Jolene Cummings' car just days after she was reported missing, and her attorneys are saying that the evidence collected, or the search warrant in this case, was unlawful. The evidence detectives collect from Kimberly Kessler in this video in 2018 is what her attorneys say they want thrown out.
Those hurting you?
No, they feel great. You can put them on tighter if you want.
Doesn't she just seem like a totally different person? I mean, just forget how she looks. Just close your eyes and listen to her talk. That doesn't even sound like her compared to now.
Whatever you want to do. Not your mercy, so have as much fun as you'd like.
During the video, investigators take pictures of Kessler, collect DNA, clothes, fingernail scrapings, and do a gunshot residue test on her hands. This was after Kessler was arrested on a grand theft auto charge for stealing Jolene Cummings' car days after she was reported missing. In a motion filed, Kessler's defense attorneys say the items collected far exceed the scope of materials that could be accessed in relation to the grand theft auto offense. Her attorneys claim there were no allegations in the affidavit for the search warrant that the stolen car had any evidence of DNA or physical struggle. The woman with 17 aliases is accused of killing Jolene Cummings in May 2018. Detectives say Kessler was the last person to see her coworker alive after she left the Tangles hair salon. The mother of three's body has never been found. Despite the defense saying this evidence should be excluded, records show there was large amounts of blood found inside the Tangles hair salon that connect Kessler to Cummings' murder. While the warrant mentions that Kimberly Kessler's hands were tested for gunshot residue, there are no records indicating that Jolene Cummings was shot. Now, Kessler is awaiting trial, which is expected to take place possibly this spring. Her next court date is December 17th. Reporting.
All right, so that clip was from December 9th of 2020. And some time had passed until the next update. The next update didn't happen until April 6th. And this is going to be having to do more with Kimberly Kessler's behavior in jail. So this is called Accused Killer Kimberly Kessler Tased, Charged in Jailhouse Assault, Throwing Feces on Officer. And this is courtesy of First Coast News. Let's take a look at that.
Updates on the woman accused of killing Nassau County hairstylist and mother of three, Jolene Cummings. You're looking at video of Kimberly Kessler during her trial. She's now accused of throwing feces at guards while in jail. According to the arrest report, this started yesterday when a guard tried to move Kessler to a different cell. The report says that Kessler did not listen. She took off her clothes and started throwing feces. The guards tried to use pepper spray to make her stop, and when that didn't work, they used a stun gun. Kessler is now facing new charges. Her murder trial is set to start in August.
She's having a hell of a time in jail. I don't know if y'all were here or whoever's in the chat right now, but earlier we were listening to Jailhouse calls between her and her mom, and she was telling her mom that it was like heaven, that she really liked being in jail and she really liked solitary confinement. And now she's taking her clothes off, she's spearing feces everywhere. She threw feces at the guards. That's what this last clip said. And I want to say this next clip. Okay, so she is charged with battery on an officer on April 12th. So this is 6 days after the clip that we just saw. And then the next one that we're about to see,
arrested in jail.
This is going to talk about Kimberly being arrested while she's in jail. Alright, so let's just jump into it. It's called Report Accused Killer Kimberly Kessler Arrested in Jail for Destroying a Fire Extinguisher. Of all the things, right? And this is courtesy of First Coast News.
Arrested in jail now for a second time, accused killer Kimberly Kessler was arrested last week after an officer at the Nassau County Jail said that she had destroyed a fire extinguisher. According to the report, Kessler, quote, covered the fire extinguisher in her cell so it couldn't work properly. The report doesn't say what she covered it with, but her arrest 2 weeks ago came after she allegedly covered her cell in feces and threw some of it at an officer. Kessler is accused of murdering Yulee hairstylist Joleen Cummings. The 34-year-old mom of 3 was last seen on Mother's Day in 2018.
Right, okay. So this next clip is having to do with her mental evaluation hearing, and this was posted May 6th.
It's been nearly 3.
It is called Not Afraid of Going to Hell. Kimberly Kessler again refuses food as she awaits murder trial. And this was posted on May 7th of 2021. So this is already this year, and this was courtesy of News4Jax.
3 years since Joleen Cummings disappeared. Prosecutors believe that Kimberly Kessler, a co-worker, was the last person to see her alive and murdered Cummings.
As Kessler waits for trial, records obtained by News4Jax show she's protesting being in jail. She's refusing food. News4Jax anchor Ginny Harris has been looking through these newly released documents. Ginny?
Dozens and dozens of pages, Joy. And court records show investigators found bloodstains on a chair, wall, reception desk, and vacuum, among other objects and surfaces throughout the salon in the wake of Cummings' disappearance. A sport utility vehicle, an SUV, belonging to the mother of 3 was located at a Nassau County hardware store, and investigators said they have footage showing Kessler getting out of the vehicle. While Kimberly Kessler waits for her murder trial, she's threatening to kill herself and harassing the staff that is working to protect her from herself, factors that could delay the trial. According to these court documents, Kessler refused to eat food April 27th and will not accept the meals provided by the jail. She's on a hunger strike again. Kessler told a corrections officer, "I'm not afraid of going to hell. It's time." This as the Cummings family is waiting for justice in court and maybe even answers to where the beloved hairdresser's body is located. Kessler's mental health has also been in question. In the past, she was found not competent. Then in October 2020, a judge ruled she was competent and her trial date was set. Kessler continues a hunger strike and unsanitary behavior, such as putting her own feces on her face and on corrections officers. Due to her ongoing behavior, her defense lawyers asked for a new mental competency evaluation. But that might not happen, as she has twice refused to speak to a psychologist. The judge has encouraged another attempt for Kessler to see a psychologist. Kessler has also been Baker acted once since her arrest. Though Cummings' body was never found, investigators believe it may have been put in a Georgia landfill. Kessler's next hearing for the trial is set for May 27th. Tart?
Today marks 3.
That's really sad. They think that Jolene is at that landfill and they just weren't able to find her. Alright, so the next video we're going to watch now is going to be centered on Jolene's family. They are frustrated about all the court hearing delays and everything that's been going on so far, and they're also going to share some photographs of Jolene. And I wanted to make sure that I play this because there really isn't a lot of information on Jolene. Usually in these cases they focus more on the suspect, and I want to say that more information on the victim and the surviving family of the victim doesn't come out until usually the court has already finished and there's been a plea and, if applicable, a sentencing. Once all that's done with, that's usually when family members come out and want to talk more about the victim and things like that. So I wanted to make sure that I play this video because I want to say it's one of the only ones that talked about Jolene. So this is going to be called Kessler set for murder trial this year after mental evaluation delays. This was posted May 12th of 2021, so this was just a couple of months ago, and it's courtesy of News4Jax. And I also want to say we're on video 73. I'm starting to lose my voice. Out of 78 videos, so we're almost done here. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging in there with me. Let's watch.
years since Jolene Cummings, a Nassau County mother, was last seen alive.
And for the Nassau County mother's family and friends, it is a day of grief and reflection. Jolene Cummings' family had been preparing for Mother's Day and her birthday when she disappeared. Her former co-worker, Kimberly Kessler, is set to go on trial this year for her murder. News 4 Jax reporter Ashley Harding joins us live. And Ashley, that trial keeps being delayed for evaluations because of Kessler's mental state.
Absolutely, Bruce and Jennifer, good morning to you both. Yes, Ann Johnson sent News 4 Jax a lengthy statement. You know, she talked about being frustrated with things of that nature pertaining to her daughter's case, but she continues to ask for prayers that Jolene's remains will be found so she can finally lay her daughter to rest. This picture shared by Jolene Cummings' mother is one of pure love, just the way her loved ones remember her. 3 years later, there are still no answers as to where Jolene Cummings' remains are, and her mother, Ann Johnson, released a statement marking this heartbreaking day. She said, "The children are surrounded by Jolene's pictures. While I know Jolene's soul is in heaven, I feel her spirit is here, watching over her children. Sometimes I hear her say, 'Mom, do this or do that.' Kiss and hug the kids for me. It brings a smile to my face and tears to my eyes." Jolene Cummings was last seen alive Mother's Day weekend at the Tangles Hair Salon in Nassau County. Her mother says the next day would have been her birthday, but instead she was later reported missing. Kimberly Kessler has been charged in her murder, and deputies say blood evidence was found in the hair salon. Despite a lengthy search, including this one at the Georgia landfill, no trace of her has ever been found. Johnson went on to write, "A life has been cut short through an act of cruelty. The disregard for human life adds overwhelming feelings of turmoil, distrust, injustice, and helplessness to normal sense of loss and sorrow. The world no longer feels as safe as it once did. When your child is murdered, grief is only the beginning." Johnson also shared this image of a porcelain angel bearing the message, "Daughters are a special blessing." Johnson wrote, "For some unknown reason, I asked Jolene about the angel figure placed on her workstation. I told her that I placed it there on a Thursday when she was off work. She said that no one had told her. I assumed she knew it was from me because it said daughter. This was to be our last conversation." And Ann Johnson said further in her statement that enough is enough. She is ready for the wheels of justice to begin turning. In the meantime, Kimberly Kessler is due back in court later on this month, and her trial for now is set for August. Ashley Harding, Channel 4, the local station.
Okay, that was that clip. No, not yet. Okay, so this next clip that we're going to watch is going to cover psychologists and what their opinion is on Kimberly Kessler. It is called Psychologist Rules Accused Killer Kimberly Kessler Incompetent to Stand Trial. This was posted May 27th of this year and courtesy of First Coast News.
Psychologist has ruled Kimberly Kessler is not competent to stand trial. She's accused of killing Nassau County mother Jolene Cummings back in 2018. Her mental state has been a cause of concern after a hunger strike that dropped her body weight to just 89 pounds and after she allegedly threw feces at deputies. Kessler's next hearing is scheduled for June 30th.
My bad. This is going to be the hearing that was just mentioned. It is called Watch Accused Killer Kimberly Kessler Wheeled into Court, Strapped to a Chair and Shouting. And this was posted June 30th of this year and courtesy of First Coast News.
Jordan Beard is Jolene Cummings' cousin. Jordan Beard is Jolene Cummings' cousin. Jordan Beard is Jolene Cummings' cousin. Jordan Beard is Jolene Cummings' cousin.
They pretty much wheeled her in and then just wheeled her back out. Now, for anybody that's confused as far as to who Jordan Beard is, according to Kimberly Kessler, Jordan Beard is her public defender, and according to Kimberly Kessler, he is related to the victim, Jolene Cummings. However, according to the media, and I don't know if they did an investigation or what it took to find out if Jordan Beard is in fact Jolene Cummings' cousin. They're saying he's not. So I don't know where she got that idea from. Maybe she's just making it up, trying to cause delays and just being disruptive. But yeah.
Jordan Beard is Jolene Cummings' cousin.
That part.
Jordan Beard is Jolene Cummings' cousin.
And the family's just sitting there waiting for something to happen. Alright. So this next clip is 10 deputies went into court and recalled Kimberly Kessler's behavior in jail so far. So let's hear what they have to say about that. This is called Judge to Rule Again if Kimberly Kessler is competent to stand trial. This was posted June 30th of this year and courtesy of News4Jax.
Now at noon, a judge hearing testimony working to determine if accused killer Kimberly Kessler is competent to stand trial. She was brought into a Nassau County courtroom strapped to a wheelchair. When she wouldn't stop yelling, she was quickly wheeled back out. Kessler is accused of killing her former co-worker at a Yulee hair salon. This is the third hearing to decide if she is competent. Kessler is charged with first-degree murder in the 2018 death of 34-year-old Jolene Cummings. Her body has never been found. News4Jax reporter Brittany Muller's live outside the Nassau County Courthouse. And Brittany, a decision has yet to be made.
Bruce, it has not. They're currently in a recess, and within seconds of Kessler entering the courtroom in a wheelchair wearing a suicide smock, she began to yell. The judge called her disruptive, and she was returned to a cell.
Jordan Beard is Jolene Cummings' cousin. Jordan Beard is Jolene Cummings' cousin. Jordan Beard is Jolene Cummings' cousin.
Kessler has falsely accused her attorney, Jordan Beard, of being related to the victim, Jolene Cummings. 10 deputies have taken the stand today in court, recalling multiple incidents involving feces, making vulgar statements, exposing herself, refusing to eat, and acting out when she doesn't get what she wants. Incident reports show Kessler has been on suicide watch since April 11th after taking a toothpaste container near her neck in what a deputy reported as a suicide attempt. Reports also show Kessler telling a corrections officer she will find a way to kill herself. In court today, a deputy said Kessler reads the Bible looking for justification where she can take her life. She even spoke with a minister with a purpose of finding that justification. A detention sergeant says Kessler threw feces at officers 2 months ago. Kessler is now also facing 2 felony counts of battery on a law enforcement officer. The sergeant says she has seen feces incidents every other day since February.
Inmate Jennifer Sybert took a paper cup she had in her cell and urinated. She then threw the urine under her door and defecated on the floor and threw the feces under her cell door.
Okay, if you couldn't hear what she was just saying, she described Kimberly Kessler urinating into a cup and then defecating and then throwing the feces and the urine under her cell door. This is what she's doing in jail.
Kessler's competency has been raised repeatedly during court proceedings. Last year, the jail said Kessler's weight had dropped from 196 pounds to 74 after going on a hunger strike. She told the jail she would refuse to eat, quote, until she's brought out in a body bag. Deputies say Kessler is not talking to doctors nor her attorneys. The first-degree murder trial is expected to start in August. I'm heading back into the courtroom, so of course we will keep you updated on air and online, news4jax.com. You can expect another live report tonight at 5. Reporting live this afternoon from Nassau County, Brittany Muller, Channel 4, the local station.
I hate interrupting them, even though at the end I know they're just calling out their news station, but I just want to let them finish. Alright, so we're down to our last two clips. I did want to mention though, this last clip that we saw took place or was published June 30th, and I took some extra notes. Also on June 30th, the judge decides Kimberly Kessler is competent to stand trial. Remember, this is June 30th of this year. Kimberly has been on suicide watch since April 11th. She told a guard that she wants to go back to general population so the other inmates can kill her. Mental health practitioners still don't have a diagnosis for her because she refuses to meet with them. 3 years and 3 competency hearings up until this time. Competency is different from an insanity plea. An insanity plea means that someone had a mental disorder and didn't understand the crime that they committed. Competent to stand trial is more about the understanding of the charges, the legal proceedings, and being able to consult with lawyers. At this point, Kessler is expected to go to trial August of 2021. Now, the next clip that we're going to watch is asking if will Kimberly Kessler be allowed at her own trial since she keeps acting up. That is a valid question, and in fact this was the last update that I had seen before I had started doing research, and then this morning I decided to just cover my bases and check to see if there were any new updates, and there had been one from yesterday, so we'll watch that one as well. So this clip we're about to watch is courtesy of First Coast News. Let's take a look.
Jordan Beard is Jolene Cummings' cousin. Jordan Beard.
Other news we're following tonight: despite outburst in court, Kimberly Kessler is expected to stand trial for the murder of Jolene Cummings in 2018. But there are questions about if Kessler, who has made disruption a habit, will be allowed to attend her own trial. Ann Schindler's on your side, taking a closer look.
Whether screaming profanities at the judge or starving herself, Kimberly Kessler has become an increasingly erratic courtroom presence.
Having a client who behaves like that is just really untenable.
Defense attorney Janet Johnson says Kessler has a constitutional right to be in court, but there are limits.
She doesn't have a right to disrupt the courtroom, but she also has a right to confront any witnesses against her. So he has to weigh that.
Federal case law allows for 3 ways of dealing with obstreperous defendants, including having them brought to court bound and gagged.
I want to get rid of the public defender's office.
Alternatively, the judge could do what he did last week, have her watch court remotely, something Johnson says could be problematic for a jury.
Can we convict someone who isn't even well enough to sit in the courtroom?
Kessler's attorneys have tried and failed 3 times to have her declared mentally incompetent.
This is volitional and not the class.
Okay, what he said, in case you couldn't hear, is, this is the judge speaking. He says, it is my opinion that this is volitional in nature and not the product of a mental health disorder.
Kessler, however, refuses to meet with her attorneys, which Johnson says could be an issue on appeal.
Her lawyers cannot assist her. It's impossible to defend someone who's, yelling at you and angry at you, and it's going to make it impossible, really, to put on witnesses and to have a trial.
Ann Schindler, First Coast News, on your side.
Okay, so the next, sorry about that. The next video we're about to watch is the last update that we have on this case. This was posted yesterday, July 8th, 2021. It is called Accused Killer Kimberly Kessler has outburst in court, murder trial delayed until December. And the clip that they're going to use is the same one that we've been watching up until this point. I don't think that they have a video clip, or if they do, maybe they will release that soon. But this was posted yesterday, and this is the newest thing that I have for this case. This is courtesy of First Coast News, so let's take a look.
Is Jolene's cousin. Jordan Beard is Jolene's cousin. Jordan Beard.
Well, another outburst in court by a woman who has done this recently. I think it was just last week. Kimberly Kessler is the defendant in a murder trial. She is accused of killing Jolene Cummings in 2018. The trial has now been moved to December. Prosecutors say they need more time to get ready for it. Kessler had another outburst today, like you just saw there. It was a court Zoom call. She said she wants to represent herself now in the case.
So now she wants to represent herself in the case. She's practically dying, starving herself in jail, and she's trying to fire her public defenders, and now she's saying she wants to defend herself. So it's still a circus, unfortunately, and it's just really sad because Joleen Cummings' family is just waiting for the next thing to happen. Every time they go to court, it's some show that Kimberly puts on, and everybody, I don't know, maybe it's attention that she wants, that she's trying to get, I don't know, but she's just being really unfair to the family. I know she doesn't care. She killed their loved one. In my opinion, she did it. There's nobody else that I would even be looking at, you know, as being guilty of this crime. So I want to say that I hope that court happens. I hope she doesn't end up like killing herself, because the family does need to see appropriate justice. If that means that Kimberly Kessler passes away due to starving herself, then maybe that'll be justice. You would have to ask the family on that one. I want to see her go through court. I still have questions. I want to know what more evidence prosecutors have against Kimberly Kessler. I'm kind of hoping that her outbursts aren't doing her any favors. It kind of looks like maybe it is, since court is taking longer and longer to happen. Maybe she's getting some kind of sick joy from causing all this pain to the family. Still, after 3 years, and they're still not able to find Joleen Cummings' body. I hate saying that. It sounds so insensitive, but that's the reality of the situation, unfortunately. But if I find any updates on this case, I will be sure to put them in a future playlist and keep everybody up to speed on what's happening in this case. I also wanted to quickly add, I do update on my true crime Instagram account. If I can find the link to that, I know I have that somewhere here. I'll go ahead and post it in the chat. Please subscribe. If I'm not you know, actively on YouTube, I'm usually still posting on Instagram, so any cases that I see, I'll post them there. So I think I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. We've been live for 5.5 hours. Not bad, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging in there with me, or anybody watching in the future. Thank you so much for your support. I really do appreciate all of the donations, and all I really want from everybody is to hit the like on my live streams and also subscribe to my channels. I'll go ahead and drop the link as well to my backup channel. I should start having some open panels over here. It's just I'm kind of really under a time constraint lately. I hope I said that correctly. Time constraint, constraint, I'm pretty sure that's right. Anyway, so make sure that you are subscribed to that as well. And doesn't look like anybody's in the chat chatting at this time, but I do want to say thank you very much to Danielle Williams, to All Natty, Sierra Brown, they were here earlier, Reef Wilson as well, and Preach. Stacy stopped by for a little bit and observing stuff as well, and Paranormal Will was here at the beginning. I hope all of you have a really good day, and I will try to come back soon. I might make a habit of doing late night, early lives. I want to say I have more energy at that time, or maybe like in the early afternoon, but I want to say that like in the evening I'm just more, you know, not as talkative for some reason. I just get quieter like in the evening and at night. So I kind of prefer this type of thing. Next live stream though, I'll probably do just updates. I probably won't do a case like this. I had no idea this was going to take 5.5 hours. I was guessing like maybe closer to like 3.5, maybe 4 hours. But wow, this took 5.5 hours. But I don't regret it. I feel like I found everything that I wanted to find, and you know, I took notes, which helped. I want to say printing out my notes was very helpful today, so I learned something about myself, which is good. It's always good to learn things. Alright, I'm going to shut up. So thank you very much, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and play my outro. So let's stop sharing this screen and start sharing a different screen. That's going to be my see you next time. Alright. Share. Alright, everybody. Thank you so much. Have a great day.